Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like it and subscribe to the channel so I'll have more motivation to make even more quality videos. Thank you so much, and I wish you a happy new day. The story begins with the thoughts of the Northern Dynasty's emperor, Ma Xiangfeng. He had once believed, "I am a man devoted to my career. I will never be moved by anyone." But what I never expected was that I would actually fall for a eunuch. His personal eunuch attendant presented his robes and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, please change." Then the eunuch helped him put on his robes. Seeing this, he blushed and thought to himself, "Perhaps I have fallen ill." The story turns back to 1 month earlier. At that time, the emperor was strolling through the garden, looking around at the beautiful scenery. He was delighted. I have just rejected an old minister's proposal to expand the harem and was about to enjoy the scenery in high spirits. Suddenly, Ma Xiangfeng's gaze turned sharp. A group of black-clad assassins rushed toward him with swords in hand, shouting, "Prepare to die." Seeing this, Ma Xiangfeng gave a wild smile and asked, "With only the likes of you?" The moment the black-clad men landed, soldiers in the garden immediately appeared and surrounded them. "We are here, Your Majesty." They quickly tied up all the black-clad men and dragged them away. Ma Xiangfeng smiled smugly and said, "Take them away, interrogate them thoroughly, and find out exactly who wants my life." Before he could finish, a eunuch suddenly ran past and crashed into him, knocking him down. Seeing this, the black-clad man angrily thought, "It's him." He shouted, "Your Majesty, he is an assassin." When Li Mufeng heard this, she broke out in a sweat, thinking, "Though I don't know why you're framing me." She immediately clung to Ma Xiangfeng's leg and cried pitifully, "Your Majesty, I've been wronged. I'm not an assassin." The bound assassins were still yelling, "No, he is an assassin." Ma Xiangfeng angrily tried to pull his leg free and scolded, "Let go." She stubbornly held on to his leg. "Not unless Your Majesty listens to my sophistry." Hearing this, Ma Xiangfeng asked in astonishment, "Listen to your sophistry?" Looking at Li Mufeng's embarrassed expression, he calmly said, "Fine." Then soft-eyes. She immediately let go happily. Ma Xiangfeng turned to the side and looked in one direction. Amu, the leader of his shadow guards, immediately nodded, understanding his meaning. Li Mufeng walked up to the black-clad men and asked, "You say I'm your accomplice?" They replied, "That's right, you're our accomplice." She immediately raised 2 fingers and said, "There are 2 problems. If I really were an assassin, why didn't I just stab His Majesty directly just now?" Hearing this, the assassin broke out in sweat. Before they could think it through, she continued, "Second, if I really were an assassin and your accomplice, why would you expose me? Leaving me alone or letting me assassinate His Majesty by accident would be what you should do, right?" Seeing this, the 2 assassins looked at each other. Li Mufeng seized the chance to continue. "No one would believe your claim, not even a fool, let alone a wise and mighty emperor like His Majesty, right, Your Majesty?" Li Mufeng began smoothly flattering Ma Xiangfeng. Hearing this, he thought angrily, "Comparing me to a fool? A little eunuch whom even a Mu could not investigate. Interesting." So he smiled and said, "You speak correctly." She immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I shall take my leave." Just as she was about to retreat, Ma Xiangfeng suddenly spoke and stopped her. "However, it just so happens that I need a personal eunuch attendant at my side. You seem quite quick-witted." As soon as Li Mufeng heard him say, "personal eunuch attendant," she broke out in sweat and was about to refuse. "No," but he immediately released an imposing aura and asked him. She instantly put on a bright smile, bowed, and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Ma Xiangfeng nodded arrogantly. She broke out in sweat and thought, "Becoming the emperor's personal eunuch attendant is practically like becoming a phoenix. But I'm a girl." At a small side courtyard of the imperial bedchamber, Li Mufeng was now changing out of the eunuch uniform. Li Mufeng held the eunuch outfit in her hands, placed it on the bed, and stroked it. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, and she did not know where to begin. What should I do now? I originally thought I would become the empress in the future, but in reality, I became the emperor's personal eunuch attendant. She was a transmigrator under the name Li Mufeng, a history editor. Her mission this time was to correct the errors in the history of the Northern Dynasty. The identity assigned to her was Empress, but in reality, she had become a eunuch. She muttered in helplessness and clawed at her head. "I didn't choose wrong. So what exactly went wrong here?" Her gaze stopped on the eunuch outfit. She picked it up and examined it over and over, trying to find a clue. Before she knew it, she said to herself, "Looks like if I want to complete the mission, I have to figure this out first." Just then, a small letter fell out of the outfit and landed on the floor. She bent down to pick it up, frowning in confusion. Opening the letter, she thought, could it have something to do with the original owner becoming a eunuch? But there were only a few words inside the letter. Jade, Shui, Exine Palace. She began guessing at the letter's meaning, but before she could think further, another eunuch hurried over. A high-pitched voice rang out outside the door. "Little Li, His Majesty told you to go attend him in bed." Li Mufeng turned to look in shock. The person who had spoken was Xiao Xinzi, Ma Shangfeng's chief eunuch. When Li Mufeng saw Xiao Xinzi and heard why Xiao Xinzi was calling her over, her eyes widened and she stammered, "Attend him in bed. Serve him." These words made her mind freeze over. In her mind appeared the image of Ma Shangfeng in his dragon robe walking toward her, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "My darling, serve me while I sleep." Thinking of this, chills ran down her spine. She was about to turn around and flee, but before she could act, Xiao Xinzi quickly grabbed her shoulder and dragged her along. "Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, His Majesty will fall asleep." Without letting her resist, he handed her to two other eunuchs and coldly ordered, "Take him away." The two immediately came forward, each grabbing one of her arms and dragging her toward the imperial bedchamber. Li Mufeng struggled and cried, shouting nonstop, "I don't want to." Despite her resistance, the two eunuchs forcefully pushed her into Ma Shangfeng's imperial bedchamber. The door closed, and the footsteps outside gradually faded away. A deep, cold voice came from the direction of the bed. "Put out the lights." Li Mufeng startled and called, "Why, Your Majesty?" She tried hard to stay calm, straightened the hat on her head, and cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, shall I find a palace maid to serve you?" Her words sounded calm, but her palms were already soaked with sweat. Ma Shangfeng did not answer, only looked at her with an icy gaze, a gaze that seemed to pierce through her heart. Li Mufeng shrank back and said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, "I understand." Li Mufeng said she understood, but in truth, she had misunderstood, thinking Ma Shangfeng had called her here, so she would attend him in bed. Li Mufeng thought Ma Shangfeng liked men, so she firmly told herself, "I will sacrifice myself for the sake of scientific research." So she turned and approached the lamp in the room. Ma Shangfeng sat on the bed, watching her warily. Seeing her come closer, he thought, with such a brave, self-sacrificing look, could he be about to make a move against me? But she only lifted the lampshade and blew out the candle. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Li Mufeng answered calmly, "Going to sleep, what else?" Just as Li Mufeng was about to climb onto the bed and perform the act of attending him in bed, ready to sacrifice herself for scientific research, Ma Shangfeng kicked her straight down to the floor. Ma Shangfeng pointed to the corner of the room and coldly ordered her, "You sleep over there." Li Mufeng turned to look where he was pointing and saw that bedding had already been laid out on the floor. She thought in astonishment, So this is what serving means. Seeing the bedding already spread in a corner, she immediately understood that Ma Shangfeng had called her here only to keep night watch while he slept. So Li Mufeng happily and obediently crawled to the corner, spread out the bedding, and lay down. Late at night, everything was silent. She slept deeply, unaware that a letter had slipped out of her clothes. Ma Shangfeng, with his sharp eyes, picked up the letter. He opened it and read the words, "Jade Shui Exine Palace," over and over. A cold smile tugged at his lips as he ordered Amu, "Investigate this." Amu bowed and replied, "Yes." Looking toward Li Mufeng, who was sleeping soundly, Ma Shangfeng's heart filled with suspicion. He thought, "I want to see what he is trying to do by using every possible trick to play the fool and get close to me." Early the next morning, before the morning mist had dispersed, Ma Shangfeng had already awakened, clear-headed as though he had not passed through a long night at all. Meanwhile, Li Mufeng was still sluggish, her face haggard, and she was forced to help him change his clothes. As she changed his clothes, she yawned widely. Ma Shangfeng glanced at her, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. He calmly ordered, "Starting today, you are not allowed to leave me by even half a step. Follow closely behind me. Understand?" Li Mufeng was in the middle of a yawn when she heard this, and her mouth fell open, unable to close. She asked blankly. Ma Shangfeng curled his lips his gaze cunning as though teasing her, and said, "Follow." Li Mufeng had no other choice. Holding his robe, she reluctantly followed. Ma Shangfeng walked ahead, sensing her dissatisfied gaze, but not caring at all. He felt secretly pleased. "You want to get close to me? I'll satisfy you." Meanwhile, Li Mufeng followed silently behind, her heart full of unease. She thought, follow without leaving by half a step? Does that mean even when he uses the toilet? She shuddered at the thought, then sighed in resignation. Fine. Just as she predicted, for the entire day, she had to stay right by his side. Even when Ma Shangfeng used the toilet, she had to stand guard outside. Her face drooped, tears nearly falling, and she lamented inwardly. When he was in court, she immediately leaned against a pillar and slept. Speaking of this, she clutched her head in frustration and thought, starting that day, I began following Ma Shangfeng. Whether he was using the toilet, going to court, or leaving court, I could not leave that dog emperor by even half a step. Ma Shangfeng's steps were extremely brisk, and he paid no attention to the person behind him. Li Mufeng had to run after him in a hurry, panting as she called, "Your Majesty, wait for me." Ma Shangfeng looked back and calmly ordered Li Mufeng, "Hurry up." That night, in Ma Shangfeng's imperial bedchamber, after he had fallen asleep in the warm room, Li Mufeng could only tearfully lay out her bedding on the floor and sadly ask herself, "So up until now, I still haven't investigated why the original owner became a eunuch. Where exactly did the mistake happen that led to an error in history?" She tossed and turned, countless thoughts whirling in her mind. Also, what wrong medicine did that dog emperor take for him to suddenly become so clingy? A sudden thought flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Could it be that the dog emperor? So the original owner was forced to disguise herself as a eunuch in order to obtain the dog emperor's love? This is the truth of how history changed. No, I must straighten it back out. She rolled back and forth, feeling that everything was becoming more and more tangled. Early the next morning, Li Mufeng woke up and sat by Ma Shangfeng's bed, staring at his peacefully sleeping face. She thought, what should I do to straighten him out? Li Mufeng continued leaning closer to Ma Shangfeng's face. Suddenly, at that moment, Ma Shangfeng opened his eyes. Seeing her enlarged face beside him, he was startled and asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" She immediately picked up his clothes and said, "Your Majesty, it's time to attend morning court." Then she happily turned away. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng was full of questions. What is this person up to so early in the morning? Li Mufeng hurriedly carried Ma Shangfeng's clothes over. "Your Majesty, I heard that recently a group of palace maids has entered the palace. Their bodies are soft and delicate, easy to push down, very excellent indeed." Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng fell silent and thought, soft and delicate bodies, easy to push down. What does that have to do with a eunuch like him? Li Mufeng bent down to tie his belt and said, "After morning court, shall I go take a look with your Majesty? What if there are some cute ones among them?" She looked at him and thought, I'm not scared. His waist is so frightening. Meanwhile, Ma Shangfeng looked at her suspiciously. Could he be hinting that he wants me to find him a meal? After he finished changing, he turned and asked Li Mufeng, after saying so much, "Do you no longer need your tongue?" Hearing him say this, Li Mufeng misunderstood and thought, he's that angry? Looks like he really hates women. In the golden throne hall, Ma Shangfeng sat on the throne and said to the ministers, "Does anyone have a matter to report? If not, court is dismissed." After court ended, Li Mufeng hurriedly ran after him and called, "Your Majesty, let's go see them together." He immediately interrupted her and said, "Take this to the Empress Dowager." He handed a jade seal to her. She immediately accepted it and replied, "Yes," then ran off. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng glanced after her, then entered the room. As soon as Amu, the leader of the shadow guards, saw him, he immediately jumped down from the rafters and bowed. "Your Majesty." He asked Amu, "Have you found anything?" Amu made a hand sign and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng sat down on a chair happily and listened to Amu's report. "Last night, I caught the person who was passing your information outside at Jade Shui Hall. Jade Shui Hall is likely where they exchange messages. Your Majesty, do you need me to deal with little Li?" He replied, "He has not yet exposed his purpose. I just happen to be bored. I'll play with him for now." Hearing this, Amu asked worriedly, "But in that case, could it put you in danger?" He smiled with interest and asked, "With only him? I know my limits." At this time, in a pavilion courtyard, Li Mufeng was sitting there writing a letter and said happily, "It's finally done. Now I can investigate." Ma Shangfeng passed by and saw her triumphant, spring breeze bright smile, and he became suspicious. Could he be writing a secret letter? Li Mufeng continued drawing and writing on the letter. Ma Shangfeng walked closer and asked, "What are you doing?" Li Mufeng replied, "Drawing palace pictures for His Majesty." Ma Shangfeng continued asking, "What are you drawing palace pictures for?" Li Mufeng did not realize he was standing behind her and continued excitedly, "To make His Majesty like women and stop liking eunuchs." Ma Shangfeng released killing intent and approached. Li Mufeng immediately realized who was behind her, and cold sweat covered her entire body. She trembled as she turned around and saw Ma Shangfeng looking at her with eyes full of killing intent, his whole body radiating fury. He immediately reached out, grabbed her collar tightly, lifted her up, and asked, "Who told you that I like eunuchs?" Seeing this, she was so frightened she almost burst into tears. Ma Shangfeng, extremely angry, lifted her up. Li Mufeng struggled for a long time to no avail and tearfully imagined the scene of Ma Shangfeng throwing her to the guards and ordering, "Men, drag him out and behead him." Then she would be taken to the execution ground to be beheaded. She was devastated and thought, "I feel like I can still be saved." She hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. The person I was talking about wasn't you, but the emperor in a storybook I read some time ago. You are so wise and mighty. One look, and anyone can tell you like pretty young ladies. How could you possibly like eunuchs?" She looked at him with her glistening, teary, pitiful eyes. What do ido? What do ido? Does he believe me or not? Li Mufeng was lifted in the air, extremely frightened, when a figure suddenly appeared and surprised her. "It's him. Virtu pense ma chanson." But looking at his current appearance, it really was impossible to imagine that he would rebel within 2 years. A drowning person will grab at any straw. For now, I'll use him to shift Ma Shangfeng's attention. She hurriedly pointed behind him and said, "Your Majesty, the virtuous prince is over there." Seeing this, he turned back in suspicion and saw Ma Shangchen smiling and waving. "Imperial brother." He immediately threw Li Mufeng to the side. Seeing this, she thought to herself, "I finally kept my life." But before she could rejoice for long, she heard Ma Shangfeng order, "Tonight, I hope that storybook will appear at the head of my bed." Hearing this, she was startled. Ma Shangfeng led Ma Shangchen into the room. Li Mufeng poured tea at the side. Ma Shangfeng picked up the teacup and asked, "How long will you stay after returning this time?" Ma Shangchen smiled and replied, "Probably half a month. In a while, it will be the martial arts convention. I want to go there a little early. Maybe this year, I can become the leader of the martial world." After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng sighed and said, "When the time comes, I truly wish I could trade places with you." Ma Shangchen hurriedly waved his hand. "Your younger brother could never do that. Imperial brother should continue being emperor. As for matters of the martial world, just leave them to your younger brother." Seeing this, Li Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief and thought. The history books wrote that Ma Shangfeng immersed himself in state affairs and created the flourishing era of the Northern Dynasty. He was also a wise ruler. I didn't expect him to have dreams of wandering the martial world too. Just then, someone came running over and bowed. "Your Majesty, the Minister of War and General Wang request an audience." He asked, "Why have they come?" "I will go out for a moment." "Little Li, stay here and serve the virtuous prince." Ma Shangfeng went out to meet the Minister of War and General Wang. The two were currently arguing. I think, Minister Liu spoke up. "That is incorrect. What you said is the incorrect thing." Ma Shangchen and Li Mufeng hid to the side and watched them argue, while Ma Shangfeng continued drinking tea with a headache. When the two of them were about to rush into a fight, he angrily put down his teacup and said, "Enough. Stop arguing. I know how this matter should be handled." Suddenly, Li Mufeng was startled and turned her head to see Ma Shangchen behind her. She thought, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Ma Shangchen winked and asked, "Is my imperial brother very handsome?" She asked in surprise, Ma Shangchen continued leaning closer and said, "Although what you're doing is a little strange, don't worry. I won't let anyone else know you entered the palace to become my imperial brother's personal eunuch attendant." After hearing this, she thought, what he said means he knows my identity. But the original owner had always been recuperating outside and rarely returned to the capital. How could they know each other? And why are they so close? Ma Shangchen looked toward the two people who were about to charge into a fight and said, "Looks like imperial brother won't be done for a long while. I'll leave first." Ma Shangchen signaled that he was leaving. Ma Shangfeng nodded. He turned to her. and said, "If you need help, just send a letter to Jade Shui Hall in Exinen Palace." Hearing this, she remembered the letter that had the words Jade Shui Exinen Palace written on it and thought, so that slip of paper was left by him. Ma Shanshan continued, "Little imperial sister-in-law, do your best. I'll be waiting for good news from you." Then Ma Shanshan left. Li Mufeng watched the direction he had gone and thought, he knows the original owner's identity and is so close to the original owner. What exactly is their relationship? Li Mufeng lay on the bed sleeping and thought. Fortunately, he was busy with official affairs today and forgot about the storybook. Otherwise, I would really be done for today. But I didn't expect to meet the virtuous prince at this point in time. The history books recorded that the original owner was frail and sickly and only appeared before the world after getting married, while the virtuous prince was always away from the capital. The two of them were completely innocent, and even historical records about romantic affairs never mention them. What exactly has happened now? Not only did the virtuous prince return to the capital ahead of schedule, but it seems his relationship with the original owner is also unusual. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "You have a new notification." She immediately closed her eyes and thought, the editing department has finally contacted me. She entered the system space, then opened her eyes and said, "Chief, the Northern Dynasty situation doesn't seem right. There seem to be several errors here." Yang Zheng, the 26-year-old chief of the editing department, appeared. After listening to what Li Mufeng recounted for half an hour, Li Mufeng said, "That is what happened. I need your help." Yang Zheng replied, "I understand the situation. I will arrange for someone to investigate on this side. In half a month, I will contact you again." She nodded. "All right, but right now I want a set of invisibility clothes." Yang Zheng immediately agreed. "All right." Instantly, a spatial rift appeared, and the invisibility clothes slid down from above and fell into her hands. Yang Zheng disappeared, but his voice echoed, "See you in half a month." Li Mufeng sprang up and thought, half a month is too long. If I just sit still and wait, what if he deviates more and more? But she looked toward Ma Shangfeng, who was sleeping, and imagined him holding a knife, angrily threatening her. "I heard you think I like eunuchs." She trembled and thought, if I continue, I'll expose that the person I was talking about today was him. I'd better think of another method. I've got it. The Empress Dowager has always wanted him to marry. I can start with the Empress Dowager. After waking the next morning, she immediately began writing a story to give to Ma Shangfeng. The title was "The Overbearing Emperor Falls in Love with a Pure Little Eunuch." That summer, the emperor and he met for the first time. His pure and tender appearance, in that instant, captivated the emperor's heart so completely that he stood there for a long time, with only 2 words in his mind: pamper him. The emperor thought, so what if he is a eunuch? The emperor must have him. She wrote from morning until late into the night, and by the next morning, she stretched and thought, with this story, I should be able to arouse the Empress Dowager's vigilance. I truly am a great author, only hidden away by being a history editor. She shed tears, closed the novel, placed it into a paper envelope, and thought, today, I will deliver this touching story to the Empress Dowager. To stop the emperor from liking eunuchs, I can only rely on the Empress Dowager. Amu, who had been standing on the rafters watching her all this time, saw this and fell silent. After court was dismissed, Li Mufeng followed Ma Shangfeng and asked, "Your Majesty, are we returning to the imperial study now?" He replied, "Ahem." Then he was startled to see Amu waving and calling to him. He immediately turned to her and said, "Go instruct the imperial kitchen. I will eat vegetarian food today." She bowed and replied, "Yes." He walked off in another direction. Amu immediately appeared and respectfully presented a book. "Your Majesty, last night I discovered Little Li writing this." He looked toward the book. After reading it, he roared angrily, "Little Li!" Half a quarter of an hour later, Li Mufeng returned. Seeing Xiao Xinzi's strange gaze, she anxiously thought, why is he looking at me like that? Sweating, Xiao Xinzi walked over and said, "Go in. His Majesty is waiting for you." Hearing that, she thought in fear, why is His Majesty waiting for me? She turned back to look at Xiao Xinzi. Suddenly, the palace door opened, and a hand appeared, pulling her inside. She was pushed against the bookshelf, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ma Shangfeng's solemn face appeared before her. Li Mufeng had been caught by Ma Shangfeng. She looked toward the cover of the book in Ma Shangfeng's hand, or rather, the story she had written yesterday. Ma Shangfeng gave a cold smile and read a passage from it. He lifted his chin, his gaze gentle, yet his voice unexpectedly admonishing. He followed the action and lifted Li Mufeng's chin. Seeing this, she stammered in terror, "Why, your majesty?" His majesty continued reading the contents of the book. "Little eunuch, you have successfully attracted my attention." Seeing the innocent little eunuch wanting to leave, his majesty wrapped an arm around his waist. Then Ma Shangfeng gradually moved closer to Li Mufeng. Seeing this, she trembled in fear and hugged herself. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Ma Shangfeng reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist, startling her into panic. He continued reading the contents of the story she had written. The little eunuch said, "Your Majesty, this servant does not want to." But his majesty smiled coldly. "Even if you do not want to, you must want it for me." She hurriedly cried out, "Why, your majesty?" Ma Shangfeng did not listen and continued reading the book, frightening her even more. After saying this, his majesty lowered his head and touched those lips of the little eunuch. He kissed him while saying, "Little eunuch, tonight I will make you belong to me." With that, he bent down and moved closer to her. Hearing this, she panicked in fear and screamed inwardly no. Just then, the palace door was pushed open. The Empress Dowager rushed in and said, "Your Majesty." As soon as she stepped in, she immediately saw Ma Shangfeng pushing Li Mufeng against the wall and cried out in alarm. After a while, Ma Shangfeng hurriedly sat down in a chair and hid that storybook among his own books. The Empress Dowager also sat beside him. He smiled and asked, "Why has Imperial Mother come here?" Li Mufeng was pouring tea at this moment and heard the Empress Dowager reply, "The legitimate daughter of the Li family, Li Mufeng, has returned." Hearing this, she was startled and spilled a cup of tea. She thought, "The legitimate daughter of the Li family? Didn't I transmigrate into the legitimate daughter of the Li family?" Seeing this, Xiao Xinzi said, "So clumsy. Hurry and clean it up." Li Mufeng quickly replied, "Yes." The Empress Dowager continued, "I was thinking that the girl's illness has more or less recovered. Your marriage should also be gradually prepared. Your Majesty ought to give it more thought as well." After saying this, she glanced toward Li Mufeng. Seeing it, Li Mufeng broke out in a sweat. The Empress Dowager continued with a smile, "It just so happens that Chun'er sent over some rare treasures. I wanted to invite the girl here to take a look and, at the same time, hold a welcoming banquet for her. Fenger, what do you think?" Ma Shangfeng replied, "Imperial Mother may decide." Hearing this, Li Mufeng panicked and thought, "Looks like someone has disguised themselves as the original owner." She hurriedly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, shall this servant go welcome Miss Li?" She thought to herself, "I should go meet her myself and also meet the original owner's family while I'm at it." After hearing this, the Empress Dowager said, She pondered, speaking of the legitimate daughter of the Li family. His reaction seemed a little too strong. A future empress raised outside the capital and a little eunuch. This is getting rather interesting. At the Li residence, Li Mufeng arrived and waved her hand, saying, "You eunuchs stand outside the gate." The eunuchs immediately replied, "Yes." Lin Rulan said, "Eunuch Li, please wait a moment. My daughter is still changing." Li Mufeng looked at her and thought, "So this must be the original owner's mother, Lin Rulan." She looked at her in confusion. The person has already gone in, so why is she still here? Could she be waiting for me? She hurriedly called out, "Mother." Just then, a young lady stepped out and said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Lin Rulan then said, "Why did you take so long changing? Eunuch Li has been waiting for you." Seeing this, Li Mufeng was startled. She doesn't look like the original owner." Lin Rulan introduced them. "Fenger, this is Eunuch Li, His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant. Eunuch Li, this is my daughter, Li Mufeng." As soon as that girl saw Li Mufeng, she was startled and dropped her bracelet, shattering it. Li Mufeng was shocked and thought, "She is Li Mufeng? Then who am I?" The girl said in astonishment, "It's you." Li Mufeng frowned and looked toward that girl. She had originally thought someone was impersonating her, but the current situation did not seem quite right. Lin Rulan asked worriedly, "Fenger, are you feeling unwell again?" That girl quickly said, "I'm fine. My hand just slipped." Lin Rulan hurriedly said, "It's good that you're fine." Li Mufeng was filled with doubt. If she is merely an imposter, she and I look completely different, so why doesn't the original owner's mother recognize me? Could there be a problem with the system? No, multiple verifications have to be carried out before it can proceed. It probably isn't a system issue. But if it isn't a system issue, then what is going on right now? Lin Rulon looked toward Li Mufeng, coughed once, and said, "It is getting late. Since Feng is ready, then I will trouble Eunuch Li to escort her into the palace." Li Mufeng was startled and said, "Yes, Miss Li, this way, please." She thought, "Looks like I still have to investigate this matter again." Li Mufeng still gritted her teeth as she looked toward Lin Rulon. "She really doesn't recognize me?" In the carriage, that Miss Li asked, "Eunuch Li, what is wrong? Why are you sighing?" Li Mufeng was startled and replied, "I am fine." There was still half a month before the editing department would contact her. She then said to that girl, "I just remembered a play called The Civet Cat Exchange for the Crown Prince. Has Miss Li ever heard of it? Perhaps I can eliminate the possibility of whether this matter has anything to do with this person." She continued, "That story is very interesting. It tells of a cuckoo occupying another's nest. In the end, the civet cat in the story is executed, and the crown prince returns to his rightful place. That ending delights many people and also illustrates the principle that anyone who tries to replace someone else will ultimately walk toward destruction. If Miss Li has time, you may go listen to it." That Miss Li smiled and replied, "All right. If I have time, I will listen to it." "Thank you for the recommendation, Eunuch Li," Li Mufeng replied. "You are too polite." She observed the girl's expression and worried inwardly. "Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her, but I keep feeling that something about her is unusual." The carriage arrived at the palace gate. A eunuch called out, "Eunuch Li, we have arrived." She thought to herself, "Forget it. I should wait until after I investigate the Li residence before saying anything." Inside the palace hall, the palace maids had begun dancing. Li Mufeng clutched her stomach and ran to Ma Shangfeng, sweating as she said, "Your Majesty, this servant has a stomachache and wishes to go to the latrine." His Majesty nodded and said, He glanced at her pretense and thought, finding another excuse to leave again. With permission granted, Li Mufeng immediately slipped away. Ma Shangfeng waved his hand, signaling someone to follow. Amu immediately replied, as commanded, and followed her. At this moment, Li Mufeng was walking outside and thinking, the most urgent matter is still to go to the Li residence and see whether, in everyone's eyes, that girl is the real Li Mufeng. She looked around for a while, then draped the cloak over herself. Good heavens, this outfit is a little hard to wear. Amu was still staring closely after her when he suddenly saw her disappear without a trace and was startled. Where did she go? He immediately jumped down. Hearing the sound, Li Mufeng turned back and was startled. Someone's there? Seeing that person looking around, she worried. Is he looking for me? Seeing no one there, Amu immediately jumped onto the roof. Seeing this, Li Mufeng frowned. I want to see what this person is following me for. Amu used lightness skill to run lightly across the rooftops, his figure nimble like a ghost in the night. Every leap was as light as a feather, leaving not the slightest trace. Below, Li Mufeng, wearing the invisibility cloak, ran after him in exhaustion, each step feeling as heavy as if it were dragged down by tons of weight. As she ran, she silently wailed, SOS. Why does everyone know lightness skill? Looks like the next time I contact the editing department, I have to ask for a pair of wings too. She panted heavily, her legs feeling as though they were about to fall apart, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted in chasing Amu. Suddenly, he landed on a rooftop near the Imperial study, his movements as light as a feather. Li Mufeng hurriedly hid in a dark corner, her eyes fixed on his every movement. Sweat poured down and soaked her forehead, but she did not bother wiping it. In her heart, question after question rang out. What is he doing at the Imperial study? Could it be that his target isn't me? But she silently stepped closer to the door of the Imperial study. Suddenly, she stopped short. Before her stood a tall, muscular guard keeping watch outside. Compared to him, she was nothing more than a small, weak shadow. Li Mufeng compared the two sides and swallowed dryly, crying bitterly inside. No, even if I put on the invisibility cloak, it doesn't change the fact that I can't walk through walls. Her gaze swept around, trying hard to find a way in. Looking up at the roof, she silently measured the distance from where she stood to there. Seeing that the distance was far too great, she silently added another request, and the ability to jump high. Since there was no reasonable way to sneak inside, Li Mufeng patiently waited outside the Imperial study until an hour later. A cold wind blew past, making her shiver. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she could not help yawning. She thought, why still hasn't he come out? Forget it. No matter who he came here for, he will definitely appear again. Right now, the more important thing is to solve the question of who I am first. She raised her head and looked at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight was gentle, but her heart was in chaos. It's a little late now. If I leave the palace at this hour, it will be very late when I return. His Majesty may become suspicious. Maybe I should go find a virtuous prince first and see if he knows what is going on. After deciding, she quietly walked to a corner, took off the invisibility cloak, and quickly left. But before she could get far, the conversation of several young ladies unexpectedly reached her ears. His Majesty treats Miss Lee so well. I can't believe he would even lower himself to personally escort her back to her residence. Of course, don't you know who Miss Lee is? She is the future empress. Hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled. She quietly turned her head back, her gaze focusing on the two young ladies standing nearby. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her heart was full of doubt. Ma Shangfeng is escorting the fake Li Mufeng home? She immediately turned back to look at the two young ladies and heard them continue chatting. I'm so envious. I want to receive His Majesty's love, too. Me too, even if I could only be a maid. These words made Li Mufeng uncomfortable, not because of jealousy, but because of doubt. The historical records stated that Ma Shangfeng's initial affection for Li Mufeng began when Ma Shangfeng escorted Li Mufeng back to her residence, and they encountered an assassination on the way. Li Mufeng sacrificed herself to save him. But wasn't that supposed to happen half a year later? Why is it happening early? Forget it. The current situation is already extremely strange, so it can be considered normal for it to happen early. She muttered, I should hurry back first. If I didn't transmigrate into the wrong person, and I miss this life and death destined romance, it will be even more troublesome later. With that determination, she turned and walked quickly to find the virtuous prince. Li Mufeng hurried back to the palace. As soon as she arrived, she saw Xiao Xinzi ordering the palace maid around busily. Hey, put that down gently. Don't break it. This is a jade table gifted by the kingdom of Persia. Be careful. As soon as she saw Xiao Xinzi, she was overjoyed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. She thought happily, Xiao Xinzi is still here. I made it in time. She quickly ran over and called Xiao Xinzi, then asked, where is His Majesty? Xiao Xinzi turned around. As soon as he saw her, he frowned, his voice full of reproach. You still have the nerve to mention His Majesty? His Majesty has gone to escort Miss Lee back to her residence. I searched for you for ages and had no choice but to arrange for someone else to follow. Xiao Xinzi's words left Li Mufeng stunned. She asked in shock, what? His Majesty has already set off. Without time to think further, she turned to run, but Xiao Xinzi grabbed her. He frowned, pulled her arm, and said, where are you going? Hurry back with me to prepare the things for His Majesty's bedchamber duties. Then Xiao Xinzi dragged her away. She struggled, trying to break free, and shouted loudly, hey, I'm going after His Majesty. Let me go first. Xiao Xinzi frowned and replied in a cold voice, go back with me, little Li. As a eunuch, you must clearly recognize your own status. Do not think about things that do not belong to you. Just then, a calm, steady voice rang out. What play is being performed here? Both she and Xiao Xinzi turned their heads and saw Ma Shangchen appear, his eyes full of interest. When Li Mufeng saw Ma Shangchen, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she inwardly cried, virtuous prince. Both Xiao Xinzi and she bowed. Xiao Xinzi lowered his head and respectfully said, this servant greets your highness, the virtuous prince. She said in an extremely small voice, Ma Shangchen, save me. Ma Shangchen chuckled softly. He put an arm around her shoulders in a friendly manner and said, little Li, go for a stroll with me. Xiao Xinzi, you don't have any objections, do you? Xiao Xinzi hurriedly replied in a deeply respectful voice, this servant would not dare. Please, your highness. Hearing this, she immediately stuck her tongue out at Xiao Xinzi to tease him, then followed Ma Shangchen out. After they had walked for a while, he glanced at her and asked, tell me, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? She hurriedly replied, your highness, virtuous prince, I want to find His Majesty. He smiled and nodded. All right, let's go. I'll take you out of the palace. She looked up in surprise and asked, you aren't going to ask why I'm looking for His Majesty? He replied casually, his voice full of indulgence. What is the point of asking you about these things? I told you before, as long as it is something you want to do, no matter what it is, I will help you. She stared blankly at him, her mind tangled into knots. What exactly is their relationship? Why does it look so abnormal? Suddenly, he wrapped an arm around her waist, his deep yet powerful voice ringing out. Hold on tight. Before she could react, she felt her entire body become light as Ma Shangshan carried her and flew upward using lightness skill. The wind blew past her ears. She gave a faint smile and loudly asked, "Your Highness, virtuous prince, what do you think about Li Mufeng's appearance today?" The hidden guards in the palace saw the virtuous prince taking Li Mufeng and using lightness skill to leap across the palace rooftops as they left and immediately gathered to discuss it. The virtuous prince is running around the imperial palace again. I hope no palace maid sees him this time and misunderstands, thinking a flower thief has appeared in the palace. Last time, I really thought there was a flower thief. In the end, I discovered that the virtuous prince had dragged his majesty along to compete over whose lightness skill was better. Soft laughter sounded among the hidden guards, but they quickly returned to order and continued their duties. In the distance, Amu was silently watching from a dark corner. When he saw the virtuous prince carrying Li Mufeng away, his gaze immediately sharpened. He frowned in surprise and thought, why is he with the virtuous prince? Without hesitation, Amu used lightness skill to chase after them, his figure sweeping across the rooftops like a gust of wind without making any sound. At this moment, in midair, Ma Shangshan turned to look at Li Mufeng. The corners of his lips lifted in a teasing smile. Miss Li is quite pretty too. The sudden remark startled Li Mufeng, and a thought flashed through her mind. He called her Miss Li? Suddenly, Ma Shangshan smiled wickedly as he looked at Li Mufeng, who was lost in thought, and let go. Seeing this, she was startled. As she fell, she let out a miserable scream and cried out. While she was in free fall, a strong arm reached out, wrapped tightly around her waist, and pulled her back into Ma Shangshan's arms. He smiled, his eyes bright with mischief, and asked, "Well, exciting, wasn't it?" Then he burst out laughing. She gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, "Exciting my foot." Her heart was filled with suppressed anger as she repeated over and over to herself, "He is the virtuous prince. I cannot beat him to death. He is the virtuous prince. I cannot beat him to death." Ma Shangshan laughed loudly, completely unconcerned by her anger. "You're still as fun to tease as before." His words made Li Mufeng freeze in surprise. Before? That's right. I can probe into what happened between him and the original owner before. She then asked, trying to make her tone sound natural. "Speaking of which, it has been a long time since we last met. I remember you did not plan to return to the capital so soon back then. Why did you come back early this time?" Ma Shangshan stopped and set her down on the ground, his sharp gaze examining her as if he wanted to see through her heart. Li Mufeng broke out in a cold sweat, her heart in chaos. That expression of his, could it be that he and the original owner were not close enough to discuss this matter? Or has he seen that something is wrong with me? Just as Li Mufeng was worrying anxiously, Ma Shangshan suddenly chuckled, breaking the tense atmosphere. "I thought you only cared about Imperial Brother and had no intention of caring about me." Li Mufeng let out a sigh of relief. But before she could feel happy, Ma Shangshan continued, "Originally, I planned to return half a year later, but I heard that you had disappeared, so I came back." She was stunned and struggled to catch up as he strode forward. Ma Shangshan suddenly lifted a tree branch and said with a teasing smile, "Now that I mention it, I also want to ask you. Back then, you said you liked my Imperial Brother and asked me to help you, so I specially arranged a palace-made identity for you to enter the palace. So why have you become a eunuch now?" Before Li Mufeng could react, Ma Shangshan let go. She was caught by the branch. She silently looked at him, her eyes full of fury, but in her heart she still kept calming herself down so that she would not go mad and beat him to death. "He is the virtuous prince. I cannot beat him to death. He is the virtuous prince. I cannot beat him to death." Seeing her stuck, Ma Shangshan hurriedly pulled her down. After pulling her down, Ma Shangshan hurriedly changed the subject, pointed to a horse, and said, "Imperial Brother has been out for some time. Let's quickly go find him. Otherwise, if his heart ends up following Miss Li, don't come crying to me." Li Mufeng gritted her teeth and felt utterly helpless. She thought, "My native language is speechlessness. Forget it. I'll settle accounts with him next time." But from what the virtuous prince said, he was the one who brought me into the palace. He doesn't know that I am Li Mufeng. Ma Shangshan placed her onto the horse, then climbed up himself and gave the reins a hard slap. The horse charged forward. Li Mufeng held her head, 100,000 whys appearing in her mind. She thought to herself, could it really be that there was a problem with the system, and the person I transmigrated into is not Li Mufeng, but someone else? Meanwhile, outside the Li residence, that fake Li Mufeng was bending down in a bow, her voice soft as she said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for escorting this official's daughter back to her residence." Ma Shangfeng, dignified yet still gentle, gave a slight nod and replied, That Li Mufeng took a jade pendant from her sleeve and carefully presented it before the emperor. Smiling, she said, "This is a jade pendant this official's daughter made while staying at the estate. I wonder whether Your Majesty likes it." His Majesty reached out to accept it, but just then, the sound of horse hooves rang out in the distance. His Majesty turned his head, surprise appearing in his eyes when he saw Ma Shangchen riding over with another person on the horse. At the same time, the fake Li Mufeng unconsciously withdrew the jade pendant, a trace of displeasure flashing across her face as her hand tightened around the gift she had intended to present. Ma Shangchen quickly helped Li Mufeng down from the horse. Seeing this scene, Ma Shangfeng frowned, his voice deepening with scrutiny. "Why are the two of you here?" Li Mufeng pulled a branch stuck in her hair down while lowering her head and stammering, "This servant." Alarm bells rang in her heart. Oh no! Once again, I don't know what excuse to use to answer Ma Shangfeng. Ma Shangchen stepped forward and prepared to explain. "Your Majesty, the thing is..." But before he could finish speaking, a cold flash suddenly appeared. A sharp arrow stabbed into the ground right in front of Ma Shangchen. Everyone was startled and shouted, "Assassins! Protect His Majesty!" A group of black-clad figures surged over like a whirlwind, attacking the line of guards ferociously. Ma Shangfeng's horse was frightened, neighed loudly, and galloped away. Ma Shangchen shouted, "Imperial brother!" That Miss Li also said fearfully, "Your Majesty." The black-clad assassins pointed toward Li Mufeng and said, "Capture him." Li Mufeng panicked and ran toward Ma Shangfeng. But along the way, the assassins chasing after her tripped over branches and stones and fell flat on their faces. This scene made her freeze, her eyes full of bewilderment. She thought, forget about them. There's no time to care about them anymore. Saving Ma Shangfeng is more important. She rushed forward and arrived just in time to see Ma Shangfeng being forced to the edge of a cliff by the black-clad assassins. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and her heart filled with worry. What is going on? Wasn't this supposed to be just a simple beauty saving the hero scene? How did it turn into a life-and-death situation? Ma Shangfeng was now standing on a rocky outcrop, forced back toward the cliff by the black-clad assassins. Seeing this, she broke out in a sweat. The historical record stated that because Ma Shangfeng possessed excellent martial arts, he did not encounter any life-and-death trials. But now there are so many errors. What if something really happens to him? Once again, she hid in the bushes. She ran to Ma Shangfeng and shouted, "Your Majesty, move aside." He was startled. Ma Shangfeng turned around, his eyes surprised when he saw her charging over. But at that very moment, an assassin swung his sword. The sharp blade struck her shoulder. A piercing pain shot through her. After being cut, Li Mufeng gritted her teeth and thought, "It hurts. I can't break in time." Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng was shocked. I didn't expect that he truly wanted to save me. However, because she could not stop in time, she ended up pushing both herself and Ma Shangfeng off the cliff. Seeing this, Li Mufeng hugged him, tears streaming down her face. I forgot to ask the department chief whether seeking death on my own counts as a workplace injury. Ma Shangfeng recalled that a Mu had once asked him, "Your Majesty, little Li's story." He had replied, "I have my own sense of propriety. Leave it like this for now. Go handle the matters I instructed you to handle." Then the scene changed. He tucked the blanket around Li Mufeng. After some time, Li Mufeng woke up, startled, sprang upright, and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." Ma Shangfeng was sitting beside her with a book in his arms. Hearing that, he was startled and said, "You're awake? Do you still feel unwell anywhere?" As soon as she saw him, she got out of bed and said, "This servant is fine. Is your Majesty all right?" Suddenly, she looked down at herself and saw she was wearing only inner clothes. She was so shocked she panicked. She glanced again at Ma Shangfeng, who was smiling, and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, my clothes were taken off. She imagined the scene of Ma Shangfeng undressing her, seeing the light shining on her chest, and sweat stream down her face. Does he know I'm a woman now? Ma Shangfeng coughed, drawing her attention, and her face flushed bright red. At this moment, both of them cried out at the same time, Ma Shangfeng smiled and said, you speak first. He looked at her and secretly thought, he's blushing like this. It seems that matter really is true. Li Mufeng then asked softly, you know? Ma Shangfeng nodded and said, After hearing that, Li Mufeng felt as if she had been struck by lightning on a clear day. In her heart, she cried, he knows everything. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this servant truly did not mean to do this. But Ma Shangfeng said, I understand. After hearing that, she scratched her head. Your Majesty really understands? He nodded and replied, Hearing this, Li Mufeng was doubtful. I haven't even had time to explain my identity. How does he understand already? Ma Shangfeng took out the book and said, I know your feelings toward me. You saved me. Although this matter is shocking to the entire world, I am not a narrow-minded person. I can allow you to remain by my side. As for anything else, do not think about it anymore. Li Mufeng looked at the novel in Ma Shangfeng's hand and was startled. She thought, this is from that book. It says he fell in love with His Majesty at first sight, and because of that, he voluntarily entered the palace to become His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant, just to stay by his side. The madly devoted, beautiful bottom and the tyrannical emperor. Li Mufeng was horrified. Last time, after I finished writing the novel, I couldn't sleep, so I wrote this little story out of boredom. She did not dare look directly at Ma Shangfeng and asked, What you said you understood. Was this? She broke out in sweat. Wait, so he wasn't saying he knew I was a woman? Ma Shangfeng immediately asked in return, What else would it be? She glanced at her own clothes and asked, Then my clothes. He smiled and said, At the time your hand was injured. For convenience, I removed your outer clothes. What, was that not allowed? After hearing his words, she automatically understood his meaning in her head as, You are hard to distinguish as male or female. You are male, including your outer clothes. She said in pain, No, it's nothing. Of course it was allowed. In her heart, she cried, He already took off my clothes. But Ma Shangfeng still didn't realize I'm a woman? Is my chest really that flat? Ma Shangfeng said to her, No need to overthink. Focus on recovering. She could only reply, Yes. In her heart, she cursed him. I don't know whether he's grateful or not, but I really want to poke his eyes blind. You blind fool. That night, after Li Mufeng had fallen deeply asleep, a Mu appeared at the window and handed a letter to Ma Shangfeng. Your Majesty, just as you predicted, after the prudent prince learned that you had fallen off the cliff, he secretly contacted many high officials to prepare to return to the capital. This is the list. He took the list and asked, What about the virtuous prince? A Mu said, The virtuous prince informed the Empress Dowager of your news. The Empress Dowager is now sending people to search for you. The virtuous prince is in the imperial palace, pretending to be you. He nodded and said, Continue watching that side. Tomorrow, lure that person here. A Mu immediately replied, Yes. He smiled, thinking, It's time to draw in the net. The next morning, a rooster crowed loudly outside. Li Mufeng sprang up, looked around, and thought, Where's His Majesty? Hoofbeats. Someone's here. She immediately put on the invisibility cloak, trembling in fear as she thought, Put it on first. What if the person coming is an enemy, not a friend? Her worries came true. A group of black-clad assassins kicked the door open and rushed in, saying, The master said we must find that person and kill them on the spot. Yes. The black-clad assassins walked inside. Seeing this, she gasped, Good thing I knew in advance. As soon as she went outside, she saw Ma Shangfeng heading toward this room and fearfully thought. Ma Shangfeng looked up behind him and saw the black-clad assassins, becoming even more alarmed. One black-clad assassin heard the sound and immediately turned, noticing Ma Shangfeng's direction. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was startled and thought, There's no time. Forget it. I can't worry about anything else for now. So she immediately ran over, pouncing toward Ma Shangfeng and knocking him down. That black-clad assassin turned and told the other subordinates, You search this side. I'll go over there and take a look. They replied, Yes. At this moment, Li Mufeng hugged Ma Shangfeng tightly, pressing him beneath her to prevent him from being discovered by the assassins. Ma Xiangfeng reached out and grabbed hold of her, but because he could not see her, he was utterly confused. Li Mufeng gritted her teeth and endured it. Li Mufeng, you have to endure. If you let go now, everything before this will have been for nothing. Hurry up and leave, big brother. Don't just stand there. That black-clad assassin was still looking around. When she saw him leave, she let out a sigh of relief. He finally left. Suddenly, Ma Xiangfeng sat up, startling her. That black-clad assassin heard the movement and turned around, looking behind him in confusion. She once again used all her strength to press Ma Xiangfeng down. That black-clad assassin said in confusion, "Chem? No one there." He turned back and said to his subordinates, "There's no one here. Go farther ahead and take a look." The subordinates said, "Yes." Hearing this, Li Mufeng sighed in relief and sat up. Then she was suddenly startled when she saw that her body had been tied up. She was shocked. Where did this rope come from? Ma Xiangfeng had grabbed hold of her and said, "Although I do not know what kind of thing you are, you dare play tricks and pretend to be a ghost in front of me." Hearing this, she trembled and thought, "What do I do? What do I do? Once he touches my collar and takes off my clothes, I'll be caught red-handed. Wait, I think I'm focusing on the wrong thing. No, I can still save myself a little." She immediately kicked him in the groin, making him tremble in pain as he said, "I never expected a fiend like you would dare kick me." She hurriedly fled in panic. But Ma Xiangfeng continued chasing after her, frightening her. She ran up to a tree. Seeing that the tree was blocking her way, she was extremely frightened. She turned back and saw that Ma Xiangfeng had appeared at some point and was reaching toward her, making her even more terrified. "I'm dead." Suddenly, the voices of the black-clad assassins rang out, shouting, "So the person really is here." That black-clad assassin immediately held his sword and advanced toward Ma Xiangfeng, saying, "Go, play with our emperor for a while." Seeing this, she thought fearfully. Again, a black-clad assassin swung his sword toward him and said, "Be gentle. The master said we only need to capture him alive. Anything else is fine." "Yes." Seeing this, Ma Xiangfeng gritted his teeth. He immediately used light in his skill to leap to the side. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was frightened. "No, one look, and you can tell these people are enemies." Ma Xiangfeng removed his cloak, kicked one black-clad assassin with one leg, and threw another black-clad assassin away with his other hand. The sword of one black-clad assassin fell. Li Mufeng looked at the sword and thought, "I absolutely cannot let Ma Xiangfeng fall into their hands." She immediately ran to a tree trunk and rubbed the rope against it until it broke. Then she immediately ran toward the sword. At this moment, one black-clad assassin was using his own blood to draw that symbol on the paving stones. Li Mufeng tried to lift the sword, but because she was weak, she suffered miserably. "It's so heavy. Your Majesty, I'm here to save you. SOS. This sword is too heavy." At this moment, a Mu was hiding on a tree branch. Seeing a piece of cloth floating, he frowned and thought, "Is this Li Mufeng?" Li Mufeng was trying hard to lift the sword, but because it was too heavy, it immediately fell again and made a sound. Hearing this, the black-clad assassins looked toward the sword in confusion and asked, "What is that?" Li Mufeng was startled and panicked, thinking, "Oh my God, why did the invisibility cloaked here?" She reached behind herself and muttered fearfully, "You can't see me. You can't see me." But in reality, it had torn a huge hole. Seeing this, her eyes nearly popped out. She immediately ran to a bush and hid inside, holding two bamboo leaves over her head. "You can't see me. You can't see me." But when the crowd saw two leaves suddenly appear in midair, they were so frightened their mouths fell open. One black-clad assassin ordered, "Hurry up." The remaining men immediately replied, "Yes," then rushed toward Ma Xiangfeng. "Charge!" Li Mufeng took off her cloak and looked toward Ma Xiangfeng. When a person is unlucky, even drinking water can make them choke to death. I almost exposed myself, but in reality, she had already exposed herself. She immediately rolled up the cloak and thought, "Shrink smaller. Let me take you back." But because it could not be retrieved, she immediately threw it aside. "Forget it." Then she held a sword and rushed toward the black-clad assassins. "Let His Majesty go." Ma Xiangfeng and the black-clad assassin were both startled when they saw her suddenly appear and charge toward them. Li Mufeng hurriedly blocked in front of Ma Xiangfeng. Seeing this, he was shocked. "I never expected that from me. He could risk his life like this." Meanwhile, she thought in pain, "The sword is really heavy." He shook his head, signaling to one assassin. The assassin understood, nodded, took a flute from his clothes, and began to play. After hearing it, the remaining people all became dizzy. Some even retched and fell down. Li Mufeng also got a terrible headache from the piercing sound. I've never heard someone play the flute so badly it caused a dizzying effect. The sound of the flute summoned a swarm of snakes. As soon as Li Mufeng saw them, she was so frightened her face turned pale. She threw the sword aside, threw herself into Ma Shangfeng's arms, and cried out in fear, "Snakes! They bite!" Ma Shangfeng frowned as he looked at the snakes rushing over. He immediately swung his sword and cut them down one by one, then smiled. He held her and said, "It's all right now," she said in shock. "Hey." Suddenly, she saw him fall down and panicked. "Your Majesty." She immediately ran over, intending to hold his head, because in her heart she was thinking, "You can't hit your head when you fall. You'll become stupid." But because she moved too quickly, she instead smashed into Ma Shangfeng's head, causing both of them to fall down. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of her. That black-clad assassin ordered, "Take them away." Amu now ran to the invisibility cloak, picked it up, and exclaimed in shock, "This is..." After a while, the black-clad assassins captured Li Mufeng and Ma Shangfeng and threw them into a prison cell. "Get inside." Li Mufeng looked at Ma Shangfeng and thought, "Your Majesty." She reached out to check his breathing. Fortunately, he's still alive. It's just this venomous snake. Before I transmigrated, I was worried I'd cause trouble in the harem, so I drank a universal antidote in advance. It happens to be useful now. She immediately helped him sit up and suck the poison out of the snake bite. In reality, he had not fainted at all. Seeing her do this, he thought, I never expected he truly would disregard everything for my sake. Meanwhile, Li Mufeng was worried. "Hey, big brother, I spent so much effort saving you. You absolutely must not die. If you die, history will collapse, and my bonus will disappear too." After Li Mufeng sucked the poison out of Ma Shangfeng, she sighed in relief. Finally finished. Why does something still seem a little off? She turned and unexpectedly saw that Ma Shangfeng had woken up. His gaze met hers, making her startled, blushing, and stammering, You're... Li Mufeng called softly, but before she could finish, she suddenly heard movement in the distance. She immediately reacted by covering Ma Shangfeng's mouth, leaning close to his ear, and whispering, "Shh, don't talk." Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng looked at Li Mufeng with eyes full of doubt. "I wasn't planning to talk anyway." Before he could react, Li Mufeng had already made him lie down and kept him still. Just then, a figure appeared from the direction of the wall, and a low voice rang out, "Awake!" As soon as Li Mufeng saw the wall, an idea immediately came to her. She pretended to be weak, her face pale, and said softly, "No, I am asleep. Come back in a bit." Then she immediately collapsed to the ground, acting out a fainting scene so realistic it could not be more real. Su Xiang slowly sneered, his eyes not wavering at all before this clumsy performance. He stepped over Li Mufeng and walked straight toward Ma Shangfeng. Seeing this, Li Mufeng immediately sprang up and rushed over to block Ma Shangfeng, saying loudly, "I'm awake. If you have anything to say, just come to me. I am His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant. Looking for me is the same thing." In her heart, she cried bitterly, thinking, "Forget it. It's still better if I die than if he dies. If I die, I can still return to the modern era, but if he dies, history will collapse." Ma Shangfeng sat up, his eyes stopping on Li Mufeng as an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. "I never expected he would love me to this extent. It seems what was written in that book was true after all." Su Xiang came closer, pressing toward Li Mufeng, and said in a voice full of contempt, "You are this dog emperor's personal eunuch attendant, so you know everything about him?" Li Mufeng bit her lip, nodded firmly, and replied, "Of course. As His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant, from which young lady he is favored to where he wet the bed that day, I know everything. So if you have anything to do, just aim it at me." As she spoke, her heart was both afraid and regretful, but she still tried hard to appear confident. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng's face flushed bright red. He was so embarrassed by the words, "wet the bed," that he wanted to find a place to hide. Su Xiang nodded, searched his person for something, then took out a small medicine bottle. He curled his lips into a smile and said, Seeing this, Li Mufeng was frightened. Is he about to take out the dragon-slaying saber to kill me? I'd better think about how to report this mistake to Chief Li. Unexpectedly, Su Xiang slowly took out a bottle of medicine. He shook the bottle and smiled sinisterly. "Although killing you would be very simple, I'm a civilized person and do not wish to kill. So I can only invite you to eat some sweet candy. Inside this bottle are gut-wrenching and liver-severing pills, all kinds of poison. Only one pill is not poisonous. Before he could finish speaking, Li Mufeng snatched the medicine bottle away. She poured everything in her mouth, swallowing with loud gulps without the slightest hesitation. Su Xiang froze, his expression changing. Li Mufeng wiped her mouth and said calmly, is there more? If that wasn't enough, I can drink a little more. Right, what is the final poisonous pill in this bottle of yours? It tastes pretty good. I could drink a few more. As she spoke, she tossed the empty bottle aside. In her heart, she thought, thank goodness it was only poison. I was scared to death. Just poison. How lucky. Su Xiang stared at her, stunned and unable to speak. Meanwhile, for the first time in his life, Ma Shangfeng felt so shocked he was speechless. In his eyes, Li Mufeng's figure suddenly became more unfathomable than ever. Seeing Li Mufeng eagerly swallow all the poison and remain calm, Su Xiang broke out in sweat and stammered, there's no need. Since you've taken the medicine, we can have a proper talk. Little eunuch, do you know where the Dog Emperor's imperial jade seal is hidden? Li Mufeng's eyes lit up, and she replied enthusiastically, you want me to steal the imperial jade seal for you? Sure. Hearing this, Su Xiang was so shocked he trembled, thinking, what is wrong with this person? Why isn't this going the way I imagine? Li Mufeng was now extremely confident. In her heart, she thought smugly, as someone who has read countless novels and palace intrigue dramas, I knew that after making me drink poison, he would definitely make me do something. Su Xiang glanced at Ma Shangfeng as if wanting to ask his opinion, but Ma Shangfeng hurriedly shook his head, his eyes full of vigilance. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was confused. She turned to look at Ma Shangfeng. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng immediately lay down, pretending to close his eyes as if he were still unconscious, lying motionless. Seeing him still lying there, Li Mufeng angrily turned back and said to Su Xiang, I already said, if you have anything, come to me. Why do you keep looking at His Majesty? Will he wake up just because you look at him? Just tell me how you want me to steal the imperial jade seal. But without waiting for Su Xiang to answer, she sighed and said, forget it. Relying on you is useless. How about this? In a bit, send one more person into the palace to monitor me. When the time comes, I'll say that person is a eunuch following me. Then I'll steal the imperial jade seal out and give it to you in exchange for my antidote. How is that? Don't hesitate anymore. They'll discover that His Majesty has vanished very soon. I want to look at His Majesty a little longer. You go have people prepare first. After offering a series of excellent strategies for stealing the imperial jade seal for her own kidnapper, Li Mufeng patted Su Xiang lightly on the shoulder. After hearing her plan, Su Xiang was filled with fear, trembling as he nodded and answered weakly, She looked at him, her heart full of pain as she thought, just who was the villain here? Before leaving, Li Mufeng still looked back in worry, bowed her head, and said softly to Ma Shangfeng, Your Majesty, don't be afraid. After I go out, I will definitely find someone to save you. Wait for this servant. After saying this, she ran off with another fake eunuch. Seeing that Li Mufeng had gone far away, Ma Shangfeng sat up and watched her back, his gaze complicated. He thought, being protected by a little eunuch is rather interesting. After Li Mufeng left, Su Xiang sat on a tree branch, playing with an apple in his hand. When the carriage carrying Li Mufeng gradually disappeared from sight, Su Xiang immediately jumped down and saluted the person beside him. Your Majesty, this subject has arranged everything. The prudent prince already knows you are in this subject's hands. At the same time, he has taken the initiative to wait until the imperial jade seal is obtained, and then he will meet up with this subject. Ma Shangfeng nodded and said coldly, Su Xiang hesitated, then continued asking, It's just that you are not poisoned. The prudent prince has a divine physician in his hands. Perhaps your Majesty should let old tin bite you again. Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng's face turned red, sweat breaking out. He reached out, and a snake immediately crawled onto his wrist. It was Old Tin. Looking at the snake named Old Tin in his hand, he unconsciously remembered the scene of Li Mufeng sucking out the poison for him, and an indescribable feeling flashed through his heart. Little eunuch. Meanwhile, in the emperor's sleeping palace, Li Mufeng had already returned to the imperial palace. She signaled to the person beside her, nodded, then stepped inside. A guard came forward, cupped his hands, and said, Eunuch Li, you've returned? His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. This way, please. The guard led Li Mufeng inside, then said to the other person, this eunuch should wait outside the gate. Your Majesty, eunuch Li has returned. Seeing this, she was utterly confused. Li Mufeng walked in, and before she could say anything, a tall man came forward, spread his arms, and hugged her tightly, saying, Little Li, you finally came back. She was startled and pushed away the person whose face looked exactly like Ma Shangfeng's, her heart full of fear as she secretly thought, why have there been so many true and false Monkey King situations lately? Ma Shangchen winked at her, but when she looked carefully, she suddenly recognized the familiar look in that person's eyes. Her heart tightened. That's not right. Wait, that expression. He's the virtuous prince. She thought fearfully. Could this whole matter have been arranged by the virtuous prince? Ma Shangchen, who was disguised as Ma Shangfeng, slightly curled his lips and asked, Little Li, where is my imperial brother? How is my imperial brother? Where is he? Just then, footsteps sounded. Another person walked in, bowed his head, and said, Your Majesty, General Wang has arrived. That person pushed the door open, his voice low. Your Highness, this subject has found traces of His Majesty. Ma Shangchen raised his head, his eyes flashing as he looked at the newcomer. When Li Mufeng saw that person, she froze, and a storm surged in her heart. Why is this person's voice so familiar? When she saw that person, she was startled and frightened, her eyes nearly popping out. She grabbed the virtuous prince's hand and stammered, Virtuous prince, virtuous prince. He asked in shock, what's wrong? That General Wang walked in, and when he saw her expression, he immediately asked, Does Eunuch Li have information related to His Majesty that you wish to tell the virtuous prince? Li Mufeng looked at those two faces and hurriedly said, No, it's just that I'm a little tired. General Wang must have business with you. You two should talk. This servant won't disturb you. Just as she was about to run away, Ma Shangchen grabbed her. After a while, Li Mufeng walked along, thinking, there's something unclear about the situation between the virtuous prince and General Wang. Going to him for help would be no different from walking into the tiger's mouth. But who should I look for now? At this moment, a squad of soldiers passed by. When she saw the person leading them, she was shocked. It's him, Ji Fanfan, commander of the Imperial Guards, Ma Shangfeng's loyal fan in history. I've got away. Just as the two of them were about to pass each other, she gritted her teeth and thought, whatever. Then she immediately fell to the ground and said, His Majesty. When Ji Fanfan saw her, he immediately dodged and cried out, A scammer, save me. He hurriedly retreated. Li Mufeng, who had fallen to the ground, was utterly confused. Seeing this, Ji Fanfan's subordinates hurriedly ran over and said, It's all right, leader. Don't be afraid. We subordinates are all here. That's right, you have us. Ji Fanfan trembled and said, I was so scared back then. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was extremely furious. Ji Fanfan's subordinates were startled and shouted, Oh no, the leader has fainted. After a while, Li Mufeng woke up and saw Ji Fanfan looking at her in panic. Seeing that she was awake, Ji Fanfan smiled happily and said, That's right, it's me. She angrily cried out in her heart, Oh my God, this is Ji Fanfan, the legendary leader of the Imperial Guards who can fight 10 men at once and make people tremble in fear? How can I confidently entrust the great responsibility of saving His Majesty to him? Save me. She sat up and thought, Forget it. Right now, I can't find anyone else. I'll just take it one step at a time. Ji Fanfan asked her, Do you feel unwell anywhere else? The little eunuch serving you went out to get medicine and will be back in a while. If you feel unwell, I'll go out and call an imperial physician. She hurriedly said, Wait, I have something to tell you. After telling the story, she continued, That is roughly what happened. Forget it. Rather than relying on you, I might as well rely on myself. Listen to me. In a moment, secretly send people to follow me. Wait until I return to the Imperial prison and see His Majesty. Then you can appear. Now prepare a fake Imperial Jade Seal and some knockout smoke. Ji Fanfan nodded and replied, All right. 15 minutes later, Li Mufeng took the fake Imperial Jade Seal and went out, saying to the eunuch watching her, I have obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. Let's go. Li Mufeng sat in the carriage. She thought, his name is Li Trustworthy Feng, and he really is even more reliable than Ji Fanfan. If I rely on him, can I really save Ma Shangfeng? Meanwhile, Ji Fan, whom she was thinking of at that moment, was plucking a flower and smiling happily. After a while, the carriage arrived at the place where Ma Shangfeng was being held. "We are here." As soon as Li Mufeng got out of the carriage, a passageway appeared and she was pushed down into it. After falling down, she was dusting herself off when she saw Ma Shangfeng. She immediately ran over to him and checked him all over. After seeing that he was unharmed, she took his hand and said, "Your Majesty, after I went out, I ran into Commander Ji. We have already made arrangements. Do not be afraid. Leave everything here to me. Very soon, we will rescue you." He looked at her and thought, so he went out only to find people to save me, not for his own safety. For my sake, he did not hesitate to enter the palace, and now he is risking his life to save me. He truly loves me deeply. As for Li Mufeng, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing happened to him. Otherwise, all my reward money would be gone. Seeing him stare at her, Li Mufeng asked, "Your Majesty, what is wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. How are the wounds on your body? Let me take a look for you." Since Li Mufeng was currently pretending to be a eunuch, she hurriedly said, No, there's no need to be so courteous." Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng misunderstood again, thinking this little eunuch was madly in love with him. He patted her shoulder and thought, "Does he not want me to worry?" Just as he was pulling her, she suddenly turned around and, carried by the momentum, fell into his arms. He caught her and said, "Little Li, you do not need to worry that I will feel guilty. I only want to take responsibility. Do not worry. I will only take a look. I will not do anything." After saying that, he raised his hand. Hearing him, she cried inwardly, "Why does that line sound so familiar? I am not afraid that you will feel guilty. I am afraid that even after you take off my clothes, you will still think I am a man." Ma Shangfeng lightly brushed Li Mufeng's waist, feeling its softness through the thin layer of fabric. His movement was natural, yet it made her entire body stiffen. Her heart pounded wildly like a beating drum. Her outer robe slowly loosened and slipped down, revealing her fair, smooth, slender shoulder. The distance between the two of them quickly narrowed. Their breaths seemed to mingle, hot and close, making the surrounding air feel as though it had solidified. Li Mufeng lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her face flushing uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with worry. Surely he will discover that I am a woman this time, right? How should I explain it? While she was still lost in panic, Ma Shangfeng was in a completely different state of mind. His gaze seemed to be studying her as he thought. So as long as I touch him, he blushes? He reached out and gently picked up a lock of hair that had fallen over her shoulder, stroking it lightly with his fingers. His gaze lingered on her flushed face. The sharp light in his eyes seemed to be searching for something hidden. Li Mufeng was startled and stepped back, intending to avoid him, but before she could move away, Ma Shangfeng quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her close again. "That is not right," Ma Shangfeng said softly, his sharp gaze landing on her arm. Hearing Ma Shangfeng's words, Li Mufeng panicked and thought, "I am about to be exposed." But Ma Shangfeng's next words took her by surprise. This wound looked somewhat unusual. Hearing that Ma Shangfeng was suspicious of her wound rather than her gender, Li Mufeng let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly lowered her head, mumbling an explanation. "Your Majesty, this wound is..." After listening to her, Ma Shangfeng's mind was filled with confusion. He stood up in disbelief and said, "After we return, have the imperial physician bandage it for you." Li Mufeng pulled her clothes back into place, lowered her head, and said, "Oh yes." Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Forget last time. This time he already took off what he took off, even if it was only my outer robe. And he already touched what he touched, even if it was only my waist and arm. Yet in the end, he still has not discovered that I am a woman. She was angry that Ma Shangfeng was so blind that he could not tell whether she was male or female. This was an enormous blow to her. Just then, footsteps sounded. Seeing that the person arriving was Su Xiang, Li Mufeng was startled and immediately stood in front of him, saying coldly, "I already helped you obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. What else do you want?" But Su Xiang said nothing. He simply walked past her and went straight toward Ma Shangfeng. Li Mufeng watched him, her heart uneasy, thinking, "It is time to give the secret signal. I hope that Commander Lady can be a little reliable. Otherwise, we are really in trouble this time." She took a deep breath, prepared to act, and shouted no. But unexpectedly, Su Xiang dropped to his knees before Ma Shangfeng and saluted. "Your Majesty, it was a success." Before Li Mufeng could even say, "Do not," she saw Su Xiang continued telling Ma Shangfeng, "Everything was just as your majesty predicted. I pretended to surrender to the prudent prince and gained his trust." Su Xiang recalled how, when he had gone to meet the prudent prince earlier, he had said, "Prudent prince, are you truly willing to be merely a prince? Prudent prince, perhaps you are willing, but I am not. I want to become a powerful minister. How about this? I will seize the imperial jade seal and that dog emperor for you, and we will divide this realm equally. What do you think?" At this thought, Su Xiang continued, "Under my instigation, he obtained the imperial jade seal and finally decided to seize control of the realm. I have also found every clue related to his men in the palace. This is the list. The prudent prince has also been subdued by me and is imprisoned in the imperial prison. Does your majesty wish to go there now?" Ma Shangfeng turned slightly, his expression calm, as if he had already predicted everything. He nodded and replied, "Yes." Li Mufeng, who had witnessed the entire scene, belatedly realized, so all of this was planned by Ma Shangfeng. Seeing this, she felt extremely disappointed. Suddenly, he turned back. His gaze fell on her, and in a deep, warm yet commanding voice, he asked, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and follow." Li Mufeng was startled, snapping awake as if from a dream. She hurried after him and replied, "Yes." In a quiet corridor, their footsteps sounded steadily. As Ma Shangfeng walked, he glanced at Li Mufeng. His voice carried reproach, but could not hide his concern. "The medicine Su Xiang gave you earlier was not poison. It was a tonic. You are so foolish. You dare put anything into your mouth. Remember this. Even if I order you to eat or drink something strange, you are not allowed to do it." Li Mufeng forced a smile, lowered her head, and mumbled an explanation. "I understand. I only did it for your majesty." Ma Shangfeng did not answer. A trace of tenderness flashed through his eyes, but he did not notice that as he moved, a small book slipped out of his robe and fell to the ground. Su Xiang, who was walking behind them, picked up the book by chance. His gaze suddenly froze when he read the words printed on the cover. "The tyrannical emperor falls in love with a beautiful little eunuch." Su Xiang slowly raised his head and looked after the departing figures of Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng. In shock, he thought, "The tyrannical emperor falls in love with a beautiful little eunuch?" Su Xiang had misunderstood, believing that Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng were deeply in love. Inside the imperial palace, the atmosphere was completely different. Ma Shangfeng sat calmly on the high seat. Before him was a middle-aged man with a cold face and eyes full of authority. Ma Shangfeng curved his lips slightly. His voice was calm, but carried pressure. "Imperial uncle, it has been a long time." Li Mufeng stood waiting behind him, quietly observing the situation. She could not help sighing inwardly. At this moment, I finally realized that he is an emperor. In order to uncover all of the prudent prince's spies, he did not hesitate to put himself in danger. Nearby, a eunuch carried a cup of wine forward and presented it to the man forced to kneel on the ground. It was the prudent prince. Ma Shangfeng spoke coldly. "Drink it." Li Mufeng's gaze fell on the prudent prince, who had been forced to kneel and was covered in blood. Her heart surged as she thought. Even when facing his own close relative, he shows not the slightest familial affection. He kills decisively. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side, breaking the tension. "Imperial brother, these grapes are sweet too." The one who spoke was Ma Shangchen, the virtuous prince. Ma Shangchen was sitting comfortably, holding a bunch of grapes in one hand, his expression innocent, as though he had nothing to do with the schemes around him. Ma Shangfeng gave a faint smile and replied, "If you like them, then in the future, I will pick all the grapes in the palace for you." Ma Shangchen smiled brightly and joked, "Then thank you, imperial brother." Li Mufeng quietly observed them. Her gaze lingered on the relationship between Ma Shangfeng and Ma Shangchen, and she could not help wondering. Yet he trusts the virtuous prince so much. He even dared to let the virtuous prince impersonate him, handing over his life completely to him. What exactly happened later that made the two of them draw swords and turn against each other? Because of his question, she looked toward Ma Shangfeng again. While she was still lost in thought, Ma Shangfeng suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on her, and his brows furrowed slightly. "He is looking at me again." He misunderstood, thinking she liked him and wanted to look at him. So he spoke up, "Little Li, go back and rest first." She was startled, lowered her head, and said, "Yes," then left the palace. The editing department system suddenly notified her that, after investigation, there was no problem with the identity she had transmigrated into. She breathed a sigh of relief, but after walking only a short distance, a carriage stopped in front of her. From inside the carriage, a woman's voice rang out, sounding resentful. "Eunuch Lee, I have been waiting for you for so long." Li Mufeng looked up, and her gaze met that of a richly dressed woman. It was the fake Miss Li. She sat in the carriage with a smug expression. Li Mufeng stood still and did not answer. Her gaze darkened. Li Mufeng thought, the system noticed just now clearly said that there is no problem with my identity. I am Li Mufeng, the future empress of the Northern Dynasty. Then who is she? What exactly happened that caused my identity to be changed without anyone knowing? Could this be the truth behind the historical error? The other woman used a hypnotic watch and said, "Eunuch Li, you should get in now." Li Mufeng was startled and thought, oh no. She followed its command. Yes, I should get in the carriage. The woman continued using the hypnotic watch on her and asked, "Eunuch Li, do you still remember who you are?" Li Mufeng answered blankly, "I do not remember." The woman continued asking, "Then how did you enter the imperial palace?" "I do not know. When I woke up, I was already in the imperial palace." The woman smiled and said, "Very good. Eunuch Li, remember clearly, you are Li San. Since childhood, you were raised by beggars, and by a twist of fate, you entered the imperial palace and became His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant." Li Mufeng repeated after her, "I am Li San. Since childhood, I was raised by beggars, and by a twist of fate, I entered the imperial palace and became His Majesty's personal eunuch attendant. The hypnosis is over." The woman replied, "Very good. Sleep. After you wake up, everything will be better." Then she said to the person outside, "Tell your master that I do not care how she appeared here, but she must die. If she does not, our deal is off." The person answered, "Yes." After hearing this, Li Mufeng thought, if that is the case. After a while, Amu returned and entered the study to report, "Your Majesty, I have finished handling everything. All the spies left behind by the prudent prince have been dealt with." Amu leaped inside, and Ma Shangfeng praised him. "You did very well." Amu took out the cloak he had picked up. As soon as he lifted it, he saw his hand disappear. This startled both Ma Shangfeng and Ma Shangchen. Ma Shangchen pointed at Amu and asked, "What is this?" Amu explained, "I found this at Little Li's place. Your Majesty, look. After putting it on, one can disappear." As soon as he finished speaking, Amu put it on, and sure enough, he completely vanished. Then Amu took off the cloak and said, "Your Majesty, I still feel that this Little Li has many mysteries about him. I suggest locking him in the Shadow Guard's prison and interrogating him." After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng thought, so the one pretending to be a ghost was him. Seeing that Ma Shangfeng did not answer, Amu continued asking, "Your Majesty?" Ma Shangfeng said, "I have my own judgment. In a few days, the people of the Ada tribe will arrive. They're skilled in using poison. Go investigate the purpose of their visit this time." Amu replied, "Yes." Ma Shangchen's eyes lit up as he thought. So as soon as Little Li is mentioned, Imperial Brother gets distracted. So between men and men. At this moment outside, Ji Fanfan was still crying. "Back then, I was so scared." Seeing this, Ma Shangchen fell so silent that he did not even want to speak. Ma Shangfeng continued asking, "Has Little Li gone back to rest?" Amu answered, "Yes." Ma Shangchen hugged his cold body and thought, this definitely will not do. Suddenly, Ma Shangfeng turned and said, "I am going back to rest. All of you withdraw." Ma Shangchen was startled. Amu was about to follow Ma Shangfeng, but Ma Shangchen suddenly grabbed Amu's hand. Amu cried out, "Your Majesty." Ma Shangchen signaled for silence and whispered, "Hey, do not follow him. I will show you something good." Amu frowned and saw Ma Shangchen hand him a book titled "The Tyrannical Emperor Falls in Love with an Innocent Little Eunuch." At this moment, Li Mufeng was lying in her room resting. She's a hypnotist. Also, there must be someone behind her with enough power to cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, she could never have accomplished all this. Perhaps history changed because there was an error in the original host's identity, causing the original host to have been raised outside all along. The only people in the capital who know her are the people of the Li residence. But if they have all been hypnotized, maybe I can ask the virtuous prince to help me look for the people from the original host's manor. What if some of them were not hypnotized? The virtuous prince. At this time, the virtuous prince should be in the Empress Dowager's palace. I have to seize the chance to find him now. Thinking this, she jumped up, changed clothes, and ran out. She ran past Ma Shangfeng. When he saw her, he smiled faintly and thought, in such a hurry. Could he be rushing to find me? Ma Xiangfeng then followed Li Mufeng with interest. But when he arrived at the place Li Mufeng intended to go, his face immediately darkened, because Li Mufeng ran to Ma Xiangchen and said, "Virtuous prince, you really are here." Hiding to the side, Ma Xiangfeng heard the sound of his own face being slapped. Li Mufeng grabbed Ma Xiangchen's hand. "Come with me for a moment." Seeing the two of them holding hands, Ma Xiangfeng thought, I never expected little Li to be so close to my imperial brother. Li Mufeng pulled Ma Xiangchen to a corner and said, "You once said that as long as I needed help, I could come to you, and you would not ask me the reason, right?" Ma Xiangchen patted her head and said, "Of course. Anything I have said always counts. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" She replied, "I heard that the legitimate daughter of the Li family was raised at a mountain estate since childhood and only recently returned. So I need you to help me find a few servants who once served at that estate." Hearing this, Ma Xiangchen frowned in confusion. Li Mufeng tightened her grip on Ma Xiangchen's hand. He replied, "I can help you, but I have one condition." She immediately asked, "What condition?" Unexpectedly, Ma Xiangchen picked her up and said, "Play lifting high with me once." Seeing this, Li Mufeng was so angry that she was speechless. That night, Li Mufeng went to serve Ma Xiangfeng as he bathed in the hot spring pool. Blushing, she sat at the side holding a towel. Then she moved forward to scrub his back. Ma Xiangfeng turned toward her and thought, although I know little Li entered the palace because he likes me, since he cares so much about the legitimate daughter of the Li family, it definitely cannot be because he is jealous. There must be some connection between him and the Li family that I do not know about. Also between him and Ma Xiangchen. Her hand, which was wiping him, gradually slid down to his chest, cutting off his train of thought. He blushed and shouted, "Wait." Then he grabbed her hand tightly. She asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what is wrong?" She thought, "It was not easy for me to build up this state of mind. Do not mess with me." Ma Xiangfeng looked at her hesitantly, without speaking. Seeing this, she asked in confusion, "Your Majesty?" Blushing, he avoided her gaze. "I do not need you to serve me anymore. Go back first." He thought, how ridiculous. I actually felt moved by a eunuch. After Li Mufeng was allowed to leave, she went out and closed the door. What is wrong with him today? Why do I feel something is strange? Forget it. I will ignore him. I should go back and rest first. Returning to her room, Li Mufeng lay on the bed and rolled around happily. "Thank you, Ma Xiangfeng, for rewarding me with a separate room to sleep in. I do not have to sleep on the floor, and even the quilt smells so nice. Wait, this fragrance." Suddenly, she smelled something. She sat up and exclaimed, "This is knockout smoke." Because she was immune to all poisons, the knockout smoke could not affect her. She recalled that the fake Miss Li had once signaled someone else, and she thought in fear, "It is her." She pressed her lips together and thought, "This place is rather remote, and there are no guards. Although no poison can bring me down, I no longer have the invisibility cloak, and I cannot contact the editing department either." She looked toward the lamplight and thought, "I have a way." After a while, someone shouted, "Oh no, put out the fire." Before Li Mufeng fainted, she saw Ma Xiangfeng rush over. He called, "Little Li." She thought in surprise, "He actually came to save me." After learning that her residence had caught fire, Ma Xiangfeng immediately picked her up and carried her out. "Wake up. You cannot sleep. I will take you out right now. Go, call the imperial physician." Another eunuch immediately replied, "Yes." Ma Xiangfeng carried her to another palace, laid her down, and looked at her, thinking, unexpectedly, when he is quiet, he looks rather adorable. He let out a sigh of relief and reached out, intending to touch her face, but just as he was about to touch her, his hand stopped. Then he withdrew it. Panic appeared on his face. "What was I doing just now? Suddenly, Li Mufeng woke up. She sat up and asked, "Your Majesty?" Ma Xiangfeng said to her, "You are awake?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." Seeing his expression, she thought, what is wrong with him? But the way he looked while saving someone was rather handsome. Remembering how he had carried her out of the fire, she looked at him and smiled shyly. Ma Xiangfeng stood up and said, "I will have people investigate the fire. For the next few days, temporarily rest at the fragrant pavilion courtyard." She nodded and answered, "Yes." Then she looked in the direction he had left. Fragrant pavilion courtyard? Is that not a very secluded place? Has His Majesty discovered something? After going outside, he turned to Amu and said, "I have arranged for him to rest at the fragrant pavilion courtyard. The person who wants to harm him may appear again. Remember clearly, I want little Li to suffer not the slightest injury." Amu saluted and replied, "Yes." From that day on, Amu began protecting Li Mufeng from every direction without a single blind spot. No matter what she did, Amu did not leave. During this period, Li Mufeng had long been fond of Ma Shangfeng's bathing pool. Finally, after her pleading and begging, Ma Shangfeng allowed her to use the pool when no one else was there. After receiving permission, she wept with joy. That night, she entered the bathing pool and said, "I have been here so long, but have never been able to soak in water. This time, I can finally soak in peace." She was taking off her clothes when she heard a sound and immediately froze. Seeing that there was nothing behind her, she thought, "Why have I been feeling lately as if someone is watching me? The 1-month deadline has not arrived yet. Could it be that woman is preparing to kill me again? There it is." Seeing a figure pass by, she immediately hid behind the water curtain. 15 minutes later, Amu, who was outside, did not see her come out and was shocked. Could he have fallen in? His Majesty said he must not suffer the slightest injury. Does drowning count as not suffering the slightest injury? Then he sighed and thought, "Forget it. I will go take a look. Do not actually drown." Amu entered the courtyard where the pool was and landed inside. Suddenly, Li Mufeng's arm reached up and pulled Amu down into the water with her. She pressed close to him and said, "I caught you. Brother, you have been caught by me. As long as I shout, guards will appear here. So now, you can only confess honestly and receive leniency. Speak, did that fake from the Li family send you here?" Amu was startled after hearing this and asked, "That fake from the Li family?" She continued threatening him. "Speak, stop standing there in a daze." Suddenly, at that moment, the door was opened. Ma Shangfeng appeared and walked in. Seeing both Amu and Li Mufeng in the water, he was stunned and said, "You too." Li Mufeng hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation first." Li Mufeng had just stood up when, unfortunately, the knife she was holding tore a long slit in Amu's clothes, leaving both of them staring at each other in speechless confusion. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng could no longer hold back and immediately threw her outside. Afterward, she went to the imperial study. After hearing Amu's explanation, she asked Ma Shangfeng, "So he is the guard your Majesty sent to protect me?" He nodded and said, "Yes." She broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "Heavens, I actually tore someone's clothes off." She turned to Amu beside her and said awkwardly, Big brother." Amu looked at her outstretched hand, and in his mind, he automatically imagined the scene of Ma Shangfeng holding her while pointing at him and scolding. "You even dare touch my little eunuch?" Li Mufeng continued, I truly had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I was ignorant." Amu broke out in a cold sweat and looked toward Ma Shangfeng, who was impatiently tapping the table. He immediately retreated. Li Mufeng stepped forward and said, "I hope you can forgive my reckless behavior that almost caused you to be naked with me." But she missed Amu's arm. Seeing him so wary, she thought, "He does not even want me to touch him. I am done for. This time, I'm really done for. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to coax him." As for Amu, he was sweating at that moment, thinking, "Thank goodness I didn't let him touch them. Otherwise, I'd be about to be assassinated by His Majesty." After that day, with Amu by Li Mufeng's side, she no longer had to worry about being assassinated. She began trying to coax Amu. She carried food over to Amu and said, "Lord A, are you sleepy? Have some soup. Do you want soup? Don't run, Lord A." Amu fled in terror. Then, a while later, she popped out again and said, "Lord A, are you tired? I'll give you a massage." She kept chasing after Amu, calling, "Lord A." Amu could only turn away coldly, blushing as he listened to her call, Lorda, for the nth time. A month later, Amu ran over and said to the general and Ji Fan Fan, "I suspect the little eunuch may have switched to liking me." Ji Fan Fan was startled when he heard this and asked, "What?" Then, furious, he was about to charge at Amu. The general hurriedly held Ji Fan Fan back and said, "Don't resort to violence. You can't beat him. It won't be good if you get beaten instead." Ji Fan Fan was still furious. He stole His Majesty's little eunuch. Amu waved his hands and explained, "I didn't. There's no way I would steal His Majesty's person." Ji Fan Fan grew even angrier and said, "He's even blushing." General Wang tried to mediate. "Calm down. Just let Amu seduce the little eunuch, then turn his majesty straight again. That'll solve it. After hearing this, Ji Fanfan said, that makes sense. Then the two of them patted Amu on the shoulder. Amu, we'll leave this matter to you. No matter how you put it, His Majesty is still the supreme ruler. It really wouldn't be too good for him to become a broken sleeve. Just then, the general also stepped forward and said, all you need to do is find a way to explain. This is the perfect chance to straighten things out. As long as you. Then he turned and grabbed Ji Fanfan's arm, acting it out. If you seduce the little eunuch like this, we can destroy this romance. Though you may die because of it. Sacrifice yourself to change His Majesty. Amu, you can do it. Both of them looked at Amu with shining eyes. Seeing this, Amu broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes widened in fear. That night, after Li Mufeng fell asleep, she entered the space inside her mind. It had been a month, and the virtuous prince still had not found the person in that manner. It had also been a month since the editing department had contacted her. Amu appeared beside Li Mufeng. Seeing that she was asleep, he fell silent, then leaned closer to her. She turned and saw him, then immediately asked, Lorde, you still haven't slept? Is it because you want me to give you a massage? He blushed and said, no, nothing. I only came to see whether you were still alive. Hearing this, she thought in shock. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he still can't let go of that matter? Does he want to kill me? At that moment, somewhere else, the fake Miss Li angrily shouted, useless! It's been a month, and you still haven't managed to kill her. The other person said, our movements have already been noticed by His Majesty. If we act again, we'll be discovered. She then said, in that case, tomorrow, I want everyone in the Li residence, except the Li family's parents, to die in an accidental fire. I want it so that even if Li Mufeng recovers her memories, no one will be able to prove her identity. The other person replied, understood. In the palace, Li Mufeng kept pacing back and forth in the room, her mind in chaos. A month had passed since she had sent the message, but there was still no reply. She sat down, clutching the hem of her clothes with trembling hands, her heart full of fear. She thought, it's already been a month, but there's still no change in the information. I hope this message can be sent out. Otherwise, Amu might really kill me soon. Before that thought could even finish, the system suddenly issued a notification. Your message has been sent. She let out a breath of relief, but unease still clung to her like a shadow. Fear continued to haunt her, because she knew that in this imperial palace full of schemes, any tiny mistake could lead to death. Li Mufeng recalled the previous night, when Amu had suddenly appeared beside her bed. His gaze had been as cold as ice, and he had not said a word. She could only silently endure the fear that pressed down on her chest like a huge boulder. That entire night, she had not dared to blink, only praying silently that she would survive this disaster. Suddenly, the door flew open, startling her badly. Ji Fanfan appeared with a panicked expression and said, Little Li, Amu is looking for you in the Imperial Garden. Hearing this, Li Mufeng's face turned pale. Only one thought echoed in her mind. The Imperial Garden? Is he about to make his move against me? Before she could think further, Ji Fanfan quickly grabbed Li Mufeng's hand and urged, hurry. I'll send you two back onto the right path. I still have to go find my destined beloved. Li Mufeng was dragged away, crying inwardly the whole time, no, I don't want to die. When they arrived at the Imperial Garden, she was pushed into a strangely romantic scene. Around her, pavilions were surrounded by a brilliant sea of flowers, with all kinds of blossoms competing in beauty. Amu stood in the middle of the pavilion, his deep eyes looking at her, his expression seeming to hide something difficult to say. Seeing her arrive, he spoke in a tone as if he had been waiting for a long time. You're here. His tone sounded as though he was waiting for something. Looking at the scene around her, Li Mufeng thought to herself, in this era, do people even care about romance when they kill someone? Ji Fanfan seized the chance to quietly leave, leaving her to face Amu alone. Amu hesitantly said to her, before you came, there were many things I didn't know how to say. But after seeing you, I suddenly feel those words are no longer important. After saying this, he walked toward her with something in his hand. Li Mufeng immediately stepped back and replied fearfully, if they're not important, then let's not say them. Amu continued forward, his eyes growing deeper. I think doing it is more important. That would be better. Li Mufeng panicked and tried to dodge. Do it? No, Big brother, I think I can still be saved a little. Don't be so quick. Let me make my excuses first. Amu still walked closer and said to Li Mufeng, there's no need for excuses. You only need to watch me do it. She said fearfully, no. Amu, listen to me. Doing these things is meaningless. On the contrary, it will cause trouble for you. Amu pulled a sharp sword from his bag and raised it in front of her. It won't be troublesome. Look, isn't this sword very sharp? Do you like it? Her face turned pale as she backed away again and again. But Amu took out another axe and held it in front of her, asking, or do you like this axe better? Or this? Before Amu could take out another item, Li Mufeng had already screamed, Seventh Lord, save me. Beside a nearby flower bush, Ji Fanfan and a general were observing everything. Seeing Li Mufeng scream in such fear, General Wang muttered softly, I feel like something's not quite right. Little Li's expression doesn't seem very moved. Ji Fanfan held the book she had written and said with absolute certainty, impossible. We followed everything written in the book. Look, then he read a line from the book. In a garden and a sea of flowers, give him the thing you like most, and he will be deeply moved. He pointed toward the sea of flowers and the axe and continued, the thing he likes most also has no problem. Could it be that the little eunuch can't be considered a man? Then the book we should be reading is 36 Strategies for Chasing Girls. When Amu heard her shouting so loudly, he hurriedly covered her mouth and said, don't shout. Just then, Ma Shangfeng appeared, breaking the tense situation. What are you two doing? He asked coldly, his eyes sweeping over both of them. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was overjoyed, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Your Majesty, I'm saved. When Li Mufeng saw her life-saving straw, she immediately pushed Amu away. Then she ran straight into Ma Shangfeng's arms and cried, Your Majesty. In his embrace, she cried inwardly, that scared me to death. Ma Shangfeng frowned and looked at her in his arms, thinking to himself, does he love me that much? The moment he sees me, he can't restrain himself from wanting to get close to me. Meanwhile, Amu stood there looking at the little eunuch, his expression darkening slightly as he thought. He saw through my confession and deliberately refused to accept me. 3 people, 3 different thoughts, but none of them understood the truth, and all of them misunderstood one another. Ma Shangfeng held Li Mufeng by the waist, a trace of thought flashing through his eyes. Just then, Ma Shangchen walked over from afar with an urgent expression and said, Imperial brother, it's getting late. If we return too late, I'm afraid the legitimate daughter of the Li family will be burned to death. Hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled and turned to ask, what? Ma Shangchen sighed and replied, there was a fire on Chang'an Street. The entire Li residence was burned down. She stood rooted to the spot, her eyes full of shock, and said, Your Majesty, I want to go take a look too. Ma Shangfeng glanced at her and thought to himself, whenever the Li residence is mentioned, his attitude is always very strange. Could it be that he in the Li residence? So he nodded and said, The 2 of them hurriedly set out. Not far behind, Ji Fanfan appeared, panting, and said, That scared me to death. We were almost discovered. General Wang stood beside him and said calmly, This time, our plan was at fault. Don't worry. Next time, we'll switch to 36 strategies for chasing girls for you. Amu stood between the 2 of them, pressed his lips together, and replied, At the Li residence, the ruined scene made Li Mufeng's heart tighten. She looked at the charred corpses being carried out of the collapsed building. So it all burned down? Such a vast Li residence. Apart from the Li family's parents and that fake girl, everyone was burned to death in this fire. At this moment, the fake Miss Li ran over to Ma Shangfeng and called, Your Majesty. She gritted her teeth and thought, who else can prove my identity now? The fake Miss Li rushed over, not concealing her smugness at all. She threw herself into Ma Shangfeng's arms, her arrogant gaze looking straight at Li Mufeng. Li Mufeng gritted her teeth, her heart full of anger as she thought, in order to take my place, I never expected her to be this vicious. She can hypnotize people and act so decisively. Looks like this revision is going to be difficult, but if I let her keep harming people like this and affecting history, I won't be able to accept it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Sister Feng. She turned around in shock, her heart suddenly tightening when she recognized the person running over. It was him. Bai Tang, Li Mufeng's childhood sweetheart, had appeared. She looked at him in surprise and thought, the original owner's childhood sweetheart general has been outside all this time. Then she glanced at the fake Miss Li, who was covering her face, and thought, judging by her expression, could it be that she hasn't had time to hypnotize him yet? Bai Tang, Li Mufeng's childhood sweetheart, appeared before her on horseback. He jumped down from the horse and quickly walked toward her, his eyes full of worry. Sister Feng, are you all right? Li Mufeng turned and thought to herself, the person he's looking at really is me. As long as I count 5 seconds, he'll walk up to me. She began counting in her heart. 5, 4, 3. But then she looked toward the fake Miss Li. But if I expose her here right now, this isn't the right time for us to acknowledge each other. In her eyes, I've already been hypnotized. The matter still hasn't been investigated clearly. I'd better be careful. But finally, someone who knows me has appeared. I'm so happy. Just as she counted to 2, Bai Tang reached her and called, Sister Feng. The fake Miss Li panicked too, but Li Mufeng quickly interrupted. She called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It seems Miss Li isn't feeling well. Why don't you take her to rest first? Only then did Ma Shangfeng look toward the fake Miss Li. Seeing her suddenly collapse with a thud, he hurriedly said, I will take Miss Li to the side courtyard to rest first. Bai Tang looked toward Li Mufeng. She shook her head, then turned to look suspiciously at the fake Miss Li. The fake Miss Li said, Then I'll trouble your majesty. Li Mufeng turned and left. After a while, everyone respectfully saw His Majesty off. On the carriage, His Majesty asked Bai Tang, You only just returned today? Do you want to return to the palace with me, or go home first? Bai Tang looked at Li Mufeng, who was climbing into the carriage, and said, This subject will enter the palace with your majesty. After I report on the matters in the southern frontier, I will return home. Ma Shanfeng looked toward Li Mufeng, nodded, and said, That night, in front of the Hall of Mind Guidance, Li Mufeng looked at the door and thought Bai Tang will probably come find me tonight. I'll find a chance to slip away first. So she ran over to little Shinzi and said, Little Shinzi, my stomach hurts. I want to go back and rest. Little Shinzi asked in confusion, If your stomach hurts, why are you holding your head? She immediately switched to holding her stomach. Oh, right. Haha, I forgot. Little Shinzi angrily scolded, Get lost. Then she returned to her room and began sitting there, waiting for Bai Tang to come find her. Hearing movement outside, she thought happily, He's here. She ran out and opened the door, but someone immediately slashed at her with a blade. She quickly stepped back, startled, and thought, What the hell is going on? Just as she thought that person was about to cut her down, a Mu appeared and blocked the sword for her. Go back to your room. A Mu drew his sword and slashed toward the assassin. She immediately turned and ran back into the room, replying, All right, be careful. After that, she blew out the lamp and sat in the corner, listening to the sound of clashing swords outside. After a while, when there was no more sound, she cracked the door open. Are they gone? Suddenly, a hand appeared and patted her shoulder, making her scream. She was about to call a Mu when the person behind her covered her mouth and said, Don't shout. It's me. She was startled and turned back in shock. Bai Tang. Li Mufeng then told Bai Tang her story. That's what happened. After hearing it, Bai Tang asked, Then the person I saw today was an imposter? But how would I know? 5 years have passed. Couldn't Sister Feng have changed completely as she grew up and become someone different? Li Mufeng had been smugly drinking tea, but when she heard this, she spat out all the tea in her mouth. She wiped her mouth and asked, If that were the case, then you wouldn't have risked coming here to see me, right? Bai Tang replied, That's true. You're thinner than before, and much smarter too. It seems you've suffered a lot. He rubbed her head. When she heard him praise her for being smarter, she angrily hit him. Then he stood and said, Don't worry. Since I've returned, I won't let her bully you anymore. I'll go find His Majesty right now and tell him the truth. Hearing this, she cried out in alarm, Wait. Right now, aside from you recognizing me, everyone else thinks she's the real Li Mufeng. If you suddenly go there, no one will believe you. Why don't we do this instead? Then she whispered into Bai Tang's ear. After hearing this, Bai Tang said, A Mu is about to come back. I'll return first. She winked as a signal. All right, don't act rashly. After that, a Mu indeed returned, but before that, Bai Tang had already escaped through the window. She hurriedly ran over to a Mu and asked, How is it? How is it? Are you all right? A Mu replied, No. Suddenly, he remembered what Ji Fan Fan had once said: the 7 strategy in 36 strategy for chasing girls is to make her feel pity. Even if there's no problem, you have to create one. So Amu immediately struck himself hard on the back, then pretended to stagger unsteadily and said, "Yes." After that, he collapsed. Li Mufeng hurried over in alarm and supported him, calling anxiously, "Amu, I'll help you onto the bed first, then call the leader over to take a look at you." Amu held on to her and said, "No need for the leader. I want Big Sister to give me a kiss." Hearing this, Li Mufeng froze. After she placed Amu on the bed, Amu continued, "Please." Li Mufeng looked baffled, then immediately ran over and covered Amu's mouth, asking, "What demon or monster are you, and where did you come from?" Hearing this, Amu froze and thought, why is it different from what General Wang said? Where are the kiss and the fluttering heart he mentioned? Could it be that we're still using the wrong method, and we should use the Yuna falls in love with me? Li Mufeng sat by the bed and took care of him, changing the cloth towel on his forehead. Then she said, "Although I don't know what kind of madness came over him last night, he was actually kind of cute. I'll go prepare some food for him." Then she stretched and left. As soon as she left, Amu opened his eyes and asked himself, "Cute?" 3 days later, Li Mufeng sat at the table, holding a writing brush and staring at the paper. It's been 3 days. Why is there still no news from Bai Tang? Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Little Shinzi told her, "Little Li, the Empress Dowager orders you to go welcome Miss Li into the palace." She thought to herself, welcome the fake into the palace? Then she immediately ran out and said, "Let's go." They went to the Li residence, and the carriage was leaving. Suddenly, there was noise outside. When Li Mufeng heard it, she lifted the curtain and saw a group of people charging over, saying, "Protect Miss Li. Kill this little eunuch." Then someone wearing a black cloak rushed toward her. She seized the chance to pull off his face covering, revealing Bai Tang's face. She thought in shock, could he have been hypnotized too? At that moment, the palace soldiers shouted, "Little Li is still over there. Hurry, go save him." Someone else said, "Miss Li, you can't go over there. It's too dangerous." Bai Tang lunged toward her with his sword. She cried out in alarm, "Brother Tang." Then she leaned aside and dodged the attack. Suddenly, a sword flew over and knocked Bai Tang's sword away. Amu appeared and called, "Little Li." Li Mufeng looked in confusion at Bai Tang's sword, which had been pinned to the carriage by Amu's sword. Seeing a letter in the middle of the sword, she was startled and thought, this is Bai Tang giving an order to his subordinates. The situation has changed. Retreat. Li Mufeng stepped forward, pulled out the blade, and got the note. Amu ran over and asked, "Are you all right?" She hurriedly hid the note, handed the blade back to Amu, and said, "I'm fine. It's just your blade." Amu said, "As long as you're fine. The blade isn't important. Don't be afraid. I'll secretly protect you. I'll hide first." He rubbed her head and touched his forehead to hers, making her blush. She thought to herself, why do I feel like he's kind of cute? Amu suddenly vanished. Someone ran over and asked, "Eunuch Li, are you all right?" She turned and replied, "I'm fine. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are waiting anxiously. Let's return to the palace first." The fake Miss Li said, "All right." She sat in the carriage and thought, looks like he wasn't wrong. There really is someone behind her. Is it His Majesty or him? A bunch of useless trash. Looks like in the end, I'll still have to do it myself. In the end, I'll still have to use that method. She smiled as she looked toward Li Mufeng. Seeing this, Li Mufeng thought in confusion, why does that expression of hers feel so frightening? After that, the carriage entered the palace. As soon as Li Mufeng and the fake Miss Li got out of the carriage, they saw His Majesty appear. Miss Li ran over to him with a smile and said, "Your Majesty." But he walked right past her, ran to Li Mufeng, and asked, "Little Li, I heard you encountered assassins. Are you all right?" He checked her all over. She hurriedly replied, "This servant is fine. I'm all right. Your Majesty, please stop pulling. I'm about to faint." At that moment, the Empress Dowager walked over and signaled with a cough. "Ahem, Your Majesty, Feng'er was also in danger." Only after hearing this did he turn and ask, "Miss Li, are you all right?" She smiled and said, "I'm fine. The assassin has already fled." The Empress Dowager leaned close to her. "Feng'er has suffered. Your Majesty, the Li family has been burned down, and it isn't a solution for Feng'er to keep living at the manor. I think it would be better to let the girl live in the palace for a while. First, she can cultivate feelings with you. Second, she can properly recuperate. What do you think?" She looked toward Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was puzzled. Ma Shangfeng nodded and replied, Imperial Mother may decide as she sees fit. The Empress Dowager continued. Also, this is Feng'er's first time entering the palace, and she is unfamiliar with everything here. I wish to have little Li serve her. The Emperor has no objection, does he? His Majesty replied. No, he thought to himself, this works out well. I can see exactly what kind of relationship they have. By evening, Li Mufeng muttered tiredly. Finally, she's been settled in. She recalled what the fake Miss Li had said to her. I'll have to trouble Eunuch Li from now on, and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I don't know what she wants to do by entering the palace. I better see what Bai Tang left for me first. Li Mufeng opened the papers and had just been about to sit on the bed to read them when she saw something under the bed. Startled, she cursed inwardly, damn it. Then she immediately grabbed a leg and flung it out. What the? Seeing Amu there, she asked in shock. What is going on here? Amu's face was flushed as he looked toward her, recalling what Ji Fanfan and General Wang had said together. How do you seduce a eunuch? If you want to seduce a stubborn eunuch, first, you must use your looks. At this moment, Amu was wearing cat ears and a collar. He looked at her and winked. Seeing this scene, her face turned bright red. Amu reached out, about to stroke her hair. She immediately ran away and shouted, Save me! Someone has gone crazy. As she ran, she immediately crashed into Ma Shangfeng. Seeing him looking at her with a dark expression, she thought in terror, why is today so intense? After that, Ma Shangfeng returned to the study and sat down. Amu and Li Mufeng also followed him. Looking at Amu's outfit, Ma Shangfeng said with a headache, Put on some clothes first. Li Mufeng immediately covered her eyes and handed clothes to Amu. Amu accepted them and replied, Yes, then put them on. Li Mufeng glanced at Amu and thought to herself, I didn't expect Amu's figure to be pretty good. After Amu finished dressing, Ma Shangfeng frowned and said, Speak. What exactly is going on? Amu stood there obediently. After hearing his question, steam seemed to rise from his head. Seeing this, she was extremely confused. Amu recalled what Ji Fanfan had once said to him. Amu, for his majesty's sake, you must go through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Therefore, you absolutely must not betray us. Back then, Amu had replied, All right, I won't. Thus, Amu took a book out of his bag, handed it to Ma Shangfeng, and said, General Wang gave this to this subordinate. As soon as Li Mufeng saw that book, she was startled and thought to herself, I feel like I've discovered an incredible secret. Amu turned back to look at Li Mufeng and said, Your Majesty, this matter is very complicated. Therefore, His Majesty looked toward Li Mufeng and signaled, You go out first. She could only reply, Yes. Then she went outside and sat there waiting, thinking in confusion, oh my heavens, is this some kind of interconnected story? It's one thing for the emperor to like a eunuch, but even the people around him all like eunuchs too? Realizing this truth, her eyes went blank. It had to be true. Then she paced around anxiously, thinking, this is terrible. It seems the situation has gotten more complicated. In other words, Amu doesn't want to kill me. He wants to toy with me. He wants to, but if he discovers I'm a woman, then he really will kill me. She recalled how Amu had held a sword and saved her today, then thought of that Miss Li, and felt life was even more terrifying. There was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. What should she do now? Wait, I nearly forgot about him. She clenched the note in her hand and took it out to read. It said, I have already ventured deep into the tiger's den. Once I expose her true face, I will meet with you. Little sister Feng, remember, you must protect yourself well. Wait for my news. She thought, no, I can't wait any longer. For the sake of my miserable little life, I must take the initiative. Doesn't she want my life? Then I'll turn her own plan against her and give her that chance. So she wrote a reply to Bai Tang. Big brother, I want to see you tomorrow night. I need your help with something. I hope Big Brother will come to the appointment. She pondered what exactly Ma Shangfeng and Amu had said to each other that day. She ran over and handed the letter to the virtuous prince, saying, please help me deliver this to General Bai. The virtuous prince said, so many love letters, little Lizzie. Have you switched affections? After that day, Amu disappeared, and Ma Shangfeng also stopped summoning her of his own accord. Li Mufeng felt a little uneasy. She seized the time to make arrangements and went to Bai Tang, telling him everything in detail. Soon, the day of her appointment with Bai Tang arrived. Li Mufeng hid at a distance, watching that fake Miss Li, thinking, although I don't know what happened, I must escape my current predicament. She ran over and called, Miss Li. The woman asked, what is it? She then said, earlier, you said you weren't feeling well. I know there's a medicinal spring nearby. After you finish visiting your parents later, shall I take you there? The woman asked with interest. A medicinal spring? Very well. Thank you, uniquely. She smiled and replied, no need to be polite. Li Mufeng thought, she knows Ma Shangfeng's people are by my side, so she won't dare act rashly. But if we meet at a hot spring, she knows Ma Shangfeng's people won't dare watch her bathe. So that will be her best chance to strike. She definitely won't let it slip by. Back at the Li residence, Lin Rilon asked that fake Miss Li, Fenger, how does His Majesty treat you? The woman replied, His Majesty treats his daughter very well. Li Mufeng sat outside waiting, thinking, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to catch her today. But after I catch her, then what? I still haven't answered myself. What should I do next? At this moment, a Mu was hiding and looking toward Li Mufeng. He thought, what's wrong with him? He doesn't look very happy. So a Mu immediately appeared, handed her flowers, and said, flowers for you. Seeing this, she was startled. A Mu continued, although you're a eunuch, you still have to stay in a good mood. Don't frown all day like that. Smile more. You look very pretty when you smile. Li Mufeng accepted the flowers and saw that a Mu's tail was practically about to wag up to the sky. Thinking again of the book a Mu had taken out, she said, a Mu. His eyes sparkled as he said, I'm here. Seeing this, she cried inwardly, thinking, who could withstand this puppy-like flirting? But I really am not a eunuch, the one they love. Besides, didn't he disappear? Why is he here again? She then said, is there any possibility that the person you like isn't me? You only like my current identity. After hearing this, a Mu blushed and asked, how did you know I like you? Hearing that, Li Mufeng fell silent and thought, big brother, you've made it that obvious. If I still didn't know, wouldn't I be an idiot? A Mu looked at her and said, but since you already know, can you stop liking His Majesty and like me instead? A Mu pounced over and pushed Li Mufeng to the ground. Then he hugged her and asked, can you? He thought to himself, General Wang took so many beatings before His Majesty agreed to let me follow him while little Lizzie leaves the palace. I absolutely have to cherish this chance. Besides, I already like little Lizzie a little bit too. Wait. Li Mufeng hurriedly said, wait. She pushed a Mu away and said, stop rubbing around randomly. Who could stand this? Suddenly, a Mu noticed something and thought, why is his chest a little different from General Wang's? Could he be? So he asked, little Lizzie, why is your chest so soft? Could it be? Hearing this, she was startled and asked back, could what? She felt terrified inside. Oh no, is he about to discover that I'm a woman? A Mu pointed at her and asked, could it be because you became a eunuch, so you've started developing? Hearing this, she was confused. A Mu continued muttering, I heard people say before that after many people become eunuchs, their personalities gradually become more feminine. But don't worry, no matter what you become, I will still like you. She replied wearily, thank you then. A Mu looked at her and thought, I did exactly what General Wang and the commander told me to do. Why isn't little Lizzie acting shy like the commander's heroine and burying his head in my arms? He continued, little Lizzie. Just then, someone called, eunuchly. When a Mu heard this, he hurriedly said, someone's coming. I'll hide first. That fake Miss Li walked out and said, I've kept you waiting. Let's go to the hot spring you mentioned earlier. She then said, all right. Then she brought the woman to that hot spring and instructed the servants. Miss Li wants to soak in the hot spring. Stand guard here. Don't let anyone in. They all replied, yes. Li Mufeng led her inside and said, Miss Li, this way, please. Outside, Ma Shangfeng also asked Ma Shangchen, isn't there a hot spring in the palace too? Why run all the way out to such a distant place? Ma Shangchen replied, Imperial brother, you don't understand. How can the hot springs in the palace compare with the ones outside? I guarantee that once you arrive, you'll discover there's a huge difference. Huh? Why is there a palace carriage here? It seems to be Miss Li's carriage. As soon as the servants saw Ma Shangfeng, they saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. He got off the carriage and asked, is little Lizzie inside? After hearing that, the servants were puzzled. Why is His Majesty only asking about little Lizzie? A servant then said, little Lizzie brought Miss Li here to bathe in the hot spring. After hearing this, his face darkened. He brought Miss Li to bathe in the hot spring. Ma Shangfeng walked inside and ordered, all of you stand guard here. I want to see exactly how little Lizzie brought Miss Li here to soak in the hot spring. His subordinates all replied, yes. Ma Shangchen winked and smiled. Interesting. How could I miss a good show like this? He immediately ran inside and said, Imperial brother, wait for me. I'm coming too. When the servants here saw this, they broke out in cold sweat. It's over. Today is definitely going to be a bloody day. Inside the hot spring bathing area, Li Mufeng spoke to that fake Miss Li. Miss Li, this is the hot spring. Bai Tang, who was hiding to the side and watching the woman, thought, everything is ready now. All we need is the east wind. The fake Miss Li walked inside and said, it's very quiet here. It seems there's no one around at all. She replied, before coming here, I already told them to stand guard below. Miss Li is bathing. No one dares to look. The woman smiled and said, true. When the future empress bathes in a hot spring, aside from the emperor, no one dares to look. Oh, Li. She reached out and pulled Li Mufeng close. You once told me that a leopard cat switched for a crown prince would die a very miserable death. Then guess what the crown prince's ending would be? Of course, he would die without even a burial place before the leopard cat was discovered. Just as she took out a hairpin and was about to stab her to death, a weapon instantly knocked the hairpin from her hand. Bai Tang immediately appeared and blocked Li Mufeng. Seeing this, the woman was startled. You weren't hypnotized? Her face was full of fear. Li Mufeng smiled and replied, of course I wasn't hypnotized. Miss Li, did you really think your crude, little hypnosis technique could deal with me? I don't know how you transmigrated here, but you interfered with law enforcement personnel and replaced a historical figure. Those are two serious crimes. I'm very sorry, Mississippi. You're under arrest. She seized the woman's hand. The woman laughed loudly and asked, do you think that if you catch me, you can restore your identity? Will anyone believe what you say? Yes, you're Li Mufeng. But right now, besides Bai Tang knowing you're Li Mufeng, who else knows? No one. The woman grabbed Li Mufeng's hand and said, everyone in this world believes I am Li Mufeng. What makes you think they'll believe a few words from you and decide I'm the fake? Li Mufeng, impersonating the future empress is the crime of deceiving the emperor. Do you dare tell His Majesty that you are Li Mufeng? Do you dare bear the consequences of you and Bai Tang being beheaded if His Majesty doesn't believe you? No. Do you dare or not? At this moment, Ma Shangfeng and Ma Shanshan appeared. The woman brushed past her. Bai Tang said to Li Mufeng, His Majesty is here. Little Feng, don't be afraid. I'll help you explain. The woman smiled smugly and asked, explain? My parents both believe I am Li Mufeng. You're an outsider. Will your explanation be of any use? Li Mufeng thought, she's right. Everyone in this world believes she is Li Mufeng. Even Bai Tang's testimony won't be useful. But I've already been exposed. If I give up this chance, it will be even harder later. Watching that imposter run toward Ma Shanshan, she recalled what the virtuous prince had once said, if anything happens, you can come find me. I will definitely help you. Then she remembered Ma Shangfeng's words. Although you harbor improper intentions toward me, don't worry. I won't let anyone else bully you. She looked toward him and thought, should I tell the truth? Li Mufeng stepped forward and said to Ma Shangfeng, Your Majesty. He nodded and said, I was originally just bored and idle today, dragged here by my imperial younger brother to improve my mood. I didn't expect to witness such a good show. My little eunuch, the young lady of the Li family, and my general are all gathered at this hot spring. It's rather interesting. Speak, what are all of you doing here? Bai Tang said to her, Sister Feng, don't worry. I'll handle everything. When Li Mufeng heard this, she quickly said, Bai Tang. Then Bai Tang knelt down. Your Majesty, I have something to accuse. The virtuous prince, who was watching the drama from the side, was shocked. The emperor looked toward Bai Tang and ordered, Speak. Seeing this, Ma Shanshan continued watching the show. Li Mufeng thought, no, if he says it now, I'm afraid Bai Tang and I will be punished for falsely accusing the future empress. If something happens to me, it's fine. At worst, I'll just return to the modern world. But Bai Tang continued, Your Majesty, I wish to expose this person. Unexpectedly, Li Mufeng stepped forward, knelt down, and said, Your Majesty, I am General Bai's younger brother, his blood-related younger brother who was lost for many years. Ma Shanshan was watching the drama, but when he heard this, he froze. Bai Tang glanced at her and fell silent for a while, then turned and said, Yes, little Li Zi is my younger brother, lost for many years. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng said, So that's how it is. Li Mufeng spoke utter nonsense with a serious face. We servants are here because of this. Brother Tang wanted to ask Miss Li to plead on our behalf and ask you to allow me to leave the palace. After hearing this, he asked, "Is that so?" She replied, "Of course. But your majesty, rest assured, I have already refused them. In life, I am your majesty's person. In death, I am your majesty's ghost." She hugged Ma Shangfeng's leg and said, "I absolutely will not leave your majesty even half a step, whether ascending to heaven or descending to earth. I only want to follow your majesty." He nodded and said, "Mem," very obedient. But inwardly he thought, only little Lizzie could come up with such ridiculous nonsense. She looked toward him and thought, he can still smile. He must believe it, right? He turned and asked Bai Tang, "My beloved minister, you heard him. You have no objections, do you?" Bai Tang frowned and said, "No, it depends only on my little brother's wishes." He replied, "In that case, little Lizzie, return to the palace with me." After saying that, he turned and left. She hurriedly ran after him and answered, "Yes, your majesty, please go this way." The fake Misli smiled and said, "I'll also return first. Virtuous Prince and General Bai, please enjoy this hot spring at your leisure." Bai Tang and the virtuous prince, who had been watching the drama, glanced at each other. Li Mufeng returned to the imperial palace and tucked Ma Shangfeng in. Although she had gotten through today, the matter still had not been resolved. What on earth is wrong with the editing department? Why still no news? Just then, a notification sound rang out. She was startled and thought, this is the game sound. It came right after I mentioned it. She closed her eyes and entered the system space. Yang Zheng said to her, "Little Feng, you've worked hard." She burst into tears. "Organization, you finally care about me." She explained everything to him in detail. After hearing it, Yang Zheng said, "That person is indeed from the modern era. Her real name is Su Li, and she is a hypnotist. 3 months ago, she applied for time-space travel and was approved. The game doesn't judge by appearance, but by content, so she was able to transmigrate into the game." After hearing this, Li Mufeng asked, "Then what do we do now? Can we have people from the Time-Space Administration come arrest her?" Yang Zheng replied, "No more." She exploited a loophole and signed a legitimate transmigration travel contract. So we have to wait until we finish negotiating with the Game Tourism Bureau. However, I asked several hypnotists and found some methods to awaken people after hypnosis. You could try them. A book fell out of the space. She took it and said, "All right." She thought, by the time they finish negotiating, I'll probably already be doomed. Looks like in the end, I still have to rely on myself. But in order to become Li Mufeng, she didn't hesitate to turn from a modern person into an ancient person, and she even did so many illegal things. What exactly does she want? Back in the present, Ma Shangfeng sat up and looked at her sleeping in a heap beside him. She opened her eyes and saw Ma Shangfeng watching her and was startled. In her fright, she grabbed the book and hit him with it. After realizing she had hit Ma Shangfeng, she awkwardly said, "I didn't do it on purpose." He was still awake late at night and ignored her. She said, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. How about I kowtow to you once?" Just then his stomach growled. He looked toward her and said coldly, "What are you looking at me for? Why aren't you hurrying to arrange dinner for me?" She immediately nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes." She thought, I didn't expect him to have such a delicate side. But this is good too. At least I'm not being suspected. Just as she was leaving, she saw Ma Shangfeng get out of bed and say, "It's already very late. Don't disturb anyone else. Make it yourself." She then said, "I know." Then she ran off, happily thinking, I can clear everything away now. After she finished cooking, she brought it to Ma Shangfeng. Looking at the deadly tray of food before him, Ma Shangfeng could hardly believe it. Li Mufeng thought, I didn't expect anyone would dare eat the rice, soup, and vegetables I made. He really is a warrior. Looking at that plate of food, Ma Shangfeng could not believe it. How could a meal be this bad? No, I can't endure this anymore. Li Mufeng still asked him, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" He trembled and pressed his lips together. Nothing. He took a bite and thought, it really tastes awful. Then he turned and looked at Li Mufeng's sparkling eyes and thought, but he looks so expectant. How can I hurt someone who entered the palace for my sake without hesitation and only wishes to stay by my side? But it really is awful. I can't swallow it. Even so, in the end he accepted it and finished the whole plate of food. After eating his fill, he returned to bed and went back to sleep. In his sleep, he dreamed of himself pinning Li Mufeng down on the bed, while she called out anxiously, "Your Majesty." After the dream, he opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. He looked down below himself and saw that his little bird was chirping merrily. He blushed, held his head, and said, "I can't keep going on like this. Early the next morning, Li Mufeng happily went to the palace hall. Unexpectedly, little Xinzi stopped her and said, "His Majesty has instructed that today is your turn to rest." Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, "Huh? Rest? Then can I leave the palace and return to the Bai residence?" Little Xinzi glanced toward Ma Shangfeng. Seeing him nod, he replied, "Yes. General Bai has probably already received the news too. The carriage to pick you up has arrived." She happily rubbed little Xinzi's head and said, "Yes. Thank you, little Xinzi. I'll go first. See you tomorrow." After having his head touched by her, little Xinzi shouted angrily, "Little Lizi, who gave you permission to touch my wig?" She ran off happily. "I've finally found a chance to leave the palace. The plan to undo the hypnosis can finally be carried out." At the same time, inside the Empress Dowager's palace, the Empress Dowager asked angrily, "What did you say?" Little Lizi has improper thoughts toward the emperor. The fake woman said, "Although I also find it hard to believe, this matter is probably true. I saw this at His Majesty's place that day." As she spoke, she handed the book to the Empress Dowager and said, "His Majesty also seems to treat this little eunuch very differently." The Empress Dowager took the book, titled "The Tyrannical Emperor Falls in Love with a Beautiful Little Eunuch," and thought, "It seems this little eunuch truly cannot be allowed to remain." At the Bai residence, Bai Tang said to Li Mufeng, "I've prepared everything for you. Later, our people will perform that play. But are you sure this will really work, Sister Feng? Why don't I simply tell His Majesty? After all, I am a general. Perhaps His Majesty will believe my words." He thought to himself, "I didn't expect Sister Feng to have become more mature than before after returning this time." She pulled his arm and said, "No, we can't take that risk, Brother Tang. Wait a little longer. I can resolve it." He replied, "All right, I'll listen to you." He looked at her and thought, "She has also become more beautiful." Bai Tang said to her, "Sister Feng, if in the end you still can't restore your identity, perhaps we can." Hearing this, she asked, "Can what?" He paused and said, "Nothing. Don't worry. No matter what, I will stand on your side." After hearing this, she thought the history books really weren't wrong. Bai Tang is a good person. Then the carriage stopped. Bai Tang led her down from the carriage and said, "We're here." She looked toward the tower, where voices were coming from. "Eunuch, speaking the truth will bring disaster," she happily exclaimed. "The seed is about to sprout." Inside, people were performing a play. Seeing my lord shed tears, how could my heart not ache? Holding the golden butterfly box in my hands, I want the golden butterfly to testify to the present. Consort Lu's heart is too vicious. A leopard cat was exchanged for the air. The true master has changed. A jade token and a secret letter happened to become proof of loyalty. By imperial decree, grain was distributed in Qinzhou. By imperial order, one was summoned to court. Officials carried gold into the imperial hall. Beneath the dais, they paid respects to the sovereign. Grain was distributed in Qinzhou, and midway through, they met a blind old woman crying of injustice. She said she lived within the imperial palace, in the Jade Spirit Palace, accompanying Empress Li. If someone impersonates imperial kin, they should be executed. She has a handkerchief as proof. What handkerchief as proof? Clearly, this is a coiled dragon and crouching phoenix trying to seize the palace. As soon as Lin Roland saw Bai Tang, she said, "Tanger, you're here." Lord Li asked, "Why do you have time today to have people perform this play for us?" Bai Tang said, "I'm on leave today and have some spare time, so I wanted to entertain Uncle and Aunt. What do you think? Uncle, Aunt, do you like this play?" On the stage, they were still performing the play, saying, "What coiled dragon and crouching phoenix trying to seize the palace?" Remember well the grand rights of court. The rightful mistress of the central palace, the mother of the nation, lives in a cold and desolate place. Would it not make the whole world laugh? You speak far too boldly. I charge you with deceiving the heavens. Lord Li said, "It's passable, but a play is only a play. It can cure boredom. You are a child who has just returned. You should still spend more time on official affairs." He then replied, "Uncle's teaching is absolutely right." Speaking of this, I remember that when Sister Feng was young, she loved talking about state affairs. I wonder whether she is still the same as before. After returning to the palace, I thought that since Sister Feng is the future empress, I then considered. Lin Roland smiled and said, "You two are childhood sweethearts, and Fenger has no brothers or sisters. If you and that child can support each other, then..." She paused, then continued, "However, it is true that Fenger is no longer the same as before." Bai Tang said, "I feel the same. In the past, Fenger could not wear jade, but after she returned this time, I discovered that she carries jade on her." When the two heard this, They were startled and asked, "What?" Li Mufeng thought. The historical records say Empress Li did not like wearing jade, but they never recorded the reason. Fortunately, before coming, I read through the unofficial history and short biographies, so I knew it was because she was allergic and therefore did not wear jade. The transmigrator probably doesn't know about this. She is too arrogant. She forcibly turned herself into Li Mufeng in the eyes of the Li parents. After killing all the people who knew Li Mufeng, she did not erase the memories of father and mother Li, and that led to this flaw. Once someone plants the seed of psychological suggestion, when the seed of doubt sprouts and blooms, a crack will appear in her hypnosis. Suli, very soon, you'll be finished. Tomorrow, I'll go to the residence outside. Li Mufeng said to Bai Tang, "Brother Tang, you still have to continue investigating whether there is anyone who knows me. If there is, secretly bring them here. Also, tomorrow, remember that you absolutely must bring my parents to that place." He replied, "All right, you must be careful in the palace. If anything happens, you must let me know." "All right, in the next few days, I'll think of a way to come out. It's getting late. I'll go in first." She waved goodbye to Bai Tang and walked into the palace. She had just stepped inside when she saw soldiers surrounding her. Suli walked over with the Empress Dowager and smiled. "Good evening, Eunuch Li." At this moment, in the Emperor's hall, and Mu knelt and said, "Your Majesty, little Lizzie has been taken away by the Empress Dowager." In the Hall of Mind Guidance, Ma Shangfeng was reviewing memorials. He asked in Mu, "You said Li Mufeng entered the Empress Dowager's palace today, and only then did the Empress Dowager fly into a rage and have little Lizzie taken away?" And Mu bowed and replied, "Yes." Ma Shangfeng frowned and asked, "Do you know what they said?" And Mu replied, "Li Mufeng said little Lizzie had bewitched your Majesty." After hearing this, he angrily snapped his brush in half, killing intent surging from him. Bewitched? A woman who has not even entered the palace, yet dares to interfere in my affairs? I would like to see who dares touch the person I want to protect. He slammed the brush onto the table in fury and stood up. Meanwhile, in the Empress Dowager's palace, Li Mufeng had already been tortured by her until her whole body was covered in wounds. Just then, a palace maid entered, knelt, and said, "That day, I saw little Lizzie enter Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. When he came out, the phoenix seal inside was gone. Then a soldier came over carrying the phoenix seal and reported, 'Your Majesty, your phoenix seal has been found. It was in little Lizzie's quarters.' The Empress Dowager said, 'If that is the case, then kill him without mercy.' With that, she turned and left. Suli sneered and walked up to Li Mufeng, saying, 'Li Mufeng, so what if you are from the editing department? Haven't you still lost to me?' She raised her hand and lifted Li Mufeng's face. Li Mufeng weakly said, 'Let go.' Suli smiled, stood up, and asked, 'Are you worthy of ordering me around?' 'Beat him. After you finish, send him on his way.' The subordinates answered, 'Yes.' Li Mufeng looked at them and thought to herself, 'I calculated everything, but I never expected I would die here in the end. I really want to salvage this somehow.' She closed her eyes and waited for the whip to fall. Suddenly, at that moment, Ma Shangfeng rushed in and grabbed the whip. Li Mufeng opened her eyes in shock and saw him crouching beside her, calling little Lizzie. She immediately said, 'Your Majesty.' He picked her up at once and ordered, 'Summon the imperial physician.' Seeing this, Suli panicked. 'Your Majesty, this was ordered by the Empress Dowager.' He turned and glared coldly at her, frightening her. At this time, Ji Fanfan came over, her eyes shining brightly. 'A moment of wrath for a beauty. I want that too.' General Wang saw this and said, 'Do not act like that toward me.' Inside the palace hall, and Mu brought the medicine over and said, 'Your Majesty, why not let me apply the medicine to little Lizzie? Your body is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. This is truly somewhat improper.' He said, 'It is fine. I will do it.' He placed Li Mufeng on the bed, then asked, 'How is the investigation into the Li family? Have they embezzled anything or committed any other crimes?' And Mu replied, 'No, Your Majesty. The Li family is very clean. For the time being, I have not discovered any problems. However, I did discover one thing. An accident once occurred at the separate estate where Miss Li was recovering from her injuries. 59 people died, and only one person survived. After hearing this, he asked coldly, 'Only one person survived?' Then he reached out, intending to remove Li Mufeng's clothes. Just then, she woke up. Seeing the situation, she hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, 'Stop.' Seeing that she was awake, Ma Shangfeng asked, "You are awake? I want to apply medicine for you. Why are you so nervous? What is wrong with you? Are there other wounds? You should hurry and take off your clothes so I can examine you carefully." Li Mufeng panicked, sweating as she said, "No, no, no. There is no need to be so polite. Your Majesty's body is precious as gold and jade. Helping a lowly little eunuch like me apply medicine is truly inappropriate." Suddenly, pain shot through her wound, making her cry out. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng hurriedly said, "I already told you that you are injured, so do not move around. You hit your wound, didn't you?" He turned to Enmu and said, "Step out." Enmu bowed and left. Ma Shangfeng continued speaking to her. "I know you will be embarrassed if there are many people here, so I told Enmu to leave. Now there is no emperor here, only me, Ma Shangfeng." Hearing this, she called out in surprise, "Ma Shangfeng." He nodded and said, Now sit still obediently. I will remove your clothes first, examine your body, and conveniently apply the medicine as well." After hearing this, she was startled speechless. He reached out, "Do not move." Then he immediately tied her hands. "I knew you would not obediently listen. Now you cannot resist, can you?" Seeing that she had been tied up, she panicked and thought, "What do I do? What do I do? Am I about to have my identity exposed?" Ma Shangfeng reached out to undo her clothes. She thought in fear, "No, I cannot just sit here and wait for death." So she immediately lunged forward and slammed her head into his. He clutched his swollen head and angrily called, "Little Lizzie." She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I really do not need it." He looked at her in silence for a while, then walked out. Little Lizzie resisted so much just now, even going so far as to do something like that. Why exactly? Enmu followed him and asked, "Your Majesty, are we going to the Empress Dowager now?" He nodded and said, Then he suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Ma Shangfeng immediately asked Enmu, "Enmu, when you investigated before, you surely did not investigate little Lizzie, did you?" Enmu replied, "Yes." He then said, "Change your line of thinking. Do not investigate a man anymore. Investigate a woman." After hearing this, Enmu was startled and asked, "A woman, Your Majesty?" He recalled her face and thought, a person living in this world cannot leave no traces at all unless the direction of the investigation is wrong. If the original direction was wrong, then there is an explanation for his reactions and for why his identity could not be found. A woman. At this moment, in the Empress Dowager's palace, the Empress Dowager was sweating. The fake Suli stood behind her. Ma Shangfeng sat down and calmly drank tea. The Empress Dowager spoke up and asked, "What is it? Does the Emperor want to cause trouble with me over that little eunuch?" Ma Shangfeng said to the Empress Dowager, "Why would Imperial Mother say that? I merely want to tell Imperial Mother the truth." Could it be that Imperial Mother does not want to hear the truth? The Empress Dowager said, "It is not that I do not want to hear it." Ma Shangfeng waved his hand. "If that is so, Li Quan, tell the Empress Dowager." Li Quan immediately replied, "Yes. Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, His Majesty had me on duty this month. After I checked the records, I discovered that this month, aside from the people in Your Majesty's palace, only these people had ever entered your palace. After I eliminated them one by one, I discovered that none of these people had any connection to little Lizzie, nor did they have any contact with him. I also investigated the person who accused little Lizzie of stealing the Phoenix Seal. That night, he was serving the virtuous prince in the side hall and never went outside." After hearing this, the Empress Dowager angrily slammed the table and asked, "So what? Are you saying someone framed him?" Ma Shangfeng then said, "Imperial Mother, why must you be angry? He is only speaking. No one is suspecting you. The matter is nearly clear now. Little Lizzie did not steal the Phoenix Seal. As for the remaining matters, Imperial Mother may resolve them clearly yourself. Imperial Mother, little Lizzie is my person. I am no longer the prince whom you could arbitrarily control. What happened back then, I will not allow it to happen again." With that, he turned and left. Suli went over to help the Empress Dowager stand. "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, what was His Majesty talking about? How is little Lizzie's matter similar to what happened back then?" The Empress Dowager recalled how, in the past, she had forced Ma Shangfeng to personally witness his servant being beheaded, while he cried loudly and begged, "Imperial Mother, please do not." She held her head and said, "Nothing." She thought to herself, so that child has always remembered what happened back then. After some time, Ma Shangfeng returned to the room where Li Mufeng was lying and sat beside her. At this moment, she was dreaming, trapped in a nightmare. In the dream, she heard Su Li say, "Li Mufeng, you dare fight me over a man? I will make sure you cannot even die in peace." She cried out in panic, "No." The Empress Dowager also appeared in the dream and ordered, "Beat him to death for me." Li Mufeng cried out in alarm, "No, do not." Ma Shangfeng hurriedly soothed her and said, "It is all right now. It is all right." She said in surprise, "Your Majesty." He stroked her head and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Do not worry. Rest well. With me here, no one can harm you. You are injured. Rest. I will stay by your side." She pulled the blanket over herself, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. He smiled and said, "You also do not need to worry about the Empress Dowager. I have already spoken clearly with her. I will not let what happened back then happen again. Rest assured." After hearing this, she was startled and thought, "What happened back then? What happened in the past?" He stroked her head and said, "Sleep." She answered, "Yes," then thought to herself, "So he can be this gentle too." At this moment, Ma Shangfeng recalled the scene of that servant being forced to the execution grounds, calling in fear, "Crown Prince, save me." He thought to himself, "This time, I absolutely will not. Absolutely not." The next day, after Li Mufeng woke up and Mu prepared delicious food for her, she was extremely happy when suddenly someone called out, "Eunuch Li, His Highness the Virtuous Prince and General Bai have arrived." Bai Tang ran in and said, "Brother Feng." Li Mufeng turned her head and saw Mu disappear, leaving her startled. Bai Tang circled around her and asked, "How are you?" The virtuous prince ran over and hugged her, saying, "Enough. He was already injured. If you keep spinning around, I fear he will become stupid." Hearing this, Bai Tang asked in confusion, "Injured? Sister Feng, why don't you come back with me? As for that imposter, I cannot keep leaving you here. Otherwise, that imposter will definitely still think of ways to kill you." She immediately said, "Brother Tang, do not get worked up." At that exact moment, the virtuous prince spoke. "Sister Feng? Imposter? Could the imposter you two are talking about be Li Mufeng, the one who wanted to kill little Lizzie this time? She is an imposter?" Hearing this, Li Mufeng felt as though thunder had struck beside her ear and thought, "Oh no, I forgot about him." Bai Tang and Li Mufeng, standing on the same side, stared at the virtuous prince. Bai Tang released a murderous aura and asked, "Sister Feng, what should we do? Do we need to directly take action and dispose of him?" Sweating, she said, "This is not a bewitching scene, all right?" She thought to herself, "For now, I'm afraid the struggle between me and Su Li will not stop. After all, Bai Tang is a general, but his influence is not as great as the virtuous prince's. If he can help me." The virtuous prince looked at her suspiciously. She began to explain, "Virtuous prince, we have no malicious intent. Please listen to our explanation." Bai Tang held his saber and said, "We have no malicious intent." Then Li Mufeng took out sunglasses and a storyteller's clapper and began to tell the story. Here is what happened. At this point, more than 100,000 words of miscellaneous chatter were omitted. After hearing the story, the virtuous prince's mouth fell open. Li Mufeng immediately said, "That is how it is." After hearing this, Ma Shangchen frowned. "No wonder I felt that your previous behavior was very strange. If that is the case," Bai Tang walked over and said, "Now, that imposter has already coaxed the Empress Dowager until she is completely turned around. If you stay in the palace, it truly is not safe. Why don't you leave with me?" She shook her head and said, "No. If I leave with you, I will no longer be able to know what she is doing." Li Mufeng thought to herself, "If she says something to Ma Shangfeng, then I will be dead for sure." Bai Tang hurriedly said, "But if you stay here, I cannot feel at ease." "Sister Feng, this time His Majesty arrived in time. What about next time? What will you do next time?" He took her hand and said, "This time, I must take you away." She shook his hand off. "Bai Tang." At this moment, the virtuous prince smiled and came over. "Ah, Mem, I have something to say. I believe my imperial brother will not allow little Lizzie to be injured again, so you do not need to worry that the imposter will make a move against little Lizzie. Besides, you cannot stay beside little Lizzie all 12 double hours of the day. The most dangerous place is the safest place." After hearing this, Bai Tang was startled. After everything was settled, Bai Tang walked out and said to the virtuous prince, "This time, I need your highness to cooperate with me. I truly apologize." Ma Shangchen smiled and said, "It is fine. This is good too. I can help you openly and honorably now." Little Tang, do not be so nervous. Relax. With me standing behind you, nothing will happen. After hearing this, Bai Tang stiffened. At night, Suli walked outside. Someone said to her, many people already know about Li Mufeng's matter. If you do not let go, I fear disaster will fall upon you. I will give you one last chance. Take this pill and work for me. I can help you remove every obstacle. After hearing this, she was silent for a while, then said, so this is your true purpose. You helped me change my identity, yet secretly save Li Mufeng behind my back. This was your goal. Unfortunately, I am not someone willing to obey another person's orders. This time, I do not need you. I will handle it myself. Our cooperation ends here. That person said, ends here? Suli, you think too highly of yourself. Very soon, you will beg me to help you. Very soon. After that day, Suli originally wanted to use the excuse of visiting to see Li Mufeng, but she discovered that many more guards had been added around Li Mufeng. She could no longer approach her. Li Mufeng brought tea to Ma Shangfeng. He said, you can rest assured. From now on, I will not let anyone hurt you again. She shyly thought, I never expected he could go this far for me. Unfortunately, I am not a real eunuch. Otherwise, perhaps. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, why don't I cook for you one more time? He was startled and asked, After she left, and Mu came over, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, I found out that the virtuous prince and General Bai are investigating the fire at the mountain estate where Miss Li once stayed. After hearing this, he asked, The fire? Mu replied, Yes. Aside from Miss Li, no one survived that fire. After hearing this, he said, Then it is correct. At this moment his stomach rumbled. He clutched his belly, and Mu looked at him and thought, Little Lizzie, I never expected His Majesty could endure such suffering. He hurriedly said, If there is anything else, say it later. Elsewhere, Li Mufeng was happily thinking to herself, It seems Ma Shangfeng really likes the sugared strawberry paste mixed with vinegar that I newly invented. What should I make next time? Ma Shangfeng said to Mu, If the virtuous prince and Bai Tang are investigating the fire, then go add another push to the flames. Mu bowed and replied yes. Then he hesitated. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng asked, Is there anything else? And Mu said, Then what about little Lizzie? Do I need to keep following him closely? He replied, No need. I will personally protect him. After saying this, he lowered his head again to read the memorials. After a while, Mu signaled to Ma Shangfeng from outside. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng turned to Li Mufeng beside him and said, These past few days, it seems the young lady of the Li family has been constantly inquiring about you. Did you and she know each other before? After hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled and thought to herself, What does Ma Shangfeng mean by saying this? Has he found out something? No, impossible. If he had found out something, he probably would not have this expression right now. She then answered, No, we did not know each other before. He smiled and asked, Is that so? She immediately explained, Of course. How could a little eunuch like me possibly know Miss Li? Ma Shangfeng nodded and said, I understand. You have a day off today. Bai Tang is waiting outside. Go to him. She immediately replied, Yes, then thought to herself, I don't know why, but I feel like he knows something. Forget it. I should continue the hypnosis cleansing plan first. Right now, that is still the priority. After that day, every other day, Li Mufeng and Bai Tang would take Li's father and mother to the places they and Li Mufeng had once visited together. As their memories gradually awakened, the Li parents were slowly able to draw Li Mufeng's appearance as a child. At the same time, on the virtuous prince's side, he also found a servant who had once worked at the separate estate a year earlier, and who had later returned home to recover because of a serious illness. To avoid further complications, the virtuous prince arranged to go out with Ma Shangfeng to stroll the streets and view the lanterns, while Li Mufeng would use this opportunity to secretly leave and meet that person. That night, Su Li was in the palace when a letter-carrying bird arrived. It landed on her hand. After reading the letter, she was startled and asked, What? Then she gritted her teeth, and the letter fell down. It read, In the fire that day, there was still one fish that escaped the net. It is now in the virtuous prince's hands. At tomorrow's Lantern Festival, Li Mufeng will meet her. If you want help, meet me in front of the temple tomorrow. The next day, outside, a carriage stopped. Ma Shangfeng turned to Li Mufeng and said, Do not get too playful later. Follow behind me. She nodded and answered, Yes. The next day was the Lantern Festival. The virtuous prince and Li Mufeng looked at each other and smiled. Then they left. Mu followed them. Many people appeared at the Lantern Festival. The virtuous prince winked at Li Mufeng. Here it is. Then he turned to Ma Shangfeng and said, Imperial brother, my stomach hurts. I want little Lizzie to go to the latrine with me for a bit. Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng frowned and looked at the two of them, then nodded and said, Go quickly and return quickly. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, answered yes, and left. Afterward, he hurriedly turned around and said, Let us go. We will stroll over there. The subordinates bowed and replied, Yes. As the virtuous prince walked, he said vigilantly, Someone is following us. Hearing this, she was about to look back, but the virtuous prince immediately held her head still. Do not look back. In a moment, we will split in two directions. I will go shake off the person following us. You go east, then turn right into a small harbor. There's a separate estate over there with a green lantern hanging outside. After I shake that person off, I will come find you. She answered, All right. Be careful. When they reached the intersection, the two of them split up. The virtuous prince hid in a corner. Sure enough, a man in black appeared. He smiled, then used the handle of his fan to knock that person unconscious. Li Mufeng followed the direction Ma Shangchen had given her. At the end, she saw a separate estate. She raised her head and saw the green lantern hanging in front of the gate, then happily went over and knocked. This is the place. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat and thought, Wait, something is wrong. Blood. Li Mufeng looked down at her feet and saw blood flowing out from beneath the door. She immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. Looking inside, she saw that person was already dead, and she fell silent. At this moment, the virtuous prince also caught up. Seeing her standing outside the door, he asked, Why are you not going in? But as soon as he entered and saw that all the soldiers he had left there had been killed, he bent down to look. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said, There is one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The corpses here are not my people. That servant of yours is not among them either. He has disappeared. Li Mufeng returned to the palace hall, held her head, and thought, Although I have participated in several editing missions before, this is the first time I have encountered something like this. In order to replace the original owner, Su Li killed all the servants in the mountain estate. Now she has done something like this again. She really is too insane. Now the only clear-headed person who could prove my identity has disappeared. What should I do? Maybe I should see whether the Li parents can break free from the hypnotized state. At that exact moment, Bai Tang rushed in and said, Sister Feng, this is bad. Your parents have disappeared. After hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled and asked, What? Bai Tang said, I had just arrived at the mountain estate when I saw a letter left behind by your uncle and aunt. The letter said they were traveling and would only return after the wedding. But my people investigated for a long time and could not find out where they went. Yesterday, that imposter went to see them. After hearing this, Li Mufeng gritted her teeth. Bai Tang continued, I suspect they are in the imposter's hands. Li Mufeng thought of Su Li, recalling what she had once said, I already told you that you cannot beat me. Be obedient and admit defeat. Then she remembered Ma Shangfeng's words. Rest assured, with me here, I will definitely not let anyone hurt you again. She clenched her fists and stood up. Seeing this, Bai Tang asked in surprise, Sister Feng, what do you want to do? She replied, Break the pots and sink the boats. Tell His Majesty the truth. Inside the imperial study, Enmu said to Ma Shangfeng, Your Majesty, the specific situation is like this. Your Majesty may look at the memorial. I have written everything very clearly. He replied, At that exact moment, someone outside said, Your Majesty, little Lizzie and General by request an audience. Enmu smiled and answered, They have arrived? Let them in. Li Mufeng and Bai Tang entered and bowed. Your Majesty, I want to tell you something. Ma Shangfeng looked at Li Mufeng and Bai Tang's joined hands and said, Oh, what a coincidence. I also have something I want to say to you. A dangerous look flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand to signal Little Shinzi. Little Shinzi immediately withdrew and closed the door. Ma Shangfeng took out a memorial and threw it toward her. Take a look. As soon as she opened it and saw that the portrait inside was of herself, she was startled. Ma Shangfeng spoke. Explain, Miss Li. You disguised yourself as a man to infiltrate the palace. What exactly do you want to do? Li Mufeng held the portrait and asked, What do I want to do? Your Majesty, you can investigate this, but you cannot find out anything else? For example, my true identity? He smiled and said, Guess whether I've already guessed your identity. At that exact moment, little Shinzi ran in and said, Your Majesty, this is bad. The Empress Dowager has encountered assassins. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng was startled and asked, What? Then he immediately ran outside. Seeing this, Li Mufeng thought to herself, the Empress Dowager encountered assassins? How could it be such a coincidence that it happens at this exact time? Does Ma Shangfeng know my identity or not? If he knows, why did he have that expression? Why do I keep feeling that something is abnormal? Also, why would assassins be able to sneak into the imperial palace so easily? Just as Li Mufeng ran outside, a group of people immediately surrounded her. A man appeared and said, Li Mufeng, long time no see. She asked in shock, "You're that person?" The man took off his head covering and replied, "At first, I want to take your life." After that, Li Mufeng was kidnapped. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth, and she was thrown into a carriage. Just as the carriage was moving, Ji Fanfan stopped it and asked, "Eunuch Wang, why are you leaving so late?" The man replied, "That's right. My mother is seriously ill, so I specially asked Eunuch Wang for leave to go back and see her. These are the things I prepared for my mother." "Commander, do you need to inspect them?" Hearing this, Li Mufeng thought to herself, "Commander?" An assassin appeared in the palace. He'll investigate, right? He won't let this go so easily. Hurry up and search it. If you inspect it, you'll find me. Unexpectedly, Ji Fanfan said, "There's no need. I trust Eunuch Wang. If your mother is seriously ill, then hurry home." Li Mufeng angrily cursed, "This idiot." She gritted her teeth and slammed her forehead against the carriage wall. Hearing the sound, Ji Fanfan immediately said, "Wait." Li Mufeng excitedly thought, "Is he going to inspect it?" Unexpectedly, Ji Fanfan handed the man a scented pouch and said, "Eunuch Wang's mother is seriously ill. Since we are acquaintances, I should show some concern. This is the scented pouch I always carry with me. It can help with sleep. Please take it, Eunuch." Eunuch Wang accepted it and replied, "Thank you, Commander." As soon as the carriage left, the man immediately drew his sword toward her and cut a slash across her face, saying, "Miss Li, blades have no eyes. If you move again, you may have to bid farewell to this world." Li Mufeng looked at him and thought, "Who exactly is he? What does he want?" The man smiled and said, "What do I want? Of course, I came under orders to take your life." Then he raised his sword and was about to slash at her again. She retreated, dodging the strike, but hit the carriage wall and fell down. Seeing this, he smiled smugly, turned the blade, and stabbed toward her. Unexpectedly, a sword pierced through his hand, forcing him to drop the blade in his grip. Ma Shangfeng appeared and said, "Who dares touch her?" Li Mufeng gritted her teeth. Seeing that Ma Shangfeng had appeared, she finally felt at ease and fainted. After some time, she woke up and asked in panic, "Your Majesty?" Amu walked over and asked, "You're awake?" She immediately asked, "Where is this?" Amu replied, "I know what you want to ask. I was the one who saved you. This is my private residence. Don't worry. Other than me, no one can enter this place, so it's very safe here." After saying that, and Mu handed her medicine, she thought to herself, "So it wasn't His Majesty who saved me, I thought." She then asked Mu, "When can I go back?" And Mu said, "You don't need to go back anymore." The Empress Dowager was assassinated, and Miss Li was injured while saving Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. His Majesty agreed to marry Miss Li next month, and at the same time, he released you from the palace. After hearing this, Li Mufeng asked in shock, "What? Ma Shangfeng and Su Li are about to get married." She lowered her head and thought, "No, I can't let them get married. Once they marry, that entire page of history will be fixed. Then what should I do afterward?" Amu walked over and said, "Hurry and lie down." Just then, a notification appeared. She thought, in surprise, the editing department? Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, she immediately lay down and entered the system. Yang Zheng told her. After discussion between the editing department and the higher-ups of the transmigration department, the higher-ups have finally acknowledged the legitimacy of Su Li's transmigration. In other words, once Su Li and His Majesty are married, in order to preserve history, we will secretly execute Li Mufeng directly. Hearing this, she thought in shock. They want her to completely replace Li Mufeng? Yang Zheng handed her a voice transmitter and said, "This is a voice transmitter. It can use the space-time trajectory to send messages to me, but not many. If there's anything else you need my help with, you can tell me. No matter what the result is, your mission this time will be judged a success. Prepare yourself well. 1 month later, we will come to take you back." Returning to reality, she thought sorrowfully, as the editing department said, "If the identity cannot be swapped back, this really is a way that won't affect history." But the original host is only in a deep sleep. She isn't dead. As long as I can change history, she can still come back. But if we do this, we will directly erase the original host's existence. Even if this mission succeeds, I can't accept a living person being erased like this. This is murder. Am I really supposed to stand by and become an accomplice? After thinking for a while, Li Mufeng made up her mind and said no. Even if it's for the greater good, I can't accept this. I must get out and expose the imposter. Thinking this, Li Mufeng pushed the door open and walked out. Mu was standing outside. As soon as he saw Li Mufeng brush past him, he asked, "You're awake? Where are you rushing off to?" Li Mufeng looked at Mu and replied, "I want to return to the palace." Hearing that she wanted to go back to the palace, and Mu frowned. "You can't go back. This place is Peach Blossom Spring. The mountain gate only opens once every 3 months, so you can't get out. If you're not in a hurry, just wait a while longer." After hearing Mu's words, Li Mufeng frowned and thought, "No, I can't keep waiting." 3 months later, the imposter will have long since married Ma Shangfeng. By then, everything will be impossible to change. Since this place can open, it proves there is a mechanism. Every 3 months, it activates and the gate opens. As long as I find the mechanism, I can open this gate ahead of time. Thinking this, Li Mufeng immediately grabbed Mu's hand and said, "Come on, let's go look for the mechanism." After that day, Li Mufeng brought Mu along to search for the mechanism for half a month, but they found nothing at all. At this moment, only half a month remained until Ma Shangfeng's wedding. After a long time spent searching for the mechanism and seeing the wedding day drawing ever closer, Li Mufeng became more and more disappointed. Seeing her so sorrowful, Mu could only stroke her head to comfort her. Afterward, Mu went to find Ma Shangfeng and said, "Your Majesty, Little Li has been trying to find a way out all this time. I can tell that because he can't get out, he is very sad. Do you truly not intend to let him out?" After hearing Mu, Ma Shangfeng replied, "I know. I will decide this matter myself. You only need to stay here and take care of him." Mu called out, "Your Majesty." Ma Shangfeng said, "I must return. This matter is settled." After hearing this, Mu replied, "Yes." Ma Shangfeng pressed open a mechanism and a loud sound rang out. He thought, "Very sad? I will go see him." After that, he went to find Li Mufeng at night and saw her on the bed, having a nightmare and shouting, "No, don't." Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng felt heartache. Is she having a nightmare? In a dream, she saw the original host desperately calling for help. "Save me." "No, don't." Then someone held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid." She turned her head in shock and, seeing Ma Shangfeng, thought in surprise, "Your Majesty?" Seeing her having such a nightmare, Ma Shangfeng only gritted his teeth and turned to leave. But she had woken up and grabbed his sleeve. "It really is you. I originally thought it was a dream, but it turns out this isn't a dream. Your Majesty, that day I asked whether you had guessed my identity. Thinking carefully now, you had already found out my identity, hadn't you?" Li Mufeng asked Ma Shangfeng again, starting from what happened at the separate estate. Ma Shangfeng told her no, starting from when we first met. That day I met you by coincidence, and you're being framed by those assassins. From that moment on, I began to suspect you. I had Mu check the rosters, and I even checked them myself, but I couldn't find any information related to you. It wasn't until Bai Tang returned later that I gradually discovered you seemed to have some misunderstanding about the young lady of the Li family. In the end, at the Lantern Festival, I discovered the flaw and learned your true identity. You are the legitimate daughter of the Li family, Li Mufeng, and also my future empress. As he spoke, he stroked her hair. Hearing this, she thought, if His Majesty already knew my identity back then why? She then asked, could it be that the Li family's parents are still in Tony's hands, and you wanted to beat them at their own game? She grabbed his sleeve and said, Your Majesty, I want to take part in your plan too. In the carriage, Ma Shangfeng said to Li Mufeng, I still find it strange. I believe that although my plan cannot be said to be flawless, it was carried out in secrecy. Other than in Mu, no one else knew about it. How did you discover that I knew your identity? Li Mufeng blinked and replied, Actually, I didn't know. I was only tricking you. At the time, I only saw you while half asleep and half awake. After that, I connected it with what had happened before and felt it was very strange, so I tricked you once. I didn't expect your Majesty to tell the truth. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng was at a loss for words. Li Mufeng continued, Your Majesty, I'm so happy that you found out my identity. Then she immediately leaned into his arms. Celebrating inwardly, she thought, I originally thought I had reached a dead end. I didn't expect a miracle to happen. I can preserve the original host, and I can deal with Suli, too. He held her in his arms and said, In his heart, he thought, so being able to marry you makes me very happy. The carriage stopped. Ma Shangfeng said to her, we still haven't found out who is behind Suli. Although I agreed to let you take part in my plan, you must still be careful. Go within Mu and be responsible for finding where your parents are. She nodded and replied, all right. She got out of the carriage. Suddenly, he called, Foma. She was startled and responded, He grabbed her hand, pulled her back, and said, rest assured, my empress can only be you. Then he lowered his head, about to kiss her. Remembering her own memories and thinking of the original host, she hurriedly pushed him away. In the imperial palace, Suli had changed into wedding attire. Looking at herself in the mirror, she smiled happily and said, Li Mufeng, this time, I'm still the winner. Li Mufeng lay on the bed, tossing and turning. She recalled how that morning Ma Shangfeng had lowered his head, intending to kiss her, and thought in shock, just now, did he want to kiss me? Then Li Mufeng began to reflect. She remembered the words Ma Shangfeng had said when she was injured and he came to apply medicine. Right now, there is no emperor here. There is only me, Ma Shangfeng. Then she remembered how he had appeared before her to protect her. Who dares touch her? Thinking of these things, Li Mufeng held her rapidly beating heart, lowered her head in pain, and said, no, that's not right. I have to remind myself of my identity. The person he wanted to kiss was the original host. History records that Ma Shangfeng was deeply devoted to the empress, and for her, he dismissed the entire harem. So perhaps he simply thinks I'm the original host. They're the real betrothed couple. I shouldn't overthink it. I should complete the mission first. But seeing him want to kiss me, why did my heart beat so fast? Just as Li Mufeng was struggling over her feelings for Ma Shangfeng, there was a knock on the door. Li Mufeng turned her head and saw Ma Shangfeng walk in. She asked in surprise, Your Majesty, why are you here? He replied, I found your parents. Hearing this, she was shocked. He stretched out his hand and said to her, get up quickly. Come with me. She avoided his hand. Let's go. Hearing this, he nodded. Afterward, Ma Shangfeng carried Li Mufeng and used lightness skill to reach the place where her parents were being held. On the way, he said, the shadow guards have been watching her all along, but during this period, she never went out. Today, after trying on her wedding dress, she secretly left with the help of a black-clad man. Although I still haven't found out who exactly the black-clad man helping her is, today I found your parents. He stopped on a roof, removed a roof tile, and said, your parents are here. An inescapable net has also been laid around the area. Let's go down. Li Mufeng looked below and saw Suli inside. She thought, she's hypnotizing them. She hurriedly stopped him and said, wait. The Li family's parents were hypnotized once before. Their minds are already weak. If we interrupt them, they may be in danger. After hearing this, he frowned and asked, the Li family's parents? She was startled and thought, oh no, I forgot that my current identity is the legitimate daughter of the Li family. She quickly said, your Majesty, let's wait a little longer. After she leaves, I'll check their condition. He nodded and replied, all right. After a while, Suli left. Seeing this, Li Mufeng said, your Majesty, let's go down. He nodded and replied, all right, then carried her down. Li Mufeng looked toward Father Li, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Ma Shangfeng carried Li Mufeng and used lightness skill to take her away from the place where the Li parents were being imprisoned. Under the hazy moonlight, each of his steps was light yet steady, as if he were protecting the most precious thing in the world. When he sensed the quiet around them, he lowered his head and asked, what's wrong? Are you still worried about your parents? Li Mufeng nodded, sorrow still clear in her eyes. She replied softly, her voice seeming to drift through the air. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng gently stroked her head. His voice was deep and warm. Although I don't know exactly how she did it, rest assured, I have already found out your identity. So no matter what the final result is, my empress will only be you. After hearing this, Li Mufeng felt as if her heart had been soothed. She smiled and replied, all right, but her heart was full of thoughts. Ma Shangfeng truly treats the original host well. She then said softly, as if probing, today I did it once for them. Just then, a notification sounded. Li Mufeng was startled and thought, the editing department? Seeing her lower her head and stop speaking, Ma Shangfeng asked, phone? Li Mufeng quickly smiled to cover it up. It's nothing, your Majesty. I'm a little tired. I want to rest. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng nodded and replied, all right, then we'll talk tomorrow. Watching her leave, Ma Shangfeng stood there and thought, why do I feel like something is off with her? Then he also turned and left. But instead of resting, Li Mufeng entered a special space to meet Yang Zheng. She called, Minister. In that strange space, Yang Zheng appeared, his voice calm and steady. Your request has been approved. This is another editing staff member currently on assignment in this era. She is also an experienced psychologist. Her identity is the young lady of the Wang family, Wang Ying. After he finished speaking, a photograph fell from the space. Li Mufeng accepted the photograph and replied, all right, I understand. Yang Zheng's image disappeared. He said, I wish you success in your work. I'll wait for your return. After that, she opened her eyes. Looking at the photograph in her hand, she silently called Wang Ying. She did not know that Ma Shangfeng was currently hiding outside and watching her. He frowned slightly as he looked at her. Suddenly, she saw that the window was open and asked in shock, why hasn't the window been closed? Early the next morning, Li Mufeng was still wearing eunuch clothes as she saluted him. Greetings, Your Majesty. He nodded and said, As he walked out and saw Li Mufeng standing beside Su Li, he thought, the true and false Li Mufeng both have so many doubts around them. What other relationship is there between the two of them? At this moment, when Su Li saw him, she smiled joyfully, while Li Mufeng hid behind the door and watched her. As soon as Su Li saw Ma Shangfeng, she stepped forward and said with a sweet smile, Your Majesty, I have something I want to show you. She took out a necklace with a watch attached. The silver light reflected from the chain beneath the lamplight, flashing with a bewitching gleam. She gently swung the chain. Su Li said, Your Majesty. Ma Shangfeng stared at her, his gaze gradually becoming hazy. His consciousness seemed to fall into a vague emptiness. A voice rang in his mind like a distant echo, repeatedly calling the two words, Your Majesty. His mind swayed, and his eyes seemed to lose their usual sharpness. At the same time, Li Mufeng, who had been sleeping soundly in her room, was suddenly startled awake by the thunder and lightning crashing outside. Her heart pounded wildly, and unease surged through her. She hurriedly sat up and softly called, Your Majesty. It turned out she had dreamed a nightmare. Su Li had successfully hypnotized Ma Shangfeng, causing him to no longer recognize her. At this moment, Mu walked in and asked, What's wrong? Li Mufeng replied, Something may have happened to His Majesty. I have to go take a look. That day, Mu obeyed and carried Li Mufeng with lightness skill to Ma Shangfeng's place. She thought to herself, although it was only a nightmare, I still have to go and see before I can feel at ease. I hope this was only my nightmare. And Mu carried Li Mufeng and stood on a veranda. Suddenly, she saw Su Li. She frowned and thought, Su Li, could it really not have been a dream, but a reminder from the editing department? Has Su Li already successfully hypnotized Ma Shangfeng? Seeing Su Li leave, and Mu set her down on the ground and said, Go inside. Li Mufeng pushed the door open and walked in trembling. As soon as Ma Shangfeng saw her, he asked, Who are you? After Su Li finished the matter, she went outside and said, I poisoned His Majesty before the wedding as you instructed, and I have also taken control of His Majesty. When will you give me the antidote? The black-clad man looked at her coldly. There's no rush. On the day of the wedding, I will naturally bring the antidote. After hearing this, she asked in panic, Are you planning to break your promise? The man laughed loudly. Break my promise? You still don't have the qualifications. All right, go back first. Rest assured, I won't break my promise. She said, I hope so, then turned and left. The man smiled, took off the veil covering his face, and said, Your Majesty, you have finally fallen into my hands. At this moment, inside the palace, Li Mufeng looked at Ma Shangfeng with tears in her eyes. She hugged him and asked, Your Majesty, do you truly not know me anymore? Her tears looked as if they could fall at any moment. Ma Shangfeng looked at her for a while, then turned his head away. I don't know you. After hearing this, Li Mufeng was extremely disappointed. Suddenly, she realized something and cried out, You're lying to me. Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng immediately froze. Ma Shangfeng looked at her, smiled, and asked, What am I lying to you about? Li Mufeng immediately approached Ma Shangfeng. He kept retreating until he hit the table and stopped. Li Mufeng smiled and asked, What are you lying to me about? Li Mufeng placed her hand on the table and leaned close to him. Of course, you're lying to me about being hypnotized. Their eyes met. Then Ma Shangfeng burst into laughter and said, It truly can't be hidden from you. How did you discover it? Li Mufeng smilatsmuli. Your acting was very convincing, but you forgot one thing. If you didn't remember me, how could you have agreed to let me examine you? Her words were proud and extremely delighted. After hearing her words, Ma Xiangfeng nodded and said, "That is indeed true." Then he held her hand and pulled her away. Under her doubtful gaze, he turned and pressed her down. "After all, the only person who can touch me freely is you, my empress." He leaned close to her, about to kiss her. Her face flushed red. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw that Mu was still in the room. So she hurriedly pushed him away and said, "Your Majesty, proper matters are more important." After being pushed away by her, Ma Xiangfeng stared at her angrily. Li Mufeng said shyly, "Your Majesty, Su Li now thinks she has already hypnotized you. What do you plan to do next, Your Majesty?" He replied, "As for this, I have already made arrangements. I intend to use this opportunity to catch the person behind her. It's getting late. You should go back first." After hearing this, Li Mufeng immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she turned and left. Seeing that she had just left, Ma Xiangfeng broke into a sweat and said, "That was close. Not only did I fail to tease her, I even hit my back." Suddenly, Li Mufeng returned, pushed the door open, and said, "Your Majesty, I remembered." She witnessed Ma Xiangfeng holding his own back and fell silent for a while. And Mu hurriedly covered his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I absolutely did not see that your back was unwell." Li Mufeng also hurriedly said, "I didn't see anything either." At this moment, Ma Xiangfeng was lying on the bed with half his clothes removed, revealing his firm back, while Li Mufeng looked at his back with a flushed face. Her hand gently moved over his back. Ma Xiangfeng lay on his stomach, his face flushed as he looked gloomy and unhappy. After a while, she wiped her hands and said, "It's done, Your Majesty. Before this, there was nothing wrong with your back. Did something happen?" He blushed, coughed, and said, "I'm fine. I only." Then he changed the subject and asked, "Just now, you said you remembered. What did you remember?" She took something out from her sleeve. "I obtained some information. This person may be able to help us. I want to ask you to help me find this person." Li Mufeng handed the photograph to him. He looked at the photograph and thought, "It's her. If I want to investigate the secret between Li Mufeng and Su Li clearly, perhaps I can start with her." The photograph was a portrait of Wang Ying. The next day, inside Wang Ying's residence, Wang Ying took out her pendulum watch and continued hypnotizing them. Seeing this, Li Mufeng grew nervous. Wang Ying swung the watch before the Li parents, but they still showed no expression at all. Wang Ying stopped, sighed, and said to Li Mufeng, "They have undergone 2 rounds of hypnosis, and their nerves are already very fragile. So I'm not forcibly erasing their memories, but using a method to repair their memories. For them to fully awaken, it may still take another month." After hearing this, Li Mufeng immediately asked, "Can it be a little faster?" Half a month later is the wedding day. Although Ma Xiangfeng knows that I am Li Mufeng, the legitimate daughter, I'm still afraid there will be variables. After hearing this, Wang Ying pondered for a while, then whispered into her ear, "Yes, but I need one item." After hearing this, Li Mufeng nodded. Wang Ying said, "I'll go first. I'll have to trouble you with that item. We'll meet again tomorrow." Li Mufeng nodded and replied, "All right." After leaving, she thought to herself that it seemed she still had to make a trip to the imperial palace. As soon as Wang Ying stepped outside, and Mu stopped her. "Miss Wang, His Majesty invites you." Wang Ying looked up at the carriage in front of her. Ma Xiangfeng lifted the curtain, revealing his face. Inside the imperial palace, Ma Xiangfeng and Mu returned. He sat by the window and looked outside. Thinking of Li Mufeng, his expression darkened for a while. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Mu said to him, "Your Majesty, Miss Li has arrived." He immediately asked, "How is little Li now?" And Mu replied, "Judging by the time, she should be on her way here with Bai Tang." He nodded and said, "Keep a close eye on Wang Ying. If she tells anyone about what happened today, kill her without mercy." After hearing this, Mu nodded and replied, "Yes." Just then, the door was pushed open. Mu instantly disappeared. Su Li walked in excitedly and called, "Your Majesty." He asked, "Fenger, why have you come so late?" She said excitedly, "I missed Your Majesty and wanted to see Your Majesty." She closed the door and continued, "Your Majesty, did you miss me?" Before she could finish speaking, Ma Xiangfeng knocked her unconscious. Too noisy. Right outside, Li Mufeng peeked in through the window, waved, and called, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Seeing this, he He sighed, smiled, then lifted her up and brought her into the room. Seeing that Su Li had fainted, Li Mufeng said happily, "Sure enough, she was knocked out. Your Majesty, you're really amazing." She didn't suspect anything, did she? He replied, "No." Li Mufeng bent down and said, "That's good. I was worried that knocking her out directly would affect your Majesty's plan." "Right, your Majesty. I want to search her body for something. Why don't you step outside for a bit?" He said, "You dare not tell me what you want to search for? I only told you to help Feng, yet you guard against me like this. Could it be that you want to find something that can make others unable to see you?" After hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled. She turned to look at him and saw that he was holding a cloak. Shocked, she thought, the thing in his hand is the invisibility cloak. Ma Shangfeng stared at Li Mufeng. Startled, she froze, then forced a smile and said, "What is your Majesty talking about? Why don't I understand any of it?" He continued looking at her without saying a word. Li Mufeng continued, "I asked your Majesty to leave because I was afraid that when I searched her body, your Majesty might see something improper. If your Majesty wants to stay here, then please feel free to stay." Ma Shangfeng smiled and asked, "Are you truly thinking of me, and not for some other reason?" She answered seriously, "Of course. Everything I said is true." He nodded. "Very well, I believe you." Li Mufeng asked excitedly, "Then I'll search her?" He nodded and let out a sigh. Li Mufeng turned around and continued searching, but she frowned and thought, "Although he believes me for now, it's still very dangerous. I have to find a chance to see if I can ask Wang Ying to help me." She took a white jade pendant from Su Li's body and switched it with another jade pendant. Then she stood up, holding the jade pendant in her hand, happily wondering whether to erase that part of his memory. Li Mufeng said cheerfully, "Your Majesty, I got the item. I'll go back first." He looked at the jade pendant and said, leave the rest to Enmu." After a while, Li Mufeng left with Bai Tang. Ma Shangfeng watched them and ordered Enmu follow them. Enmu saluted and replied, "Yes." When they arrived at Wang Ying's courtyard, Li Mufeng handed the jade pendant to Wang Ying and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Wang Ying nodded, then used it to hypnotize the Li family's parents again. 2 hours later, Wang Ying opened the door and walked out, saying, "It's done." After hearing this, Bai Tang happily opened his arms and said, "Feng'er, that's wonderful." But Li Mufeng had already run away. Bai Tang could only smile awkwardly. Wang Ying looked at him. Li Mufeng pushed the door open. As soon as the Li family's parents saw her, they happily pulled her into their arms and called, "Feng." Late at night, Li Mufeng had just walked outside. Wang Ying was sitting on a stone bench, and Li Mufeng said, "Thank you so much for this." Wang Ying replied, "It's nothing. Since we're colleagues, helping each other is only right. Besides, I only awakened part of their memories. They haven't fully awakened yet. If you want to thank me, wait until I've finished everything. But I can tell you seem to have something else you want to say to me." They did not know that Enmu was hiding in a tree. Li Mufeng said, "Yes, I want to ask you to help me erase some of Ma Shangfeng's memories." Hearing this, Enmu was shocked. Li Mufeng continued, "I suspect he may have guessed that I'm not Li Mufeng." Hearing this, Enmu frowned and thought, "What? Little Li really isn't Li Mufeng." Enmu used his lightness skill, leaping across rooftops to return to Ma Shangfeng's bedchamber. He recalled what Li Mufeng had said. "I suspect he has guessed that I'm not Li Mufeng." He frowned. Enmu stopped on a rooftop and looked down at Ma Shangfeng in the study, thinking, "Do I really have to tell His Majesty about this?" Then he recalled Li Mufeng's smile when she called him Lorden. He clenched his hand and resolutely walked into the room to salute. Ma Shangfeng turned and asked, "Is something the matter?" Enmu replied, "No, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Ma Shangfeng frowned and glanced at Enmu's faintly trembling hand. Then he stopped writing and said, "If that is so, withdraw." Enmu replied, "Yes," then turned and quietly left. Ma Shangfeng stared at Enmu. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty." It was little Shinzi who walked over and said, "Miss Su has awakened. As Your Majesty instructed, I told her that she fainted on her own. She did not suspect anything." After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng nodded and said, Send someone else to keep watch on Little Li. Remember clearly, I hope that apart from you, me, and that person, no one else knows about this, including Enmu." After hearing this, little Shinzi asked in shock, "Your Majesty?" Seeing Ma Shangfeng's cold, murderous gaze, little Shinzi could only lower his head and say, I obey. After that day, Ma Shangfeng secretly investigated Li Mufeng. No matter where she went or what she said, someone recorded it. Li Mufeng did not notice. She continued working with Wang Ying as usual to help the Li family's parents recover, but they still could not find an opportunity to hypnotize Ma Shangfeng. Il suere, suri continue draging Ma Shangfeng. Soon, it was the night before the grand wedding. That night, Ma Shangfeng stood on the city wall with Li Mufeng. She looked down from the high wall at the imperial capital below. He asked, "Are you ready?" She blinked and replied, "Everything is ready. Tomorrow, at the grand wedding, I will appear and expose her in front of everyone. Your Majesty, don't worry. I guarantee nothing will go wrong." He shook his head and sighed. "That is not what I was asking." She asked in surprise, "Huh?" He took her hand and said, "What I want to ask is, tomorrow, you will marry me. Have you prepared yourself to spend the rest of this life with me?" Ma Shangfeng's gaze was deep, and for the first time, she felt her heart stir. Ma Shangfeng moved closer to her, but as he approached, an image of the original owner suddenly appeared in her mind. Just as he drew near, she hurriedly turned her head away, because she had no right to be intimate with someone else while the original owner knew nothing about it. Ma Shangfeng lowered his head, intending to kiss Li Mufeng, but thinking of the original owner, she turned away to avoid him. Seeing Li Mufeng reject him like this, Ma Shangfeng froze and stared at her. Li Mufeng also realized she had avoided him too many times, so she raised her head nervously and said, "Your Majesty." She looked at him and thought, "What should I do? How should I explain this?" Ma Shangfeng stared at her for a long time. Seeing her so flustered, he laughed, rubbed her head, and said, "It's all right. We still have a long future ahead of us." After hearing this, Li Mufeng thought, "A long future?" Before she could think further, Ma Shangfeng continued, "The wind is strong here. Go back first." Seeing that he had given her a way out, Li Mufeng could only nod and say, then turn and leave. Just as she was leaving, Ma Shangfeng suddenly spoke. "Fenger, no matter who you are, my heart toward you will never change." After hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled. Has he noticed something? No, that's impossible. My body is Li Mufeng's. He couldn't possibly discover anything wrong with me. So is he confessing to the original owner? The history books had recorded that Ma Shangfeng loved the original owner deeply. It seemed that this was true. But why do I feel a little sad when I hear him say that? She turned back, smiled, replied, "All right," and left. Ma Shangfeng continued watching her intently, without saying a word. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suli walked to a corner of the palace and met that mysterious person. He handed her a pill and said, "On tomorrow's wedding night, put this into Ma Shangfeng's wine." She took the pill, held it up, and asked, "After I finish this, will you give me the antidote?" Hearing her ask this, the mysterious person smiled, lowered his head, and replied, "Of course. Remember, tomorrow is the last day." Then he immediately used his lightness skill to leave. And Mu, who was following him, saw Suli turn around and immediately used his lightness skill to follow the man. On the day of the grand wedding, Suli wore a wedding robe. The palace attendants dressed her beautifully, and she smiled joyfully. The bridal sedan had arrived. She was helped into the bridal sedan, and the palace attendants carried her to the front of the imperial city gate. When they arrived, Shinzi stepped forward, supported her hand, and invited her down. "Please step down from the sedan, miss." Suli was helped down and stood before the majestic palace gates. She thought smugly, "I have finally succeeded in marrying Ma Shangfeng. From now on, I will be the true, legitimate daughter of the Li family. No one can stop me." But suddenly, her smile vanished. In front of her, Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng were holding hands, both dressed in ceremonial wedding attire. Suddenly, the palace gates slammed shut, throwing her into panic. Li Mufeng smiled, walked over, and asked, "Well, do you like this wedding gift?" Miss Su Li, who impersonated someone else. Seeing Li Mufeng, Su Li tried hard to force an awkward smile and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing that she was still stubborn, Li Mufeng clapped her hands and said, "You don't know what I'm talking about? Then what about this?" As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tang let out the original owner's father and mother. When Suli saw them, her expression changed and turned deathly pale with fear. Li Mufeng walked step by step towards Suli, while Suli fearfully backed away. Finally, Li Mufeng spoke. Su Li, for the sake of your own selfishness, you wiped out more than 50 people in the mountain villa, and you hypnotized the Li family's parents for a long time. Did you really think you could hide it for the rest of your life? After hearing this, Su Li trembled in fear and sank to the ground. Li Mufeng walked close to her and whispered in her ear, I'm very sorry. You're under arrest. Men, following Li Mufeng's command, soldiers immediately pushed open the gates and rushed inside. Li Mufeng ordered them, take her away and lock her in the prison. The soldiers immediately replied, yes. Then 2 men, one on each side, dragged Su Li to her feet. Su Li muttered in despair, so you already knew long ago? I've lost. But then she laughed coldly and said, but what about you? Have you really won? Li Mufeng, no matter how much you do, what can you accomplish? Will the Space-Time Administration remember your contribution? Li Mufeng, you're nothing more than wearing a wedding dress in someone else's place. Su Li was dragged farther away, but her voice still echoed. After hearing her words, Li Mufeng's expression changed. Anxiously, she looked up and called, Your Majesty, but Ma Shangfeng calmly said, the ceremony is about to begin. Let's go. The officials are still waiting. Then he smiled and reached out his hand to her. She smiled, let out a breath of relief, replied, yes, and took his hand. Together, they ascended the high platform. As soon as the 2 of them stepped up, someone shouted, the sovereign and ministers pay court. All the officials bowed before the emperor and empress. Seeing this scene, Li Mufeng thought, I never expected that the issue I had hesitated over for so long would be resolved so quickly. I have also successfully married Ma Shangfeng. But after Li Mufeng was brought into the wedding chamber, she opened the system and saw that the historical progress of the Northern Dynasty had still not reached its conclusion. Shocked, she thought, why is the course of history still deviating? At that moment, someone shouted, long live His Majesty! Long live, long live, long live! Hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled. Ma Shangfeng stepped into the room and came before her. She said in surprise, this subject greets your Majesty. But suddenly, she staggered, grew dizzy, fell, and fainted. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng caught her. Seeing her pale face, he called out, Feng! After fainting for a while, Li Mufeng opened her eyes, looked around, and thought in shock, this is the modern era. She turned her head and saw a screen showing the wedding scene. Ma Shangfeng was holding Li Mufeng in his arms. He asked anxiously, Fenger, what's wrong? Seeing this, Li Mufeng was startled. Li Mufeng rushed to the screen in shock and saw Ma Shangfeng panicking as he held the young Li Mufeng in his arms. The Li Mufeng in the scene gradually opened her eyes. Suddenly, Yang Zheng appeared behind her and said, This is an image from the Northern Dynasty era. Congratulations. You have completed your mission. After hearing this, Li Mufeng was shocked and thought, I came back, but normally speaking, if I completed the mission, shouldn't I have taken the time machine back? I suddenly returned, and the course of history is still deviating. After thinking for a while, she said seriously, Director, I did not complete the mission. Hearing this, Yang Zheng sighed and said, If we had continued letting you stay there, that would have truly made it impossible to complete the mission. Li Mufeng was startled and asked what? Yang Zheng replied, It's nothing. We say that your mission has been completed. Treat these next few days as your vacation. Go back first. Li Mufeng still hesitated and replied. But, seeing that she still wanted to say more, Yang Zheng immediately looked at her coldly. Li Mufeng was startled and hurriedly said, I understand. Then I'll go back first. She glanced at the screen and saw Ma Shangfeng frowning, but she did not keep watching and left at once. At this moment, the scene on the screen continued. Ma Shangfeng coldly asked the person, You are not Fenger. Who are you? In the Northern Dynasty's wedding chamber, Ma Shangfeng asked gloomily and coldly, Speak. Who exactly are you? After hearing this, Li Mufeng asked in panic, Your Majesty, what are you saying? Ma Shangfeng asked coldly, playing dumb? Then let me personally verify your identity. He immediately grabbed Li Mufeng's hand tightly. He reached out and touched her. Seeing her tremble in fear like that, he was startled and thought, Nothing. There's nothing at all. Li Mufeng still called in terror, Your Majesty. Ma Shangfeng was silent for a while, then asked, What was the last thing I said to you on the city wall? After hearing this, Li Mufeng was stunned. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng frowned. He held her hand and said, Behave. You are not. Unexpectedly, Li Mufeng calmly said, No matter who you are, my heart toward you will never change. As soon as Ma Shangfeng heard those words, he froze. Li Mufeng continued carefully, is your majesty asking about that sentence? After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng immediately released her hand and thought, last night, it was only Feng Er and me. No one else could possibly know what happened between us. Could she really be Feng? But why? Li Mufeng said timidly, Your Majesty, it is getting late. We should consummate the marriage. He stared at her and thought, when I look in her eyes, I still feel that she is not Feng. Ma Shangfeng continued, No, still not right. I still have official duties to handle. You sleep first. After saying that, he turned and left. Li Mufeng was left behind, confused. His Majesty keeps saying something is wrong. What exactly is wrong? Also, why do I feel like the person who interacted with His Majesty in my mind doesn't quite seem to be me? In the Northern Dynasty's capital, inside the imperial study, Ma Shangfeng sat inside, holding a piece of cloth and thinking, are they truly the same person? Suddenly, a noise sounded. Ma Shangfeng said, Come in. And Mu immediately jumped in through the window, saluted, stood up, and said, Your Majesty, I have captured the person behind Su Li. Oh, who is it? The Prince of Peace. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng frowned. The Prince of Peace, Su Li. That would explain it. But could a mere Prince of Peace truly obtain so many items? He looked at the cloak in front of him and thought, clothing that can make a person invisible after wearing it, and a pocket watch that can alter memories. Wait, if memories can be altered, then Ma Shangfeng suddenly stood up and said, To the prison, I want to see Su Li. In addition, bring Wang Ying to me. After hearing him, Mu was startled. He saluted and replied, Yes. But in his heart, he thought, Your Majesty, in the modern era, after that day, Li Mufeng rarely had such a long vacation. Everything from those days felt like a beautiful dream, making her unable to stop thinking of Li Mufeng's old memories of the days in the Northern Dynasty, when she was by Ma Shangfeng's side. But after waking and seeing the familiar modern equipment, she also came back to her senses. That really had only been a dream. 1 month later, Li Mufeng was summoned. She asked in shock, What? You want me to go to the Northern Dynasty on another assignment? Yang Zheng replied apologetically, That is indeed the case. Right now, Ma Shangfeng suspects that the current Li Mufeng is not you and has kept investigating. Now Wang Ying has gone missing. We suspect he is responsible. We need you to go to the Northern Dynasty and find Wang Ying. Li Mufeng was stunned and thought, Wang Ying. Yang Zheng continued, A new identity has already been prepared for you. We hope you will set off immediately. Li Mufeng replied, All right, I understand. I'll set off now. At the History Administration, Li Mufeng walked over. The system announced, Transmigrator, Li Mufeng. Position, History Editor. Transmigration Target, Ordinary Citizen of the Northern Dynasty. Transmigration Mission, Rescue, Missing Colleague. Li Mufeng raised her head and thought, I never expected there would still be a day when I could return to the Northern Dynasty. She closed her eyes and thought, Did he capture Wang Ying because he wanted to find me? At this moment, outside the Imperial Palace, Ma Shangfeng looked up at the sky. Mu stepped out, and he asked, Has she confessed? And Mu replied, Not yet, Your Majesty. Can we really find the real Little Li by doing this? Ma Shangfeng replied, Of course. No matter where she is, I will definitely find her again. At this moment, Li Mufeng had successfully transmigrated as well and opened her eyes. Li Mufeng woke up and saw that she was in an old, shabby house. She sighed and thought, What's wrong with my luck? No matter what, last time I arrived at the Imperial Palace. This time, I'm actually in a rundown house. That is the invisibility cloak. Startled, she turned and saw a cloak on the table. She picked it up and thought, according to Yang Zheng, Wang Ying is very likely in Ma Shangfeng's hands. It seems I still have to make a trip to the Imperial Palace. So she immediately put on the invisibility cloak. She carefully pulled up her hood. Now invisible, she stepped outside and said happily, Prepare to take position. Set off. At the Northern Dynasty's Imperial Palace, Li Mufeng hid behind a pillar, poking her head out and looking around. 2 hours later, she sat down tiredly in the corridor and thought, I've searched every place where Wang Ying might be locked up, but I haven't found anything. Where exactly could she have been hidden? That is, she turned to look toward Ma Shangfeng's bedchamber. Could she be inside there? It's very possible. I'll go take a look. So Li Mufeng immediately walked slowly toward Ma Shangfeng's bedchamber. Just then, the door to the bedchamber opened. Ma Shangfeng stepped outside. Seeing this, Li Mufeng hurriedly called, Your "Majesty," but she immediately stopped when she saw Empress Li Mufeng walking beside him. Invisible at that moment, she felt saddened by the sight. That's right, im no lunge Empress Li Mufeng. Now I'm nothing more than an ordinary person. Then she turned and left. As if sensing her presence, Ma Shangfeng immediately called out, "Phone!" Hearing this, Li Mufeng instantly froze. Empress Li Mufeng also looked up in confusion and called, "Your Majesty?" But Ma Shangfeng paid no attention to Empress Li Mufeng. Instead, he approached Li Mufeng, who was wearing the invisibility cloak. Seeing this, Li Mufeng held her breath nervously and thought, "Has he really discovered me?" Ma Shangfeng reached out toward her. Empress Li Mufeng stepped over and asked, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager is waiting for us. What is wrong?" Hearing this, he stopped. After a moment of silence, he turned around and replied, "Nothing. Let's go." Then he left together with the Empress and that Li Mufeng. Meanwhile, Li Mufeng, hidden under the invisibility cloak, felt a sense of loss. Did he really not notice me just now? Then she shook her head and said to herself, "Forget it. I shouldn't think too much about it. While they've gone to look for the Empress Dowager, I should go to Ma Shangfeng's bedchamber first and find Wang Ying." Inside the bedchamber at that moment, little Xinzi walked out, yawning. Li Mufeng immediately ran inside. Seeing this, little Xinzi was startled and turned his head. Li Mufeng, like a cat that had been caught, instantly stopped in place, breaking out in sweat. Seeing this, little Xinzi scratched his head, finding it strange. Li Mufeng looked at little Xinzi and smiled. At the same time, at the entrance to the bedchamber, Ma Shangfeng was walking inside. Li Mufeng entered Ma Shangfeng's bedchamber, her probing gaze sweeping over everything around her. She picked up an exquisite vase, her fingers lightly gliding over the smooth porcelain surface. According to the laws and conventions of secret chambers, the mechanism to open a secret chamber was usually placed on a bookshelf or on some object in a cabinet. It might be a hidden compartment, and it might also be a vase. She put down the blue vase, glanced around again, then thought, or maybe, she walked toward another vase. This time, it was a snow-white vase carved with exquisite detail. Without hesitation, she turned the vase. Immediately, a soft sound came from the direction of the bookshelf. Both sides of the bookshelf parted, revealing a secret passage. Li Mufeng could not hide her satisfied smile, and thought found it. There really is a secret chamber. Just as she was about to step into the passage, voices rang out in unison from afar, shouting, "Long live your Majesty! Long live, 10,000 years!" The footsteps drew closer and closer, startling Li Mufeng so badly that her heart pounded wildly. In panic, she thought Ma Shangfeng. There was no time to think further. She hurried back to the vase and turned it again. The bookshelf quickly closed, concealing the secret passage. Just in time, Ma Shangfeng walked in. Li Mufeng, wearing the invisibility cloak, pressed herself into a hidden corner and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I was almost caught." But just as she was relaxing, Ma Shangfeng suddenly turned his head and stared fixedly at the vase. Li Mufeng swallowed, cold sweat covering her entire body. She frowned anxiously. Could he have discovered it? Ma Shangfeng walked closer to the vase and touched it lightly, his eyes growing deep as though he were pondering something. He smiled and murmured, "Sure enough, someone has been here. Perhaps." Then he abruptly turned his head and looked straight toward where Li Mufeng was standing. Li Mufeng held her breath, her heart pounding like a war drum. But just as she was panicking, Ma Shangfeng unexpectedly turned and left. Li Mufeng was puzzled and thought, was he looking this way just now? What's with him? Then, Li Mufeng shook her head and comforted herself. "I'm wearing an invisibility cloak, so there's no way anyone can discover me. I'll follow him and see. What if Wang Ying is inside?" Without hesitation, she silently followed behind Ma Shangfeng to search for her teammate. After walking for a while, Ma Shangfeng suddenly stopped. Li Mufeng quickly halted as well. She kept a safe distance. Ahead, a voice rang out, "You're here?" It was Wang Ying's voice. She was sitting on a chair, holding an old book in her hand, her gaze fixed directly on Ma Shangfeng. Ma Shangfeng nodded slightly and answered, Wang Ying sighed and said, "Why must you do this? Even if you lock me up until the day you die, my answer will still be the same. She is Li Mufeng." Hearing Wang Ying say this, Li Mufeng was immediately startled. Li Mufeng looked at Ma Shangfeng in shock and thought, No, that's impossible. Trance my migration itself is already fantastical enough, let alone the fact that I directly transmigrated into the original owner's body. So maybe it's only his guess. He has no evidence. But if he really guessed it, then she regained her senses and continued thinking. No, Li Mufeng, you're a history editor. This is only a business trip. You can't violate professional ethics. You have to stay calm. Even if he really has guessed everything, to you, he is only a mission. Li Mufeng closed her eyes. Then she firmly told herself, he is only a mission. Suddenly, at that moment, Ma Shangfeng smiled, leaving both Li Mufeng and Wang confused. Ma Shangfeng said nothing, turned around, left, and slammed the secret chamber door shut. Seeing Ma Shangfeng suddenly leave, Wang Ying could not help feeling surprised and thought, I didn't expect him to leave so quickly this time. Just then, Li Mufeng took off the invisibility cloak and called Wang Ying. Seeing this, Wang Ying immediately sprang to her feet and asked, You're from the editing department? Li Mufeng instantly said, It's me. Yang Zheng told me to come find you. Hearing this, Wang Ying laughed and said, I didn't expect the person who came here would be you. I thought Yang Zheng wouldn't let you come here again. After hearing this, Li Mufeng asked in confusion, What do you mean? Wang Ying shook her head and said, It's nothing. Let's talk after we get out. Hearing this, Wang Ying broke out in sweat and said, I only have one invisibility cloak. Getting you out of the Imperial Palace probably won't be that easy. However, during the day, when Ma Shangfeng isn't in the bedchamber, only little Xinzi stands guard inside the door. At that exact moment, little Xinzi, who was standing inside the door, suddenly sneezed and thought, Strange, why did I sneeze? Who's cursing me? Li Mufeng listened from outside and, hearing no movement, turned to Wang Ying and said, Calculating the time, it should be morning now. There probably aren't many people outside either. Let's go. Hearing this, Wang Ying immediately nodded and said, The two of them walked out from inside that room. Seeing little Xinzi standing guard at the door, Li Mufeng immediately took out a rock from who knew where and knocked little Xinzi unconscious. Then she immediately grabbed Wang Ying's hand and ran. At the front entrance of the bedchamber, Li Mufeng once again poked her head out and cautiously looked around. Seeing someone ahead, she turned and nodded at Wang Ying, then held a brick and approached, raising it to strike that person while thinking, Sorry about this. But Ma Shangfeng smiled, turned around, grabbed her wrist tightly, and said, Caught you. The moment Li Mufeng saw him, she was startled and thought, Ma Shangfeng. Ma Shangfeng smiled and said, Caught you. But when he saw the unfamiliar face before him, he was startled, broke out in sweat, and then continued calling phone. Hearing this, Li Mufeng was startled and thought, Did he recognize me? Wang Ying, off to the side, also broke out in sweat. This is bad. To make it easier for me to see her, I specifically told her not to wear the invisibility cloak. I didn't expect her to be caught red-handed now. But since her identity has changed in Ma Shangfeng's eyes, she should have a different face. Yet he can still recognize her at first glance. Wang Ying coughed, drawing Li Mufeng's attention. Li Mufeng instantly snapped back to her senses and asked, Your Majesty, what are you saying? What phone? After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng still held tightly onto her hand and asked, You don't know what I'm talking about? Li Mufeng broke out in sweat and answered, I do not. After hearing this, Ma Shangfeng was silent for a while. Then he immediately glanced toward Wang Ying, startling her. Ma Shangfeng smiled, released Li Mufeng's hand, and said, If you don't know then. The moment Enmu heard him call, he immediately appeared, saluted, and answered, Here. Ma Shangfeng ordered, Seize these assassins who trespassed into the Imperial Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, guards immediately surrounded Li Mufeng and Wang Ying. The two of them were taken away, tied up, and brought into a prison cell. Wang Ying sighed and said, We really lost the rice along with the chicken this time. I don't think we'll necessarily be able to hide it. It'll probably be about half a month before the administration can contact us, but this isn't something we can ask them for help with. We're locked up here. Ma Shangfeng will definitely think of a way to investigate our identities clearly. What should we do now? After hearing this, Li Mufeng pressed her lips together, gritted her teeth, and said, Even if we die, we can't admit it. Whether it's the future or the present, this is all a matter of great importance. Once they know of the existence of the space-time administration, it could very well cause deviations in history. So no matter what, we absolutely cannot admit it. Wang Ying asked worriedly, But it seems like he, toward you. Can you really do it? Li Mufeng remembered how Ma Shangfeng had gripped her hand tightly before and called her Fenger. She clenched her fist and resolved, I can do it. I definitely can do it. Inside the study, Ma Shangfeng was currently holding the invisibility cloak, and Mu and little Xinzi stood fearfully at the side. Ma Shangfeng immediately turned to them and asked, how is it? And Mu answered, they are still in the hidden chamber. Your Majesty, do you wish to interrogate them now? He nodded and said in a low voice, bring the Miss Feng who rescued Wang Ying here. And Mu immediately signaled and answered, yes. Just as he was about to leave, Ma Shangfeng suddenly spoke, wait, be gentle, don't frighten her. Hearing this, and Mu immediately answered, yes. Ma Shangfeng looked at the invisibility cloak and thought. At that moment, inside the hidden chamber, Wang Ying was sitting on the bed, while Li Mufeng sat on a chair and began pondering. Suddenly, the door was opened. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was startled and sprang to her feet. And Mu walked inside and approached Li Mufeng. Seeing this, she was puzzled. Suddenly, and Mu bent down, startling and frightening her. It turned out and Mu was untying the bonds around her ankles. Seeing this, she asked in shock, and Mu said, Miss, Master wishes to see you. After hearing this, Li Mufeng nodded and answered, all right. Behind her, Wang Ying silently looked toward Li Mufeng. And Mu led Li Mufeng away. Wang Ying could only watch Li Mufeng's figure leave, thinking worriedly, can she really keep the matter of the space-time administration from being exposed? At this moment, inside the palace, Ma Shanshan was casually walking through the palace with a fan in hand. Suddenly, he saw Mu leading Li Mufeng into the bedchamber and thought, it's already so late. Does Imperial Brother still have official business to handle? He immediately took his fan and said, then this is perfect. I can go find little Lizzie to play. So Ma Shanshan happily turned and ran off. Inside the Imperial study, and Mu led Li Mufeng in, saluted, and said, Your Majesty, the person has been brought. Ma Shangfeng nodded and said, withdraw. After hearing this, Mu immediately opened the window and jumped outside. At that moment, only Li Mufeng and Ma Shangfeng remained in the room, making Li Mufeng feel uneasy. Seeing this, he sighed, stood up, and said, Don't be so tense. I have no intention of interrogating you. Seeing him step forward, Li Mufeng immediately retreated, but Ma Shangfeng merely walked past her, surprising her. He sat down at the dining table and smiled. You haven't eaten anything all day, have you? Sit down and eat a little. Seeing that the table was covered with delicacies from land and sea, with fragrant aromas filling the air, Li Mufeng began drooling, and her stomach kept rumbling. For what she could see, there was no poison. So, she immediately sat down at the dining table. Ma Shangfeng smiled and placed a piece of food into her bowl. Seeing her stare blankly, he asked, Why are you looking at me? Eat, or did you want me to feed you? After saying that, he picked up another piece and brought it toward her. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was startled and blushed, then immediately picked up her bowl and ate frantically. Ma Shangfeng smiled and said, Right, it just so happens that I'm short of a personal eunuch by my side. Hearing this, Li Mufeng froze. Ma Shangfeng continued, Starting today, you will serve as my personal eunuch. Hearing this, Li Mufeng looked up in shock. Ma Shangfeng continued, As for where you'll live, stay in the room little Lizzie used to live in. Ma Shangfeng smiled as he looked at Li Mufeng, his eyes seeming to contain something profound. Hearing his proposal, Li Mufeng frowned, her heart full of suspicion. Is he testing me? If I agree, it'll be easy to reveal a flaw. But if I don't agree? While she was still thinking, Ma Shangfeng spoke, his voice deep and warm, yet no less sharp. What is it? You don't agree? Li Mufeng pressed her lips together, considered for a moment, then raised her head and calmly answered, No, this common woman agrees. Hearing that answer, Ma Shangfeng's eyes lit up and the smile on his lips became even clearer. Soon after, Li Mufeng was led outside by little Xinzi. Ma Shangfeng remained standing in the imperial study, his gaze still following her figure. Mu stepped forward from behind and bowed his head. Your Majesty, does this subordinate need to keep watch on her? Ma Shangfeng shook his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence, and answered, No need. This time, I will personally observe her. Li Mufeng walked beside little Xinzi, sensing that the gaze behind her was still watching her. she unconsciously paused and turned her head to look back. Sure enough, Ma Shangfeng was still standing there, smiling at her, his gaze completely undisguised. She hurriedly turned her head back, just in time to meet little Shinzi's displeased face. "What are you looking at?" Little Shinzi asked with a frown, his tone full of suspicion. Li Mufeng was startled and quickly answered, "In nothing." Little Shinzi did not let it go and continued in a warning tone. "Although I don't know why His Majesty is paying attention to you, I'm warning you, our Empress is very good. You must not harbor any improper intentions." Hearing this, Li Mufeng blinked briefly and asked in return, "From the way you say that, do you like the Empress very much?" Little Shinzi said smugly, "Of course. Her Majesty and I once had a very good friendship." Sinking into her memories of being beside little Shinzi, she smiled and thought, "A very good friendship." A moment later, little Shinzi led Li Mufeng to the front of the sleeping quarters. She stopped, looked around, and said, "All right, I'm here. You can go back." Little Shinzi paused slightly and looked at her with suspicion, but in the end, he nodded and answered, "Fine, then I'll leave first. If you need anything, wait." Before he could finish speaking, he immediately turned back. His gaze alert, he asked, "How did you know that Her Majesty used to live in this courtyard?" Hearing this question, Li Mufeng was startled, feeling as though her heart had dropped straight into an abyss. She thought, "I'm done for." My mouth slipped. She immediately made up a story. What was it again? Let me sophistry my way through this. Off to the side, Ma Shangfeng had silently appeared and stood watching the entire scene. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes brightening with amusement as he thought, "Interesting." Little Shinzi looked at Li Mufeng with deep suspicion, observing this suspicious person. Li Mufeng hurriedly waved her hands, sweating as she explained, "Actually, I didn't know this was the courtyard where Her Majesty used to live." He looked at her in confusion. Li Mufeng put on a serious expression and began spouting nonsense, pointing at the old courtyard. "Among the courtyards here, this one looks the grandest, like a place where a noble person once lived. That's why I boldly guessed it was this one." After hearing this, little Shinzi froze and asked, "A noble person?" Li Mufeng hurriedly pushed the doubtful little Shinzi away. "All right, eunuch little Shinzi, it's getting late. His Majesty should be resting too. Hurry back. Otherwise, His Majesty will get impatient waiting." Little Shinzi was pushed outside. Li Mufeng immediately ran inside and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, little Shinzi looked full of suspicion, but he still left. After running into the courtyard, Li Mufeng sighed and thought he finally left. Little Shinzi is a single-celled creature. He probably won't think too much about it, right? She raised her head and looked at the courtyard before her. "I didn't expect that after less than a month or two, I'd still come back to this place. But I never thought there would be a day when I came here like this." She pushed open the courtyard door, went inside, and sat down on the bed, thinking, what exactly is he thinking? It's the same body, so why can he tell that we aren't the same person? Judging from what he's doing now, he probably wants to test me and make me admit it myself. But when she remembered that her badge listed her occupation as a history editor, she thought, I should still follow the original plan. Even if I'm beaten to death, I won't admit it. I just need to wait until the editing department contacts me. She sighed and lay down on the bed. By then, I'll have already left. Maybe the situation can be reversed. Then they'll also be able to be loving and harmonious, just as the history books wrote. That'll be good too. And so, Li Mufeng gradually fell asleep. Late that night, when she was already sound asleep, Ma Shangfeng walked step by step up to her, looked at her, and thought, "Little Lizzie, I've finally found you. This time, I will definitely make you admit it yourself, that you are you." He reached out and stroked her face. From that day on, no matter where Ma Shangfeng went, he made Li Mufeng follow him. Whenever he suddenly stopped, Li Mufeng would bump into him because she could not brake in time. Seeing this, he would only sigh and rub her head. His kindness toward Li Mufeng was completely undisguised. Very quickly, Ma Shangfeng's behavior drew the attention of many people in the palace. Palace maids gossiped. "Have you heard? A new young eunuch has come to His Majesty's palace." 3 days later, while Li Mufeng was standing outside, little Shinzi came over and called, "Little Lizzie, Her Majesty the Empress wishes to see you." Hearing this, Li Mufeng frowned and thought, the original owner wants to see me? Then she still went with that eunuch to the Phoenix Palace. After stepping inside, the original owner asked her, "Were the newly arrived, little Lizzie?" Li Mufeng raised her head and saw the Empress sitting on the Phoenix seat, looking down at her. The original owner sat on the Phoenix seat, her gaze gentle yet full of authority, and softly asked, "You are the newly arrived, little Lizzie?" Li Mufeng immediately bowed and answered respectfully, "Yes. This servant is little Lizzie." The Empress nodded slightly, her eyes sweeping over her with some curiosity. "You really do resemble me a little from the beginning. Come over here and let me look at you carefully." Hearing this, Li Mufeng did not dare delay and quickly stepped forward a few steps. The Empress looked at her intently for a long while, then sighed softly, as though recalling something. "However, His Majesty is being a bit reckless. To think he would have a woman like you pretend to be a eunuch." Those words struck Li Mufeng like a bolt from the blue. She was startled, her eyes widening as she looked at the Empress, and stammered, "You know this servant is not." Before she could finish, the original owner gently held her hand, a soft yet powerful smile appearing on her face. "Yes, I know." Li Mufeng became even more flustered and said, "Then you." But the Empress merely smiled and asked her, "In the future, may I often summon you here to talk with me?" Hearing this, Li Mufeng was stunned and asked, "Huh?" Just then, someone announced, "The Prince of Peace has arrived." As soon as the Empress heard this, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly called out, "Prince of Peace, quickly, hurry and invite him in." Seeing this, Li Mufeng became even more confused. When the Empress noticed her puzzled gaze, she immediately coughed and returned to her dignified appearance. "You may go back first." Li Mufeng answered, "Yes," then turned and left. As she passed by the Prince of Peace, she immediately glanced toward him and thought, the original owner and the Prince of Peace. Could she like the Prince of Peace? After leaving the Empress's palace, Li Mufeng walked while pondering. This plot doesn't seem quite right. If the original owner likes the Prince of Peace, then why do the historical records say she and Ma Shangfeng were deeply loving and harmonious? But it's true that history hasn't been restored yet. Could this be the real reason history deviated? Then doesn't that mean Ma Shangfeng was cheated on? And the one cuckolding him is even his own younger brother. She imagined the Prince of Peace bringing a green hat over and placing it on Ma Shangfeng's head while saying, "Imperial brother, I'm gifting you a great treasure." She immediately slapped her own face and thought, this is way too exciting. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and asked, "You're walking down the road with your soul wandering off somewhere. What are you thinking about?" Li Mufeng sighed and answered, "I'm thinking about the giant pair of horns on Ma Shangfeng's head." As soon as she finished speaking, she was startled and froze. She turned her head back and saw Ma Shangfeng radiating killing intent as he looked at her. Seeing him, she trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she thought, "I'm dead. I badmouthed someone behind his back and got caught red-handed. What should I do?" Waiting for advice. This is urgent. Seeing Ma Shangfeng exuding murderous aura as he walked toward her, Li Mufeng panicked. She thought in a panic, what do I do? What do I do? What should I say to make him believe I didn't mean anything else? Suddenly, Ma Shangfeng sighed, smiled, and said, "All right, don't be so tense. I have no intention of making things difficult for you." He tapped her forehead and asked, "I only want to tell you to watch where you're going. Otherwise, what if you fall?" Seeing him treat her this way, Li Mufeng held her forehead, her heart pounding rapidly as she thought Ma Shangfeng reached out his hand to her and said, "Come on. You've been in the palace for some time, and you must be feeling stifled. There's a lantern festival tonight. I'll take you out for a walk." Li Mufeng looked at his hand, hesitated for a while, then stepped back. Seeing this, Ma Shangfeng only smiled, lowered his hand, turned around, and said, "Let's go." Li Mufeng looked at Ma Shangfeng and thought, why do I feel like he has become much gentler than before? Ma Shangfeng walked for a while. Seeing that Li Mufeng still had not caught up with him, he asked, "Why are you still not coming? Is it because your legs are too short? Do you need me to drag you along?" After hearing that, she immediately grew angry and thought an illusion. What happened just now must have been an illusion. She immediately ran to Ma Shangfeng's side. When Ma Shangfeng saw this, he looked at her, sighed, and thought to himself, so stupid. That evening, there was a lantern festival. Li Mufeng changed into women's clothing and went out with Ma Shangfeng to stroll through the streets. Ma Shangfeng looked around happily and thought, last time I came here, I was still thinking of ways to deal with Su Li, and I didn't properly enjoy this lantern festival. I never expected it to be this beautiful. But he specifically went to the Empress's bedchamber to look for me, so he must know that the original host came to find me. Isn't he curious about why the original host came to find me? And logically speaking, I'm an unknown woman being kept at the Emperor's side. Shouldn't she be wary of me? Why is she treating me so kindly? It's too strange. It's really too strange. Suddenly, Ma Shangfeng spoke, cutting off her thoughts. What is it? Li Mufeng immediately startled and answered, nothing. She looked in one direction and was shocked. She thought in surprise, that's the original host and the Prince of Peace. At the Lantern Festival, a man and woman alone together. Could the two of them really be? All at once, when she saw the Empress throw herself into the Prince of Peace's arms, she was stunned. She looked toward Ma Shangfeng and thought, has she put a green hat on Ma Shangfeng? No, I can't let Ma Shangfeng see this. Otherwise, this history will never be corrected. So Li Mufeng immediately turned Ma Shangfeng around and called out, Your Majesty, stand still. I have something to say to you. Ma Shangfeng was surprised when he saw this. Suddenly, a carriage came charging over. Ma Shangfeng cried out in panic, Careful! Then he pulled Li Mufeng into his arms and dodged to the side. He turned back in shock and saw the Empress approaching. His heart tightened. Seeing this, Li Mufeng was shocked. We've been discovered. Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng stood silently to one side and watched. Before them, the Empress and the Prince of Peace were standing face to face. The atmosphere was tense, as if it were about to explode. Li Mufeng felt her heart pounding wildly. She looked up at Ma Shangfeng with worried eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Could these two be about a fight? Then when the time comes, should I help the original host or Ma Shangfeng? After all, the original host is a weak young woman. If she gets hit, she might be sent flying. But Ma Shangfeng is also very pitiful. He personally saw his wife put a green hat on him. This really is a hard choice for me. Just then, she suddenly realized that Ma Shangfeng was walking forward. She became frightened and flustered. She hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, don't act rashly. But Ma Shangfeng did not stop. He walked straight up to the Empress. He and the Empress looked at each other, and unexpectedly, they both smiled. Li Mufeng stood behind them, completely confused. She asked blankly, Without saying anything more, Ma Shangfeng took her hand, turned around, and left. She was pulled away in a daze. She even blurted out in She looked at him in shock and thought, they actually didn't fight? They're just leaving like this? Only when the two of them stopped on a bridge did Li Mufeng realize where she was. She panicked when she saw Ma Shangfeng suddenly turn around, his deep gaze fixed on her. An invisible fear suddenly rose in her heart. Could he be planning to kill me, first to silence me? Ma Shangfeng turned back and called Feng, but Li Mufeng cried out in fear, Your Majesty, spare my life. The atmosphere fell extremely silent. After a while, Ma Shangfeng sighed, then laughed and said, I am not planning to kill you. Little sister, there is no need to guard against me. Actually, I have known about Miss Li's matter for a long time, and I was also the one who encouraged her to pursue Brother Shanshan. After hearing this, Li Mufeng was shocked and asked, What? You've known for a long time that there was a pair of horns on your head. When Ma Shangfeng heard this, he silently looked at her. Li Mufeng knew she had said the wrong thing and immediately covered her mouth. Ma Shangfeng said helplessly, That is not it. She and I are not truly husband and wife either. Since there is no affection between us, how can it be called being betrayed? Besides, she and I made everything clear to each other long ago. After you return, I will personally grant a marriage decree for her and Brother Shanshan. After hearing this, Li Mufeng was stunned. Ma Shangfeng took her hand and said, Fenger, from beginning to end, the only person I have liked and chosen as my empress is you. So I still want to ask you one more time. Are you truly unwilling to admit that you're the little Lizzie I love? After hearing this, Li Mufeng froze, recalling all the memories from before until now. She thought to herself, do I want to admit it? Li Mufeng thought for a while, her brows furrowing slightly. Then she pressed her lips together, as if wanting to say something. I am sorry. Before she could finish speaking, the familiar sound of the system suddenly rang out in her mind, startling Li Mufeng. Editing department. She closed her eyes and focused, and was immediately pulled into the system space. As soon as she opened her eyes, a virtual screen appeared before her. Through the screen, Yang Zheng was looking at Li Mufeng seriously. The moment she saw him, Li Mufeng immediately reported, "Director, I found Wang Ying. This and that happened, and then this and that happened." After Yang Zheng finished listening, he immediately nodded. Li Mufeng continued reporting, "That's what happened. Right now, Wang Ying is locked by Ma Shangfeng in the room beneath the basement, and Ma Shangfeng and the original host also have different thoughts. But don't worry, I won't admit my identity, and I won't date him either." Hearing this, Yang Zheng suddenly shouted, "Agree to him." Yang Zheng's words made Li Mufeng freeze. She blurted out, "What?" Yang Zheng looked at her, his tone calm, yet firm as he said, "Ma Shangfeng is already aware of our existence now. In addition, he and the legitimate daughter of the Li family can no longer be loving and harmonious the way the historical records described. Perhaps agreeing to him is the method that can reduce the danger of history deviating the most." After hearing Yang Zheng's words, Li Mufeng was so shocked that her eyes widened. She could hardly believe her ears. She pointed at herself and asked again, "You mean I'm going to become the Li Mufeng from history?" Yang Zheng replied, "Remember clearly, you are a history editor. This is your responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zheng and the system both disappeared. Li Mufeng returned to the Lantern Festival. At that moment, Ma Shangfeng was still calling her phone. Li Mufeng opened her eyes and saw Ma Shangfeng saying worriedly, "I thought you would be like that day again, and when you opened your eyes, the person inside would seem to have become someone else." Seeing that she had returned, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Mufeng stared at him blankly and said, "You?" Before she could finish speaking, Ma Shangfeng had already pulled her into his arms and said, "It is all right now. I was too impatient. If you do not want to admit it, then do not admit it. As long as you do not leave again, that is enough." After hearing him say this, Li Mufeng spoke up, "Ma Shangfeng, I will not leave you again." Then she hugged him back as well. When Ma Shangfeng heard this, he froze. Suddenly, Li Mufeng looked at him seriously and said, "Let us get married." When Ma Shangfeng heard this, he was so shocked that he froze in place. He stood stunned for a moment, then suddenly pulled Li Mufeng close to him. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. The two kissed each other, overflowing with happiness. Because of Li Mufeng's persuasion, no one knew what method Ma Shangfeng used, but he turned the original host into the second young lady of the Li family. At the same time, he granted her a marriage decree to become the official consort of the Prince of Peace. Wang Ying was also released, and she safely returned to the future. That same year, Ma Shangfeng once again sent betrothal gifts to the Li family, and at the same time announced that 1 month later, he would marry again the legitimate daughter of the Li family, Li Mufeng. The various betrothal gifts, magnificently decorated, were delivered to the Li residence by a procession of eunuchs from the imperial palace, causing the entire capital to buzz with discussion. On the day each betrothal gift was brought in, Ma Shangfeng and Li Mufeng stood side by side, exchanging happy smiles. Everyone in the Li residence, from the servants to the young ladies, could not help but envy the affection between the emperor and the future empress. Time flew by, and 1 month later, the wedding ceremony was held on a grand scale. Li Mufeng was carefully made up and wore a dazzling wedding robe. Her beauty made everyone marvel. Sitting inside the bright red bridal sedan, she was escorted by the solemn wedding procession to the gates of the imperial palace. Before the majestic palace gates, Ma Shangfeng wore a brilliant red wedding robe, his face bearing a radiant smile full of love. Seeing the bridal sedan being set down, he stepped forward and personally lifted the sedan curtain. Looking at Li Mufeng with a gentle gaze, he asked, "Fenger, are you afraid?" Li Mufeng smiled softly, reached out, placed her hand in Ma Shangfeng's, and replied, "As long as I can be by your side, I am not afraid of anything." Li Mufeng thought to herself, "After editing history for so many years, I never imagined that one day I myself would become a part of history. I will no longer be Li Mufeng, the history editor, but the empress of the Northern Dynasty, who lives a loving lifetime with the legendary emperor of the Northern Dynasty." Starting today, the two of them would live exactly as written in the story. Ma Shangfeng took her hand and led her up to the high platform under the witness of all the civil and military officials. The two of them performed the ceremonial bows to heaven and earth together. After the ceremony ended, the eunuch shouted loudly, "The ceremony is complete." The officials immediately cried out, Long live His Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. May Her Majesty the Empress live 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Long live His Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. May Her Majesty the Empress live 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Li Mufeng turned to look at Ma Shangfeng. Their eyes met, shining with complete happiness. The two of them held each other's hands tightly and thought together. Through high mountains and long rivers, in life and death, we will be together. Ma Shangfeng lowered his head and smiled at her, his deep voice filled with affection. Fenger, we are finally married. From now on, no one can separate us again. Li Mufeng nodded softly, her heart brimming with emotion. She knew that from this moment on, her life was bound tightly to his. This was not only a loop in history, but an eternal love engraved into time. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. I hope you all have a day full of energy.